God igen.
Halloj. Fått med deg tallene I dag?
Ja, dette er på skiftet. Det er det.
Hallo.
Hallo, Stig.
Hei, Stig.
Hallo.
Robert?
Hold kjeft.
Ja! Sovna han I går, Stig?
Ja, når jeg stod opp I morges, så hørte jeg bare snorking.
Og så forteller han at han der inne, han slukner sterlys.
Ja,
Driver og sover?
Ja,
ja, jeg lå og sov
han
på
sover
live.
hele tiden.
Så jeg fjernet meg fra liven I morges.
Takk skal du ha.
Fy faen, var ikke det så kjedelig? Jeg sitter oppe hele natta på tærne, og du sover, det bra. Jadda. Fikk dere med deg tallene fra McDonald's I dag, da?
Jeg så det kom.
Ja. Profit warning. Det gikk skikkelig til helvete for McDonald's. Og så kom det profit warning fra General Motors på guidinga. De sier at de risikerer å tape... Nei. Jeg aner ikke. Og så... Hva skal jeg si for noe? General Motors sier at de kan tape opp til $5 milliarder på General Motors. Og så kom det akkurat nå unemployment claims, som var også helt... Det derfor det faller litt nå, da. Det var helt katastrofe. Det var ventet 224 000 og kommet på 241 000. Så det liksom... Det en kjempebom det også. Så du har jo både inflasjonstallene går så dårlig, og så har du jobless claims så dårlig, og så det profit-warninger fra McDonald's og profit-warninger fra General Motors. Det eneste som bra nå Meta og Microsoft, at de leverte bra I går. Og I dag så har ikke Trump pratet enda. Så jeg vet ikke hvor lenge det vil vare. Egentlig.
Our business is also performing very well. And I think we're well positioned to navigate
Det vel det som har skjedd I dag.
macroeconomic uncertainty.
Så kommer vel Apple med tall det dag eller morgen de kommer?
Caroline Hyde. So we got Microsoft, we got Meta last night, and the
Hvilken dag
stakes were
I dag?
high
Torsdag?
in terms of broader market sentiment, and it looks like the
Sorry,
two of those did deliver.
And they're both going to wipe away the stock market losses of this year. If we hold on to these gains,
Jo, Apple kommer I dag og Amazon.
flat, if not higher for the year if you're looking at Microsoft. This is such a
Apple
relief.
og Amazon.
We're seeing such a relief that not only are people,
Tallene
more and more
dårlig.
people are using Meta,
Tall.
more and more people are using the AI that they offer to build ads on them. They're able to charge more for those ads, and they're sticking with the Meta, with the alphabets, despite...
Og nå har vi chatten på, jeg så ikke chatten. Blir det nedgang på Nasdaq? Jeg må bare være helt ærlig med dere. Jeg aner ikke. Jeg kan bare si hva tallene betyr. Når det McDonald's kommer profit warning, så det forteller litt om økonomien I USA. At folk har mye mindre penger å bruke. Når General Motors kommer med guiding på å tape $5 milliarder, så betyr det at de selger færre biler, som igjen en bekreftelse på inflasjon, nei, på resesjon. Nå kommer jobless claims nå, så også helt katastrofe. En ny bekreftelse på at økonomien full fart ned. Det samme sa jeg I går også, men Donald Trump sier det han sier, så jeg må bare holde kjeft, og så får jeg bare, jeg vet ikke, rett og slett. Men hvis ikke Donald Trump hadde pratet, så hadde jeg ikke vært nervøs for å sette en sjokk. Men han prater jo, og det gjør han. Det jo en grunn til at det faller nå, på de tallene. Det begynte å falle akkurat på jobless claims-tallene. De kom klokken 14.30, og det klokken 14.30 vi droppet nå med over 100 poeng her. Og så har vi jo hele Europa stengt I dag. Vi har noen få land I dag som oppe. UK oppe blant annet. Det er litt volum. Det er nede I dag med en halv prosent. Ellers så er det ikke så mye som skjer I dag. Så spørsmålet, tror du det vil falle? Jeg trodde det I går også. Og da falt det jo 650 poeng, og så gikk det opp igjen med nesten 900 poeng. Så må bare rett og slett si at det her er det Donald Trump som styrer showet. Retten og sletten.
How will they manage to give a picture of what the next quarter looks like when they're moving all their infrastructure build really into India?
Og jeg vil jo tro da at vi skal opp I dag med Meta og Microsoft. De opp på pre-handler nå med 8 og henholdsvis og Microsoft opp
Caroline, thanks very much. Caroline Hyde is the co-anchor of Bloomberg Technology. You can catch her program at 11. Obviously, they're going to be
Apple
all of these earnings beats as well. I want to switch gears, though, now to automakers. GM has slashed its full-year guidance after revealing a $5 billion exposure to auto tariffs. The news
Men det allerede rettet inn I indeksen nå, ikke sant? Så
by any company from President Trump's trade war. Obviously, it's far
Oi,
worse than when
ja, nå snakker de om at nå snakker de om
investment. Joining us now to talk about this is Bloomberg's Keith Naughton out of Detroit.
General Motors, at
really taking a hit.
tar ned guidingen. Det ekstremt negativt. Det verdens største bilselskap, bare for å sette det litt på spisen.
Because analysts a week ago, before the tariff relief that Trump delivered on Tuesday, were saying GM would take a $10 billion hit. So it's not as bad as first feared because of this recent auto tariff relief, but still quite bad. And they also say it's going to lower their earnings for the year.
I also want to talk about Ford, Keith, because you did see them come out and say...
Og sånn I et vanlig aksjemarked da, hvis du forholder det til Norge da, hvis det kommer dårlig guiding fra for eksempel PGS eller KOA eller Equinor, så pleier de aksjene å falle ganske mye, og så faller da ofte hele den sektoren da. Hvis det kommer dårlig tall fra et lakseselskap, så pleier ofte hele laksesektoren å falle, og så drar det med seg, ikke sant? Så det vi ser her nå jo veldig spesielt da. At det så mange profit warninger, men han Trumperen prater. Men du får vel som tjener penger og du tror jeg skal opp litt opp. Ja, Johannes, men jeg tar det litt rolig der også, for jeg vil egentlig ikke trade så mye nå når jeg ser så lenge han prater. Jeg ble litt skremt I går, for å være helt ærlig.
And Kohl's, the shares are
Oi,
halted right now for news
Ford,
leaking, and
delay.
we just got the news. Kohl's announcing that the board has terminated its CEO Ashley Buchanan for cause. According to the company, Buchanan violated company policies, and this investigation was conducted by an outside counsel. Now, in the meantime, they have named Michael Bender as interim CEO, but the board will initiate a search to identify a permanent CEO. So just to read you that breaking news headline once again, the board of Kohl's has terminated its CEO, Ashley Buchanan, for cause, Shanali.
And we are going to switch gears now. We're going to go back to the earnings season because over in healthcare, CVS boosted its profit outlook, and it also negotiated a deal to make Novo Nordisk's Wegovy more available to its members.
Men medisiner går bra da.
Let's discuss this with Bloomberg's Madison Muller.
CVS Healthcare lagde en deal med Novo Nordisk.
More available. Matt Miller is smiling somewhere, I think.
Exactly. I know we've talked about this already this week. This comes on the heels of Novo announcing deals with telehealth companies earlier this week to sell its
guidance amid tariff worries, sales tumble. Så Harley også ramler nå.
Deal with CVS to do the same thing in retail pharmacies. CVS operates 9,000 retail pharmacies nationwide, so patients who go shop at those pharmacies now will be able to go for half the price.
Du, hvis vi skal se på makron, så det kjempedårlig det som kom nå I stad. Det profit warninger overalt, så vanligvis så skal du shorte på dette her, men jeg sier igjen, jeg tør ikke gjøre så mye nå når han Trump prater sånn her, så jeg skal bare redde kontoen, jeg ikke gjøre så fryktelig mye før jeg ser ordentlig nivået her. Jeg har gjort et par trades I dag, men det så små. Du har heller prøvd en sånn marked som dette, for det er ingen som vet hva som plutselig dukker opp, ikke sånn?
Mange små blir stor.
Ja, det blir det. Det må jeg se på Sahar.
Zepbound, their version of weight loss loss drugs. And then you also had the report, and they beat on earnings, but the guidance was tempered a little bit. And you can see shares moving lower right now to almost 5% in the pre-market.
Exactly. The expectations for Lilly are just so high, and that was sort of the sentiment this morning. Is people expected them to raise their
kom
guidance.
profitwarning fra Lilly earnings. Det kutter guidingen 5%. Altså, det bare profitwarninger her. Det liksom, av 10 stykker så det 2 som går bra, resten av profitwarninger overalt.
Result for them this morning, and even though they beat, it was just not enough to satisfy them.
All right, Madison, thanks so much for joining us. Madison Mueller talking about the continued news on weight loss drugs and a combination with, or I guess a joint venture, in a sense, cooperation with CVS. We're watching a number of other companies moving after earnings. McDonald's sales slumped on consumer anxiety.
Jeg synes det innmari interessant å lære på den galskapen. Jeg synes det et mareritt.
Harley-Davidson shares are up. But what a disappointing slate of numbers from the MoCo out of Milwaukee. I think global shipments dropped to 38,000. That's a 33% drop. They sold 33 live-wire electric motorcycles in the first quarter. 33 globally.
Crazy.
Those shares are up almost 2%, but they have lost a quarter of their value year to date. And then Robinhood rising.
Harley-Davidson har solgt 33 elektriske motorsykler forrige kvartal. 33 stykk på verdensbasis.
Business, the shares are up 4.25%. He is going to join us at 10:30, so stay tuned for the Vlad Tenev interview this next hour.
Yeah, we also want to take a look here at Kohl's, as Katie had mentioned earlier in the breaking news, that they are terminating their CEO, Ashley Buchanan. They have cited a violation of company policies after an investigation by an outside counsel, and they are looking for a new permanent CEO. But this is the year-to-date shares, guys. It has been down more than 52%. Shares have been halted in the wake of the news.
Yeah, and the board also saying the company that Buchanan directed transactions with conflicts of interest. So we're looking for more details there. They also announced preliminary results. This company wasn't supposed to report until May 30th, but they came out and said that their preliminary comparable sales for the first quarter were between -4% to -4.3%. So a lot of bad news there. Shares still halted. We'll bring you the update once they start trading again. But coming up,
Hæ?
Tesla denying a report that the EV giant is
Jeg tror det går. Jeg sitter med regnskap, så
under the hood next. This is
jeg
open
sitter og må følge med litt. Begynner å få det regnskapet langt for bransjegruppen.
Kjøper han nå? Gjør det 1000 ganger, så blir det bra.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Hvor mye tror du Nasdaq faller fra all time high til bunn før markedet snur igjen? Jeg vet ikke, ass. Jeg sier igjen, det så vanskelig å si noe når Donald Trump prater. Altså, de tekniske støttene på... Bare se her. I et normalt marked skal vi ikke opp på profitordninger og opp på de tallene her. Det derfor oljeprisen tryner nå. Hva oljeprisen på nå? Faen, oljeprisen nå. Oljeprisen jo nede på 57,60 og brenten på 60 $. Det jo helt krise.
Saudi-Arabia har sett grunn til oljeprisen fordi at Irak blant annet ikke overholder de kvotene de tildelt innenfor OPEC-systemet.
Kom ut I går.
ETF IQ only on Bloomberg.
Pluss svak økonomi, så du har liksom alt som drar det ned.
Det hjelper ikke med en resesjon.
Nei, det hjelper ikke. Men så spørsmålet da, vi har på en måte visst om denne resesjonen. Så liksom, vil du falle på det, eller blir det verre? Det også det som litt av greiene her, ikke sant?
Skal ramme på det.
Skal, men... Vent da, nå skal Trump si et eller annet igjen her.
Ja. Nå må vi følge med på selv.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally.
Many American automakers and retailers have started to pause their orders as the effects of the tariffs threaten to hit
Du bare ler du. Du klar hvor jævlig det var for meg I går? Og så se at det ramlet som faen I går, og jeg bare endelig, nå kom det de katastrofetallene. Og så kommer han der, ditt deg, og så stikker det. Nei, fy til faen.
Is seen as highly vulnerable to the tariff fallout, given that nearly 46% of that company's Tesla chair Robin Denholm is denying a Wall Street Journal story that reported the board was looking to replace CEO Elon Musk as investors worried about the amount of time he was devoting to his role in government. In a post on X, Denholm wrote, quote, earlier today there was a media report erroneously claiming that the Tesla board had contacted recruitment firms to initiate a CEO search at the company. This is absolutely false. End quote. CEO of Tesla is Elon Musk, and the board is highly confident in his ability to continue executing on the exciting growth plan. I guess the quote ended there. Probably ended it too early, but definitely a denial.
Definitely denial. We're going to bring in now Bloomberg's Max Chafkin for more on Tesla, and this denial of this Wall Street Journal report was interesting, particularly because you've seen the chair Robin Denholm be very silent on this issue before, regardless of analysts after analysts and many other investors saying that maybe Musk is pretty distracted. Maybe he should return to one job.
Yeah, I mean, if this were a normal company, I think a CEO search would probably be, you know, totally expected, right? You have wild swings in the stock price, jobs, a lot of controversy. Like, of course they would be considering their options. This is not a normal company. You know, we got to remember, this board has been trying to pay Elon Musk an enormous amount of money. It's been having this huge fight with Delaware courts over a $50 billion bonus package, despite the fact that you look at the stock price, right? It hasn't exactly done well in recent years. So this is a board that is very much behind Elon Musk, and an investor base that is very much behind Elon Musk. So it's not totally surprising that they're coming out and saying, "Hey, nothing to this story. You know, let's on to the next."
And you talk about the investor base and.
Forex-trading, det ikke der helt på topp, tror jeg.
After that. So talk us through the next month, because now, I guess, we're in May, it's May 1st. Now is theoretically when he would start stepping back from Doge.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear to me how much stepping back there really will be. Elon Musk was at a cabinet meeting. He was wearing two hats, which, you know, now seeing this Wall Street Journal report maybe seems like a wink or something at the idea that maybe he's wearing too many hats. He shows up to a Trump cabinet meeting wearing two hats. President Trump says you can stay as long as you like. I believe later today he's going to do an interview with Fox News. So, he's still going to be engaged in politics. What he is saying, if you look at it closely, is he's no longer going to be essentially camped out in the executive office building, which I do think is going to be a good sign for Tesla shareholders. But they're hoping to avoid the kind of negative brand associations, you know, these protests, the anger that we're seeing. That I don't think is going to go away.
All right, Max, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Max Chafkin talking about Elon Musk in this picture wearing a hat that says Trump was right about everything. And I wonder if he still feels that way when he looks at how the tariffs are affecting his car sales. In terms of Ford's car sales, they rose 16.2% in this country in April. The company said U.S. sales were boosted by Ford's employee pricing for everyone discount campaign. So we continue to get car news and global trade, it turns out.
Ford økte salget med 16% I april I USA.
Certainly, and we're going to keep a close eye on that auto sector, but we're also going to keep a close eye on some more movers on our radar. We're looking at NVIDIA because the CEO had asked Trump to change AI export rules, but of course we also had the big tech earnings last night that were very promising. So you are seeing NVIDIA on the rise this morning, almost 4.6%. Roblox up 7.3%. They reported a larger than expected jump in active users for the first quarter. Daily active users 26%. Also watching MasterCard.
Hvor skjenningen?
1%, but remember, people are watching consumers very closely.
Nå kom det ut at sjefen I Nvidia har spurt Donald Trump om han kan forandre loven på AI-chipper. Jeg sa at det kom til å skje.
From the opening bell, and we're going to begin today's trading day with Laffer Tengler's Nancy Tengler coming up next. This is Open Interest.
Ja, okay.
Hva da? Hvis vi faller etterpå, så kommer det sikkert noen nye regler på AI-chipper da. Sander, jeg gikk short for henne kom dårlig tall. Og så ramlet det, og så pratet Trump sitt opp, derfor så gikk jeg short.
But not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Is this a negotiation or the new rules that
mange som stiller spørsmål til Trump?
It is up to the president how he wants to negotiate.
The higher the tariff, the faster they come.
A 90-day pause is not an eradication.
The trade negotiations are moving quickly.
There will be deals cut.
Trust Bloomberg for all the context and clarity you need as the tariff and global economy story evolves.
This year's bear case, very quickly, becoming the base case.
Nobody covers tariffs like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onim, only on Bloomberg.
I think COVID is probably somewhat of a proxy for this. Maybe the important difference being, we had this massive uncertainty, sort of freeze activity, but at that time we kind of knew not only what the solution would be, health-related solution, vaccines, but also massive stimulus, both of the fiscal and monetary variety. Now, when you don't really know the rules of the game, trying to gauge, okay, what ends this?
That was Liz Ann Saunders from Charles Schwab speaking on Bloomberg Television this morning. And let's keep the conversation going now with Laffer Tengler, CEO and CIO, Nancy Tengler. Nancy, great to see you again.
Mange rapporter som tar opp motsigelser og sier at han ikke tar ansvar for det røde tall, men han tok ansvar for det grønne tall. Det mye fokus på mangel på varer. De sier at det ikke stemmer at det mye varer på vei inn. Det kan være mellom 14 til 17 store skippermåter. I dag det bare tomt for en båt. Det var det jeg sa I går. Nei, de står utenfor.
A vaccine against tariffs. Yeah, thanks, Katie, for having me.
I think she's right. I think there are a number of analogies. But I think what we're getting as an inoculation is we're getting much better earnings than many expected, including me, across the board. I mean, we were optimistic about earnings, but I've been happily surprised. And the guidance, importantly, has been decent and in some cases really good. And so I think that's one of the things that has catalyzed stock prices. We've gotten less chaotic messaging from the White House, so there seems to be more strategic understanding and communication. And
Hun sier at Donald Trump kjempeflink på å kommunisere, sier han.
Sidelines, so I think you're right. I don't think we'll necessarily get a cut, but I think as investors, we need to always be looking forward. And what I heard a lot of my colleagues saying in the industry was that the AI trade was overdone. And I think what we're hearing from the likes of ServiceNow and Microsoft is that it's not even close to being done. And Google and Meta are still spending, reiterating their CapEx budgets. So I think all of that
sier at Meta og Google, hun mente sikkert Microsoft, bruker masse penger på CapEx.
I'm glad you brought up Scott Bessent. He said earlier, I think he was on either Fox or CNBC, that because the 2-year is so far below the Fed funds rate, it means that they should cut. He's jawboning Jerome Powell as well. And here you see how far down we've come on the 2-year. Neil Dutta from Renaissance Macro put out a note earlier. The Treasury Secretary knows how to feel the market. He says wage and salary growth is running below the level of the Fed funds rate as well. That's a sign that past policy has already been too tight. Why doesn't Jerome Powell just come out and cut? Inflation be damned, Nancy.
Well, I actually agree with Neil, and we've been really vocal on this. The Fed chairman has been 100% wrong at every turning point. And I think that when I make mistakes, it engenders humility, and I make them every day. But there is no humility from this Fed, and he's right. Real wages, real rates. This would be a good time, as opposed to August and September when we.
Hun pro Donald Trump. Hun sier at Fed burde sette ned renta nå.
And the 10-year rose, so 100 basis points. So I think the market has expressed a lack of confidence in this Fed, and I think the stubborn sort of heels dug in. We're going to wait for the data. That just means, that guarantees they're going to be too late.
Nancy, you're going to stick with us through the open, but before we get there, let's get a check, Katie, on these markets.
Yeah, we got green on the screen. It is going to be the first official trading day of May, continuing that rally that we've seen. Somehow April was actually a really quiet month. If you just take a look at the monthly performance, down only 0.8%. We saw some pretty amazing intra-month action there, but all things considered, pretty quiet overall. You can see the S&P 500 up 1%. It's big tech that's leading the charge today on the biggest earnings day of this season. We'll bring you the details next at the opening bell. This is Open Interest.
Tredje litt smålig inn, Shakaraka. Nå må vi bare se hvor mye dårlige tall som kommer da. Nå kom det nye ræva tall her i stad på unemployment claims. Det kom nye tall i går som var dårlige. Vi må bare tredje sånn smått. Bare ha litt volum her, litt volatilitet, så skal det gå fint. Men det kan ikke bare tikke sånn, og så må det ikke bare gå sånn når han prater. Det må være en sunne bevegelser.
Det er samme.
Trump skal prate en gang i dag. Ja, nei, vi kjenner Trump. Han prater hele tiden.
We're building
another art museum.
Du tror man ska få 10%? Ja, jag tror folk ska ner 10%.
Guggenheim as well, right next door.
I think it's a great question. I think the beautiful thing about the UAE and Abu Dhabi is we live with over 200 nationalities. And in doing so, they have become a part of the country's and the city's fabric. And we need to celebrate that. So we need to celebrate everybody's identity, everybody's background, everybody's heritage, everybody's history. And what a beautiful way in doing so in these beautiful institutions. These museums are educational institutions and they're community institutions. So we wanted to curate really a story where you come to Saadiyat Cultural District and you, if you allow me to curate the story, you start off at the Natural History Museum. And at the Natural History Museum, you get a glimpse and you get a
Jeg ser bare 3 som får 3 per dag. Ja, varierer veldig Shakaraka hvor aktiv jeg er. Jeg gjør ingenting når han prater, da gjør jeg veldig lite.
You go to our national museum, the Sheikh Zayed National Museum. There you understand the history of this great land. Not just the history of the country, but the people of this land that have been a part of this land for over 300,000 years. You get a glimpse of what the past and the present and the future looks like here. From there, you move yourself to the Louvre above, which is a beautiful universal museum. Universal and thematic approach. So there, you basically see a part of you on an equal pedestal with the entire world.
Ja, jeg trener å forsvare. Hvis jeg ser at hvis Trump skal prate etterpå, så kommer jeg ikke til å trene.
3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Du bør ha flere 100% egentlig.
Moments away from the start of trading, and futures are very positive, more than 1% on the S&P 500. You can see the gains on the NASDAQ, 1.6% as tech earnings come in strong. Meta and Microsoft really knocking it out of the park, moving higher in the pre-market, and we're waiting to get Apple and Amazon after the bell. You hear the opening bell and down at the New York Stock Exchange. You've got a company, Core Molding Technologies, out of Columbus, Ohio. Probably the greatest city in the greatest state of the nation. It's worth like $100 million. And then down at the NASDAQ market site, SkyCorp is a Chinese company that's very excited to ring the bell there as well. They've had a lot of Chinese companies at the NASDAQ. Maybe they're trying to, a solar company at that. So Chinese and green, Katie. I wonder if they're trying to make a point.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix, but I want to get to Kohl's. This breaking news in the last 20 minutes or so that Kohl's says that the board has terminated CEO Ashley Buchanan due to undisclosed conflicts of interest involving a vendor. So firing him 4 calls, Sonali, he only joined earlier this year. You can see the shares are up about 6% right now, so traders clearly reacting positively.
Also some positive news here. You have some big tech on a tear. Microsoft cloud growth surged last quarter, but it did slow down spending for data centers, crucial to its AI ambitions. Yet you see Microsoft up more than 10% at the open. Meta quarterly sales beat estimates and raised its AI CapEx plans for the year. They say it's getting more expensive out there. It's up, though, almost 8% at the market open, Matt.
All right, so there you have, Sonali brings us the M's. I'm looking at the A's. Going to report after the bell. Apple and Amazon. And overnight, speaking of Apple, a federal judge ruled that its app commissions violate a court order. Essentially that Apple breaks the law. Essentially that Apple is doing illegal stuff. So maybe that's why you see the shares down early in the trading. Amazon right now up about 3%, Katie.
All right, let's dig into these earnings with Bloomberg Technologies' Ed Ludlow, who's sitting to my left in New York City. It's great to see you.
At least you don't pretend that I'm not sitting to your left. I remember last time I was in New York, Matt's like, he joins us from, New York City. Thank you.
We're always glad you're here.
Thank you.
You know?
It is
it's too rare.
A unique privilege to speak to you today on the biggest earnings day.
Tok en kjapp trade nå på long.
Apple, Amazon coming up after the bell. Like Matt said, we had the M's knock it out of the park last night. What are we expecting from both of these companies? Because there's a lot of drama surrounding both of them this week.
No, I think we start with Apple, and it's just tariffs related, right? Apple makes consumer electronics and electronics generally, and those are physical things where components come from all over the world and are assembled largely in one place, China, some in India. And so we talked a lot about the impact of tariffs on largely bottom line, actually, if you think about how it might pressure margins. But the tariff as a levy is one thing. The trade implications of moving parts from one place to another is an operational risk. And so how Apple talks about supply chain adjustment going forward, the movement of components from place A to place B, and the final product from market A to market B, I think that we'll learn quite a lot. Tim Cook often says, I am not an economist, but you'll also get that macro readout as well.
I want the skinny on Amazon because a fair bit of drama this week already with the scuffle with the White House and then them saying they will not post those price increases relative to tariffs, but that doesn't mean per se that they won't happen, right?
Yeah, Amazon is much more analogous with what we saw from Alphabet and Microsoft and Meta, right? The story for those three names is core business strong, top line growth, supported by AI investment that justifies further capital expenditures growth. Amazon's the same. The cash cow of that business is its cloud unit, AWS. They're the #1 player in that unit. But there will be a tariff discussion because what is Amazon.com? Again, it's the movement of goods from one place to another, and there are cost implications and logistics implications on the consumer. And you're absolutely right that they denied that report from Punchbowl, but conceded it had been a consideration for Hall, which is products basically below $20, labeling it saying, by the way, this is how much tariffs are hitting you on this product. That ain't happening though.
Ed, great to have you here. Look forward to your program, Bloomberg Technology, at 11. I want to get back right now to Laffer Tangler, CEO and CIO, Nancy Tangler, and talk a little bit about Amazon, Nancy, Walmart, places we would normally see consumers flock at times of trouble. But what happens when these tariffs kick in? Target, I mean, do you start to see empty shelves? Do you start to see rising prices?
Well, Matt, I think it was great listening to Ed, by the way. I think one of the things that we saw in the GDP report is that there was a pull forward of goods purchases and imports. So whether we see that in the near term or not is yet to be determined. But I like where Amazon sits. It's a member of our 5 for 25 and our 12 best ideas portfolio. If they disappoint on earnings, which I doubt, I think, but if they do, then we'll be in buying more, just as we were with Microsoft earlier in April. We bought, we added to our holdings at about
Nancy,
$370.
can I double down on this? Because, I mean, you look across Amazon's website, almost everything that they sell is Chinese, right? I mean, there's just a collection of consonants that make up a name you can't pronounce for everyday products. They're all out of China. I think I saw something like 70% of their products are Chinese. Why do you want to buy that in the era of Donald Trump?
Well, I think you want to buy it for Prime, you want to buy it for AWS, you want to buy it for advertising. There will be, this is a multifaceted company. So to your point, yeah, we may see prices rise. Amazon is still about 15% the low-cost producer compared to other companies, and so it may benefit Walmart, which we also own. But I think you have to look at the company in toto, and they've been really cutting costs, focused on eliminating bureaucracy. This too shall pass. There's probably going to be some carve-outs, as we know, in the negotiations with the Chinese, but they will resource, and it will take some time. But that isn't any different really than what we see from Walmart. They also get a good chunk of their suppliers come from China.
We can see Amazon shares rallying right now in anticipation of earnings. Looking forward to that after the bell. But Nancy, I'm so excited to talk to you about Tesla and Elon Musk. Of course, the Wall Street Journal reporting that Tesla had initiated a search for perhaps another CEO, and then the board chairwoman came out and denied that. At the end of March, we spoke to you, and you had mentioned that you recently added to Tesla. So as an investor in this company, I wonder what you made of Elon Musk's role in the government and role at Tesla.
Yeah, Katie. Well, so we added, I think on March 10th, and we already owned it, and we acquired it at about $240 a share. That to us was a good entry point for the name. In the last conference call, the earnings were dreadful, but Elon announced that he was, going to spend more time in the company, and just on a narrative basis, that is positive for the underlying shares. I think you own this stock for the energy business. Yes, they have to sell cars, but full self-driving and AI in general is really what's going to drive this company into the future and the stock price. So anytime we get a chance to acquire it at a reasonable valuation, it's not reasonable compared to other stocks, but compared to its own name, then we step in. But we were actually selling in January in the mid threes because it is a volatile stock, and you do have to be nimble around the edges.
Nancy, I want to pull up a total return index. You are seeing a little bit of change. You are seeing Microsoft now in the green, but it is the only stock in the green for the index. You are looking at Tesla being the worst performer of that index, down almost 30% on the year. You talked about the ability a little bit to buy on the edges here. But of the group, what else would you buy, given the discounts that we're seeing?
Well, I think Meta looks interesting here. As you know, we had sold that stock and added Spotify instead. And that's been a great decision. They're not all great, by the way, Shanali, but that one worked out pretty nicely. I think you want to pick away at NVIDIA here, and we were. We added at the same time that we added to Tesla. We added to NVIDIA, and I think it was around $108 a share. And so if you're looking out 2 to 3 years, that's probably a name you want to own. Again, the tariffs, the bans, all of that I think will get resolved. And what we're seeing from the Mag 7 in terms of CapEx spending is they're not just reiterating, in some cases, like as in Meta's case, they're increasing CapEx. That's going to benefit NVIDIA ultimately as we look around the sectors. We're hearing it from companies that they are.
Jeg tror det har noe med AI, de største AI-selskapene som holder indeksen oppe, og så det rabatter på flere av selskapene under. For det gir ikke mening. Nå vi faktisk ramlet med 150 poeng.
And your humility, Nancy Tangler there from Laffer Tangler. Now, some of the movers on our radar today include General Motors. That company slashing guidance, saying that tariffs are going to cause a $5 billion hit in 1 year. And yet Mary Barra still thanks President Trump on CNBC. CVS Health up 6.5%, raising its guidance for the full year profit.
Can we meditate on that? CVS raised guidance. Do you know how rare that is in this earnings season? You can see it being rewarded in shares. I do want to point out that CVS is up 60% on a total return basis this year alone. Of course, they were beaten up pretty mightily, but definitely one of the year's dark horses.
Very welcome reprieve after 3 years of declines, including 43% last year. But this is a turnaround story underway.
Yeah.
You can see Shake Shack, my favorite place to secretly go after work. Thank goodness my wife doesn't watch this program. Up 4.33% right now. Shake Shack shares have been hit hard, down I think 35% year to date, but it sees slow single-digit sales growth into Q1.
Yeah, apparently. So definitely some silver linings that traders are finding when it comes to Shake Shack. But coming up, Apple's earnings test. We'll discuss what to expect after the bell with Craig Moffett of MoffettNathanson next. This is Open Interest.
Nå Nasdaq snart I rødt her. Jeg har drukket så mye nå at jeg har ikke mat I magen.
Jeg drittørst.
Kan ta den nå? Ja. Jeg har akkurat åpnet den.
Jeg åpnet den ikke helt, jeg kan ta den.
Nei, det gjorde jeg.
In case you missed it, on the China show,
President Trump has called Wednesday Liberation Day, and that seems like liberation from the rules-based order on trade.
We're seeing a lot of orders being canceled, particularly on products being sourced out of China. There's a threat to seeing a shortage of certain products because, look, China's our #1 supplier of footwear. When I got this job 15 years ago, it was 88% of our volume to the U.S. It's now 56% of our volume. But the fact of the matter is, most of that volume is for price-conscious consumers here in the States.
One of the things you see here when you talk to suppliers and buyers is that this essentially gives Asia and Africa to Chinese supply chains an influence, because now as American firms have to focus more on the home market, the companies and organizations with the money to invest in new areas, that will be mostly Chinese money.
Don't miss the China Show live every weekday.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets?
Ja, vänta lite.
Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen forward, we'll show you how.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute tech news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Innen en time så har Trump begynt å prate om det fortsatt. Ja. Det var helt ekstremt i går.
A check on the stock market right now. That rally still underway. This is the first trading day of May, and this month is off to a good start. The S&P 500 higher by about 0.9%. Big tech leading the way higher, with the Nasdaq 100 up 1.4% after what we heard from Microsoft and Meta after the bell last night. But Shonali, now the focus is on the A's coming after the bell today.
And one of those A's, Apple. They will deliver results after the close, and shares are down in the early trade after the company suffered a loss in court related to its App Store sales commissions. The judge presiding over the case said that Apple intended to create new anti-competitive barriers and thought that it could get away with it. We're joined now by Craig Moffett, founding partner and senior research analyst at MoffettNathanson. Craig is a rare bear on Apple. There's a lot to talk about here, including how people are buying phones to get ahead of the tariffs. But these legal cases alone, how much of an issue does this create? Because you do have a federal judge in this case deferring the company to prosecutors for a possible criminal probe in this matter.
Yeah, good morning, Shonali. You're right. This is a significant issue, in part because the part of Apple that investors seem to be most excited about for the last few years has been services, and this case gets at a very specific plank of Apple's services revenue, and that is charging companies for, or I should say, prohibiting companies from working outside of the Apple platform for handling payments and subscriptions and that sort of thing, and taking a significant cut of the revenues that come because of that prohibition. So the fact that that has been called illegal is potentially material. I would point out, though, it's only one of two really significant cases, and that's before we get to the antitrust cases against Apple itself. The one that we've been watching really carefully is the Google antitrust case, where the payments that Google makes to Apple, which represent about 25% of Apple's operating income, have already been called illegal by the judge in that case, Judge Mehta. And where it's important to note, the current administration has specifically declined to withdraw their own recommendation that those payments be stopped. So it's been striking to us that as that case has developed, and that first you had the finding that the payments were illegal, and then you had the recommendation from the courts that those payments should stop, that it hasn't really been reflected at all in the stock price.
Yeah, $20 billion is not an insignificant amount of payments, even for Apple. Craig, why are you such a rare bear? I mean, I look at the Bloomberg terminal ANR function, and I can see that there are only 3 sells on this company out of 60 analysts. How come this market is so hesitant to say get out of Apple?
Yeah, good morning, Matt. You know, I would, first of all, I would say I am not a bear on Apple. I think I have a tremendous amount of respect for the company. I love the company's products just like everyone else does. My concern has been from the beginning that the valuation for Apple is out of line with its growth expectations. That's, you know, when we moved to a sell rating in the beginning of this year, Apple was trading at something like 2x the PEG ratio of the rest of the Mag 7. So as tariffs the tariff story has developed since April 2nd, tariffs have become almost the only thing that people pay attention to with Apple. But there's some longer term questions that are reasonable to ask about Apple's growth rate that suggests that the valuation was simply too stretched for a company with the kind of growth profile that Apple has, not just now, but is likely to have for the next few years.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I see Apple's PE ratio trading at just around 30, so still quite elevated. Craig, unfortunately, we have to leave it there. Really appreciate your time this morning. That is Craig Moffett, Moffett-Nathanson, founding partner and senior research analyst. This is Open Interest.
Mad. Jeg er short med.
Jeg hadde ikke gjort noen ting annet.
Nei, jeg vet det, men jeg kan ikke bare stirre på den grafen her. Da sovner jeg. Så problemet er at det var grenst alt for bort, ikke sant?
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the
Hvor skal vi i dag? Nei, den makro som kom i stad med jobless claims var jo da mye mer enn ventet. Så på det så er det veldig negativt. Men du har Microsoft og Meta som kom med tall i går som var bra. Så det er litt vanskelig å si. Fordi hadde du spurt meg bare på denne makroen, sånn som jeg sa i går, så skal vi jo falle på det. Men Trump prater jo opp alt hele tiden, så er det jævlig vanskelig også på en måte si om du skal, jeg vet ikke om man skal prate. Det er problemet. Men akkurat med Microsoft og Meta så kom de faktisk med bra tall i går. Og så kommer profitwarningen fra 10 andre selskaper, men de to er liksom de største AI-selskapene vi har da. Og de har unntatt Nvidia da, disse som ikke produserer. Men det kommer jo så se på de tallene her da. Bare for å forklare hvorfor. De tallene her.
This is Bloomberg Open
Interest.
I'm Matt Miller, and we're seeing another great day for stocks. 8 in a row. It's going to be the longest winning streak since at least November of last year. The S&P up a solid 1% right now. The NASDAQ 100 up 1.5% after tech companies, the M's at least, knock the cover off the ball. I'm talking about Meta and Microsoft. You can see Facebook is up almost 5%, Microsoft almost 10%. And then you've got, well, General Motors says that tariffs are going to take $5 billion off its bottom line this year. That is not an insignificant amount of money.
Så kom det profitwarning fra General Motors. De må kutte $5 milliarder.
Said it only sold 33,000 motorcycles to retail customers. That's down 21% in the first quarter. Only 33 Livewire electric bikes. But the shares are up 4%. Okay, they lost a quarter of their value this year. CVS, as Katie pointed out, raised its outlook. Tremendous day for those shares, 7%. And then Kohl's 3.5% after it looks like, Katie, they got rid of a bad apple from the bunch.
Yeah, let's talk about that. As we reported earlier this hour, Kohl's has terminated its CEO, Ashley Buchanan, because of, quote, vendor transactions that involved undisclosed conflicts of interest. So fired for cause. Let's get more insight now from Bloomberg's Shelly Banjo. So, Shelly, it's surprising to see any CEO get sacked. This is made more interesting by the fact that Ashley Buchanan just joined Kohl's a couple of months ago.
Yeah, just a couple months into his tenure here. We're seeing a lot of detail from this board investigation, talking about how he pushed the company to do business with this vendor that he had a personal relationship with. We don't yet know this nature of the personal relationship, but that he directed multi-million dollars of business to the vendor.
It's a really tough time for Kohl's to go do this. The stock has already been down 50% this year. What are the challenges the company is navigating as it looks for a new permanent replacement?
Yeah, I mean, the company replaced its CEO because they weren't doing very well. And then as soon as the Ashley Buchanan took over, they decided to cut 10% of their corporate staff. Sales are already low. You're trying to do a turnaround right as the economy is starting to crater. Consumer demand is going down. The macroeconomic environment is clearly terrible. So it is not good news for this company. But the stock, of course, went up because I think it shows the board, seeing something, saying something, doing something about it.
Moved quickly.
Yeah, moved quickly, and as Katie points out, 12 straight quarters of revenue declines. Clearly, they had to bring in somebody. They thought this guy was the superstar, obviously, because they paid him $20 million for this year. He's going to lose some of that money.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't quite looked at if they've disclosed yet how much he's going to lose or if they've come out with that yet. But yeah, I mean, might be the shortest tenure of anyone ever. I'm going to have to check.
He's the Liz Truss of retail CEOs.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, I mean, as we keep talking about, you just think about the retail landscape overall right now. Kohl's, it seems like, has some pretty idiosyncratic issues, to put it mildly, but give us a lay of the land. When you think about the overall landscape, obviously, I have to imagine every C-suite right now is trying to figure out tariffs.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a really early read into earnings so far this season. Every single company has talked about the macroeconomic environment. Some saying a bigger impact, some saying a lesser impact, but you're seeing McDonald's today, we saw JetBlue, we're seeing GM. All these companies saying the consumer backdrop is bad. People are starting to spend less, prices are going up. This is going to get even worse, and we're going to have some more data on jobs coming up to see how that's going to translate. So it's not a great time for you to be losing your CEO. I will say they immediately named their interim board member, Michael Bender, to step in. He has a long track record of retail history. He has had a number of jobs in retail, and so, maybe they'll pull it out. Let's see.
We will see. And it's really interesting because even though you have Kohl's down that much this year, you actually have others. TJX, Walmart, actually up on the year. So a lot of catch up to do there. Shelly Banjo, Bloomberg Managing Editor for Global Business. We're watching some more movers on our radar as well. We've been talking about it this morning. Tesla denying a report about a CEO search to replace Elon Musk. You do have Tesla on the rise about 0.8% this morning. NVIDIA more so, 3%. Interesting moves, of course. They are looking for some reprieve from the White House, but also you have the big tech companies doing well. Qualcomm, though, down 8%, more than that. They're offering a tepid forecast. We are knee deep in it, guys. It is the busiest day of earnings season today.
That's right. It's all about tech earnings today, and we're up another 1%. So 8 days in a row of gains if we hold through the end of this Thursday. Coming up in the next hour, Morgan Stanley's Sarah Wolf, the CEO of Robinhood, Vlad Tenev, and the CEO of Mizuho USA on the LPGA.
Ja, Jakob, han må bryte. Så kan du nesten banne på, sånn uten å tulle. Hvis vi faller hardt etterpå, så kommer Trump til å skrive et eller annet, Twitter eller et eller annet. Jo, det har skjedd hver dag nå i hvert fall. Så kommer ISM Manufacturing kommer nå.
Tok en lang. Kommer det at det går rett opp og rett ned? Jeg tar på take profits, for jeg rekker ikke å reagere så. Take profits. La oss håpe på det for 7.
Men dere for at Trump skal snakke, hvorfor sitter posisjonen langsiktig da? Fordi jeg er short markedet, jeg er ikke short Donald Trump.
Du shorta på Tesla-tall derfor.
Ja, på torsdag.
We're micro-investors. So as micro-investors looking to invest capital, whether it's in private equity or in direct lending, what we're looking for are opportunities to deploy capital at attractive risk return. When we wake up in the morning,
jeg tror makroøkonomisk utsikt er ganske ræva, og de har kommet inn i verste siden 2011. Derfor er jeg negativ. Jeg tror ikke Donald Trump klarer å holde dette oppe når selskapet går i minus. Han kan gjøre det sånn kortsiktig på en dag eller to, men det er ikke holdbart. Ja, Tommy, vi må ha litt mer volum, men i dag er det mer volum.
Don't have the input issues, but I will say that when we look and we roll up all this data for all of our portfolio companies, and it's quite rich. It's just down now below 3 million employees globally around the world.
Nå er vi ned med 150 på en gang.
We roll up this data every month. For example, the inventory component of PMI was up about 4 points. I know that's not really news that anybody probably would have focused on, but we could see that happening months ago. So immediately, when it looked like the new administration was going to come in, and there was the possibility of tariffs, you can see purchasing managers immediately mobilizing to start bringing goods in faster because of the uncertainty factor.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve. This is Bloomberg.
Visste det der kom først. Var det dårlig fall?
Jeg vet ikke, det har ikke kommet noe. Å, fy faen.
Var det dårlig?
Det var ræva.
Ikke sant.
Det var ræva tall.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Michael Wallace. The White House is touting the new minerals deal the U.S. and Ukraine have signed. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
This partnership represents the United States taking an economic stake in securing a free, peaceful, and sovereign future for Ukraine.
More from CBS's Remy Inocencio.
From Ukraine's position, the hope is that this agreement, which ultimately is economic, will mean that the U.S. will be more inclined to protect its interests that it could now invest in. Basically, that Washington will want to keep its money safe and will keep defending against Russia's invasion like under the Biden administration.
Democrats blame President Trump's tariffs for the economy contracting during the first quarter. Trump blames a hangover from the Biden administration.
Hvorfor tror du det er bra, Koma?
CBS's Weijia Jiang.
Senate Republicans narrowly voted down a Democratic resolution Wednesday aimed at blocking Trump's tariffs. Tomorrow, another key number will add to the overall economic picture. That's when the jobs report for April is released.
This morning, we learned first-time jobless claims jumped by 18,000 last week to their highest level in 2 months. This May Day will feature anti-Trump protests across the country. CUNY law professor Shamtoli Huck.
In terms of working conditions, American workers are worse off. I think most workers today do not have guaranteed pension, health insurance.
Many of the protests will also focus on immigrants' rights. There are more flood warnings for Oklahoma today after some areas got 12 inches of rain this week. Robin Sweden is assessing the damage at her Lexington home.
I can't believe this. It's terrible. I've never seen it like this. I want to cry, you know, because of my car.
At least 2 people have drowned in the floodwaters. That storm system is drenching the Mississippi Valley today. No need to flash your ID or phone anymore. CBS's Jim Krasula explains.
Sam Altman's iris scanning identity verification venture is here. Altman, who is CEO of OpenAI, is open in 6 flagship stores in the U.S. today, where people can sign up to have their eyeballs scanned. It's a global identity verification system that creates and stores a unique, quote, iris code for people that's intended to fight against fraud and bots.
During the Cubs-Pirates game in Pittsburgh last night, a fan fell 21 feet from the right field bleachers onto the warning track. Pirates manager Derek Shelton.
Even though it's 350 feet away or whatever it is, I mean the fact of how it went down, and it's extremely unfortunate. I mean, that's an understatement.
The man is in critical condition. The game was delayed for 10 minutes as he was treated and then carted off the field. Stocks have opened higher. This is CBS News.
Factory production drops to lowest since 2020. 600 nå, rett opp, rett ned. Rett foran den viktigste var bra. Det var ikke bra de tallene der. Du tenker bare for noe grønn at den er bra sikkert. Det er ikke bra. Det er under 50. Fortsatt dårlig. Jo, jeg vet det. Man tenker på ISM Manufacturing om på 48,7. Det er ikke bra. Koma, selv om den er grønn, så er ikke det bra. Det er fortsatt dårlig, det er under 50. Så du skal se om det er bra tall på ISM Manufacturing, så må du se på tallene. Du kan ikke se om det er grønt eller rødt. Det er fortsatt veldig dårlig. Så når du skal lese makro da, så er det viktig å vite hva makro betyr for noe. Ikke bare at det er litt bedre enn det som var ventet. Du må liksom forstå hva det betyr. Så de tallene som var nå var veldig dårlige.
Approval is likely. Most of the eligible voters are SpaceX workers. In fact, 200 of 283 eligible voters have already cast ballots. Opponents say this gives Musk and his company too much power in the coastal area, with control over access to popular swimming and camping areas known for generations.
Eneste kan være litt negativt nå er det at man ser at tallene er så dårlige til for rentekutt. Det er liksom det siste.
The cybersecurity firm Hive Systems has timed how long it takes the average hacker to crack passwords. If it's only 4 characters long, it takes less than a second. A 12-character password with numbers and symbols, 3 billion years. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are 2 big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney. On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, good Thursday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we're streaming live on YouTube, so head over there. You can check us out there, Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find it. Get some economic data out here today. I want to get right to that.
Jo, men det er det viktigste som kommer nå, tror jeg.
48.7. The consensus was 47.9.
Ja, Apple faller videre da.
I remember last period was 49, so continuing to trend down. We want to get the details of that because this is a big economic indicator.
Ja, det var fordi jeg har zoomet inn.
Timothy Fiore joins us. He's the chairman of the Manufacturing Business Survey at the Institute.
Ja, men du er sikkert på 5 minutter
Tim, what do you make of kind of what we're seeing coming out of the manufacturing part of the U.S. economy?
Yeah, so good morning, Paul. So, this is our 6th report since we had a change in administration, at least the election. First couple of reports are very positive, optimistic. The last 3 months have seen a gradual decline.
Den skal bryte, vil det si ned? Nei, altså det kan bety både opp og ned. Jeg sier at hvis han bryter ned forbi 19,750, så er det stor sannsynlig at det skal videre ned. Hvis han ikke bryter, så er det sannsynlig at den skal holde seg her og komme videre oppover. Men alt dreier seg akkurat nå om nå prater vi om ISM-tallene.
Probably because of counter-tariffs and other strife. But the most important thing in this report is that our production number, which is a really good surrogate for revenue, has sagged to below 45. Any of the major indexes, new orders, production, employment that are under 45 are a huge warning. And we're sitting here at 44 now on the production number after last month being 48, the month before that being 50 and some change. So We're headed in the wrong direction.
Han sier at vi på vei I feil retning I økonomien, og dette katastrofe. Tidligere forrige måned var vi på Han sa 44, men jeg kan ikke se tallet 44 her. Ser den da.
I think it's the unsurety now, Alex. I think even if this thing lifted right
Han sa 44, men jeg ser ikke tallet. Han sa I hvert fall at økonomien nå på veldig feil retning.
After the summertime. This may go on throughout the rest of the year. And clarity means firm.
Det derfor jeg sliter så jævlig med å gå long her, for alle tall og alt jo så negativt her.
Lots of words, lots of lack of movement, and here we are. We're destaffing people. Our output is down. Our billings will be down.
ESM drops the lowest since May 2020. Og så det laveste produksjons... Det det største fallet I produksjonen på 5 år. Det noen som skjønner hva jeg snakker om, eller?
You can see that prices number going up. So we got demand sagging, we got prices going up. Not a good combination. And
skal sikkert rett opp da.
When revenue starts to erode, then all kinds of crazy stuff happens, and we may be sitting on the cusp of that. Hopefully not.
Da var korona 2020 og alt stoppet. Ja, faktisk.
Manufacturing business survey at the Institute for Supply Management. Again, just another data point here with ISM manufacturing coming in well below 50, as it's been for a while, but getting a little bit weaker, as Tim was saying, and the new orders, the weaker than expected new orders is really concern there, so we'll stay on top of that news. Right now, let's kick things off, get a reset of this market here, and we'll check in with Lisa Mateo.
No, I tror han
we want to start with this news just coming in. The headline coming across: South Korea's Finance Minister Choi has resigned after an impeachment move. We will definitely keep you updated on this as more information does come in. In our neck of the woods, stocks are higher. This is on the back of stronger than expected tech earnings yesterday from Microsoft and Meta. Right now, Microsoft up 8%. We have Meta up about 4%.
Det ganske... Jeg ville tro det var mer fart at de skulle... Altså selv om jeg negativ og short nå da, så trodde jeg vi skulle mye mer opp I dag på USA, altså. På det greiene her.
Then, as far as Amazon is concerned, it plans to spend more than $4 billion by 2026 to expand its discovery network in the U.S. Amazon shares are up about 1.5%.
Han bruker trading det, antagelig. Eller Meta 5. Nei, men han legger dem inn selv.
The two-year yield 3.59%. That's a little change.
Han legger dem inn selv, da.
4.18%. And that is up about 2 basis points. You mentioned ISM data. Just want to point out jobs claims.
Men hvis du trader på MT5, så pilen også selv. Men det ikke sånn han gjør på chartet. Jo, men hvis du ser på MT5, hvis du ser på MT5 som jeg har her, ikke på denne kontoen, så ser du blå, rød pil, blå, rød pil, blå, rød pil. Da ser du hvor det er
Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. S&P still up 0.8%. What I can tell you is earnings seem to be trumping eco that we got today. Let's take a look at some of those stocks on the move. We are joined now by Bloomberg's Denisa Sakova. All right, let's kick it off with Meta. I mean, big tech delivered so far.
Big tech delivered amid very high macro uncertainty. We're seeing what's happening with the data. Meta's shares jumped as much as 8% earlier. Still, the company, despite the macro uncertainties, up more than 4% year to date. This, of course, comes on the back of very strong earning reports. And particularly advertising sales, something that everyone has been looking at. Of course, the advertising business is very important for Meta. It makes up 98% of the company revenue. The company is obviously really increasing artificial intelligence spending, and of course this is where the advertising business becomes so important because it's the way to fund it. The company reported 42.3 billion in first quarter sales, and this is about 1 billion higher than what the street was expecting. We also had good guidance, which has been the deal breaker. Of course, this earnings season, current quarter revenue will be in line with analyst expectations, and we have Mark Zuckerberg saying that the company is well positioned to navigate the macro uncertainty. So very good earnings reports, strong guidance, and a good day for the company. Still has small loss year to date, but definitely much needed relief today.
I mean, and so Meta had good numbers. Microsoft had good numbers. Yeah. $3 trillion market cap company. Stocks up 9%. That's crazy.
Sure.
We have Eli Lilly, the news here, so the shares dropped in morning trading as much as 8%. We have a combination of not so good earnings report. Actually, Bloomberg Intelligence had a very good way to say it. Basically, the earnings report, which is not worth paying.
Nei, det går på inn og utpust. Ja, det skjønner jeg. Jeg bare går og venter på Trump skal prate, så det går rett opp.
Which is obviously the rival of Eli Lilly, so that combined
Det har vært optimalt.
a lot of pressure.
Man klarer ikke alltid ta det optimale.
From the earnings report, the drug maker cut its full year's earnings outlook, and again, the guidance is where investors have clearly been very worried.
New low på Apple.
And it also cut the 2025 adjusted earning outlook. The stock had a super strong start of the year. Now it's still up about 6-7%. But we've had a very tough week for Eli Lilly, so clearly investors are getting worried about those more high-flying stocks that have very high multiples.
All right, real quick, let's kiss off Kohl's. Get it? Yes,
Oh yeah, we're having some breaking news there. Kohl's fired its CEO after the board found that he directed the company to do millions of dollars of business with someone he had a personal relationship with. Interestingly, that reaction is positive. The stock rose as much as 8% in earlier trading. The company said it's starting to search to find a permanent replacement, so we're yet to see. Of course, this is a abrupt change for a company that has struggled for years. It has posted 12 straight quarters of revenue declines, and it's down about 50% years today.
All right, Denisa, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Denisa Sakova joining us. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Microsoft off the highs here, but holding on up about 8.6%. This is the best post-earnings performance since April of 2015.
Nice.
How's that stat for you? Ed Ludlow is in studio with us.
Det er de beste tallene på Microsoft siden 2015. De har virkelig gjort det bra.
According to a certain firms, yes, going into the quarter. So is this like fundamental buying? Is this short covering? Like what can we really latch onto here?
I think what's really, really beautiful, that's a funny word, but beautiful about this technology earnings season is that tech companies are complicated. They do lots of things. But if you simplify the story to, is the thing that's most important, did they do it well? In Microsoft's case, cloud growth. It's not just the cloud growth was 33%. That's 4 percentage points beyond the street.
So, wait a second. Azure cloud growth was 33% revenue?
Yes, top line.
Growth. Yeah,
and so of course it's a higher margin business, cloud computing, but it's not just that, it's that's where the cash cow is, the money. So we always talk about AI, the capital expenditure commitment, the data centers that power the AI, that was still there. But the street wants to have it both ways, right? And so they say, oh, your core businesses are quite good. And get this, there's evidence that AI helped you. Terrific. Keep going. Yeah.
Are we going to hear the same thing then from Amazon?
Exactly.
Because AWS leads in this business so far.
Amazon.com is an e-commerce business. Everyone listening to me say that knows that. But the majority of operating income for Amazon comes from AWS. It's cloud computing business. It's the #1 in that market. And exactly the same, we micro-focus on the capital expenditures and commitment to build more data centers to power AI. Is that the story? Is their core business, Amazon.com, and AWS top-line growth and advertising good? And if so, great, carry on with your capital expenditures commitment and we'll all be happy. Now, of course, there's the political tariff stuff in the background, and there's tariff impact to how Amazon.com functions as a business, and they'll talk about that because it's news and people as consumers care. But AWS operating income, stick to the basics.
Well, tonight we're going to get Apple as well. They do not necessarily have that similar AI story or cloud story, perhaps, that Amazon has, and some of the others have. What are you looking for from Apple?
Really simple about the long term.
Jeg hadde vært veldig forsiktig med å
Is that simple? Because are we going to get something clear from them?
No, it's not simple. But, I think I heard Bloomberg's Mark Gurman, who frankly is the world's leading correspondent covering Apple, right, say that he's not interested in the quarter-gone numbers at all. I would say I take a slightly different approach, that Apple is the master of profit management and bottom line, irrespective of macro conditions. Tim Cook infamously says periodically, I am not an economist, but, and then we'll go on to tell us about the world. Apple makes most of the iPhone in China. iPhone is the single most important story. Increasingly, they're built in India. How do those proportions change, and over what period of time? Of course, there will be tariff impact to margin, of course. But how do they manage it? Because their track record in managing the bottom line, as I say, is astonishingly good.
It really is. It's just amazing. So we'll get, again, some more tech earnings after the close. We like what we saw so far last night from Meta and Microsoft pushing the NASDAQ up 1.7%. Ed Ludlow, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Ed Ludlow, Bloomberg Technology co-host, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We finally got him out of California. He's never going back
For
to
like 48 hours,
But
though.
he's never going back to England. I gotta call his mom and dad and say, it ain't happening in the family. I mean, he's a Californian.
No, he's
dude.
hardcore now. He's had a kid. He's never moving again.
Yeah, exactly. Who wants to do all that? All right, we got a red headline just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. Third Point owns a, quote, meaningful stake in U.S. Steel. That's according to Reuters, so we'll have more reporting on that coming up. Again, the S&P is up just over 1% here, about 60 points. The Dow's up 280 points, and the NASDAQ's up 310 points. That's 1.8%. Coming up, David Welch, Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief, GM, lowering guidance. This is
Extremt mörker. Så du på min video?
Tror du olje tjener Oslo Børs til morgen? Tror du olje tjener Trym? Ja, jeg tror det. Tørre på Krøysen når Trump prater. Ja, nå vet vi ikke om han skal prate, men det er veldig vanskelig, for han sier jo aldri fra når han skal prate. Så du har kjøpt mer vår morgen. Jeg har kjøpt den på blodrød dagen. Han skal prate opp i dag, men han dukker sikkert opp før. Han vet jo når han skal prate, Prepina.
Trump? Igjen?
Han skal prate i dag også.
Du sier nei?
Donald Trump is scheduled to deliver
Markets,
special
headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR. Will U.S. initial jobless claims exceed 260,000 for the week ending May 10, 2025? Yes, recently at 8%. Trade your prediction with IBKR Forecast Trader at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract, May 14th. All right, we've got the NASDAQ leading the charge this morning. This is on the back of stronger than expected tech earnings yesterday from Microsoft and Meta. Right now, we have the NASDAQ up more than 1.5%, 328 points. The S&P 500 up more than 1%, 61 points. And the Dow up 0.6%, 281 points. The two-year yield, 3.61%. That's up 1 basis point. The yield on the 10-year, 4.19%. That's up 3 basis points. To commodities, I have to point out Brent crude up about 0.5%, $61 a barrel. WTI crude, $58 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.3% and over midpoints, up about 2% at just over 96,000. Shares of CVS Health are up nearly 7%. This is after its Caremark division. It partners with Novo Nordisk to make Wegovy more available to its members. So that has shares of Novo Nordisk up about 2%, but it's a big hit to Eli Lilly and its Zepbound because that was moved off the company's list of preferred drugs. Its shares are down this morning nearly 7%. And that's despite first quarter revenue meeting estimates. McDonald's having issues luring customers into its locations. Its shares are down 1% after its sales fell in the first quarter. And finally, shares of Qualcomm. They're the biggest maker of chips that run smartphones, down 8%. They delivered a revenue forecast that was below estimates. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg
Qualcomm er det største chipmakerne på mobiltelefoner. Det er nærmere 8%.
All right, thanks so much, Lisa. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. All right, so 2 days later, we finally get GM's conference call slashing guidance with up to $5 billion hit from tariffs. Joining us now, David Welch, Bloomberg Detroit bureau chief. David, I thought that these offsets that were announced on Monday or Tuesday, I forget, my time has no meaning, were supposed to help this part from the administration.
I'm not the one who needs to be careful. You need to not be.
I mean, some analysts said the hit to General Motors from tariffs being as high as $10 billion.
So
it did help some.
Added me a
still
message
have
me about
25%
finances.
tariff on imported vehicles. This does help offset some of the parts tariffs.
I think this account is fake.
Han har twittrat 5 ganger siste time. Kødder du?
South Korea, for example, and something new with the USMCA, because that's where GM's really taking a big hit here, are those countries in terms of where they get imported vehicles from.
Har han det, Plebino? Trump? Han twittrat 5 ganger den siste tiden.
$2 billion of that is from the vehicles they import, and the rest is parts. So if the auto industry wants to escape a heavy hit from tariffs, there's still a lot more to be done in terms of either resourcing parts or getting some new trade deals.
So, David, is the expectation this kind of a worst-case scenario, or is the company positioning it as, hey, this is kind of what we know and this is kind of our best guess?
It's
det er bare tech. 100 billion invested by Nvidia, 500 billion invested by Apple, 500 billion. Han prater, han er sikkert om Nasdaq til helvete.
GM gets a couple 100,000 vehicles.
It's great honor to recognize some of the business making massive new investments right here on Unilever.
That would lower this burden. If they got something that would reduce the tariffs on
kjører Nasdaq opp ned igjen.
vehicles,
Nvidia, Oracle, OpenAI, TSMC, Johnson Johnson,
and so right now, those are the so-called fentanyl tariffs with Canada and Mexico. Those are still hanging out there. Those are still in force here. So they would need something that would either lower that or get rid of those to really get this burden down, unless they start relocating vehicles and doing things like that.
Hey David, earlier the Wall Street Journal reporting
Tesla
may have started efforts to take a look at a search for a new chief executive officer to succeed Elon Musk. What's your take on that?
The company denied it. I always wonder about these things when there's a story written with conviction and then a denial with you do wonder if maybe some people on the board started talking to other executives or executive search firms out there to get some ideas, but it wasn't maybe an official board search. That's me speculating. Look, Elon Musk has a lot of interest here, and this has always been an issue with Tesla shareholders.
Yep.
And this is well before he was in the Trump administration and politically active with Doge. He had the Boring Company, of course, has SpaceX. Then he got Twitter, now X, and he's got Tesla. And then you add into it a big government role, and this is somebody who has a lot of different things going on. And when Tesla starts to struggle, shareholders and the board has to do its fiduciary duty if shareholders are asking questions. Maybe they're asking questions about when this guy is going to come back in the chair, and if he's not, then they need somebody who's going to really take a look at getting their sales turned around.
If Elon Musk goes back, as it looks like he will, to Tesla, does all the problem just go away?
No, it doesn't. I mean, Tesla's got some real issues here. The product line's very stale, right? Most of these vehicles, the Model S goes back 12 years, and the other vehicles in the lineup, with the exception of Cybertruck, all kind of carry the same basic styling on the exterior, right? So nothing looks fresh. The Cybertruck is obviously very fresh and different, but it's a niche product. It's an expensive pickup truck that a lot of people think is pretty weird.
Ja, men Fed litt annerledes, liksom, for Fed skal jo på en måte Fed har liksom legitimitet på å si ting. Donald Trump skal liksom ikke påvirke markedet. Det jo det han gjør. Og det kommer hver gang det faller, så kommer han ut og sier et eller annet.
And then there's the AI and the autonomy strategy of Tesla's. I think that's going to take a while. It took Waymo a very long time of testing vehicles on public roads to actually launch a service. Tesla hasn't done any of that yet. So you're looking at turning around a product line that's pretty stale in the face of tough competition, and you're looking at going from, an announcement last year on autonomous vehicles to taxis on the road, which took Waymo about
50 så blower hun. Så jeg ville ha hatt et par hundre. I hvert fall et par 300. Nå jo tilbake der vi var I stad på åpning.
David Welch, Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief. What's the word we're hearing coming out of most corporate executives on their conference calls? I think it's uncertainty. I don't care what business you're in, you're operating in a world with a lot of uncertainty. A lot of folks, a lot of CEOs, a lot of folks in the C-suite are looking for maybe a little bit of guidance, maybe a sounding board, and I think that's kind of where our next guest comes in. David Garfield, co-CEO of Alex Partners, joining us via Zoom from Chicago, one of my all-time favorite towns. David, thanks so much for joining us here. What are the conversations you're having with your executive clients in the C-suite, about tariffs, about economic uncertainty? What are the conversations you're having?
Well, CEOs are clearly dealing with huge amounts of uncertainty and upheaval related to tariffs. They're trying to make the best decisions that they can, despite the changes that are taking place. So what we're hearing and what we're helping CEOs with is what are the critical things that they can and should do to mitigate some of the impacts of the tariffs and trade war now.
So especially when companies come out and report, there's only so many ways and times you can say uncertainty, right? Like we all know it's uncertainty. We all want uncertainty resolved. How are you advising them to talk about uncertainty but with like material facts, basically?
So the big thing that we're advising is to focus on the things that are controllable. So there are certain things that are outside of an executive's control, but there are a lot of things that companies can do, not to eliminate the impact of tariffs, but to mitigate the impact of tariffs. For example, one big thing that we're doing is helping companies to set up tariff war rooms. So virtual or physical spaces where key executives can come together and make critical decisions about how to steer the company through current market conditions and how to take concrete actions. For example, if you have the right types of supply sources and contracts, to some degree, companies can tariff shop. In other words, they can shift the mix of goods that they source from different jurisdictions to try to reduce the impact of tariffs. But there are things that companies can do beyond that that help to offset some of the impact. For example, operational offsets. So there are things that companies can do with the domestic portions of their operations that help to reduce cost and expand margin and cushion the blow of tariffs. And there are things that they can do on the commercial front of their business. For example, sharpening their competitive pricing. So really understanding competitors' positions, their shares, their price sensitivities, and taking the right actions to know how much of a tariff's impact to pass along to their customers and how much to absorb in order to take share or differentiate themselves in the market.
So, David, I think what we're hearing a lot more on conference calls this quarter is companies kind of stepping back from some capital commitments, whether that's, investment in CapEx, in maybe M&A, things like that, maybe just sitting on their hands and seeing how this thing's going to play out. What's your advice to some of your C-suite clients that are expressing that kind of process?
Our advice is certainly to be thoughtful about long-term capital commitments, but to take action now on the things that they can do with their existing footprint of manufacturing and distribution, and in the case of retail, their storefronts. For example, right now, companies can and should be pressure testing their cash flow, pressure testing their balance sheet, and also pressure testing their compliance. Are they able to track and trace all of the changes in tariffs and other regulations and how they impact their financial statements? So those are things that businesses can be doing right now to build some resiliency, even as they consider longer-term strategies and CapEx.
Before we let you go, I was wondering in terms of CapEx, do you get the feeling that the CapEx
Vet du hva CapEx betyr, siden de snakker om CapEx helt der? Noen som vet det? Jeg vet det. Vil du vite hva det betyr, eller har du peiling på det?
Well, I think executives are careful not to whipsaw their capital expenditure programs. To build a brand new manufacturing plant takes anywhere from 3 to as many as 10 years, depending on the industry and the amount of investment required. So clearly that's not a decision, and it's not a flow of financing that can be turned on and off again on a weekly or a daily basis. But it doesn't mean that businesses are stopping all of their investment. It means that they're being very choiceful and making investments where it matters. For example, continuing to invest in technology, AI and automation to drive productivity in their existing assets is a smart capital expenditure to make now.
All right, David, thanks a lot. Really appreciate David Garfield, co-CEO at Alex Partners. I know he's advising global CEOs on how to shift their business. And it's all about kind of cutting those expenses. We've been hearing that from different CEOs. Manage what you can control. All right, coming up, we're going to hit the pharma sector here. Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals, will join us on Moderna and Eli Lilly earnings. This is Bloomberg.
Usikkert 17-18 år så heat out dump. Ja, det er liksom... Jeg vet ikke lenger, ass. Det er helt opp til Donald Trump-eren hva han sier for noe.
Det er Twitter, for han Twitter.
Det er ikke noe å lure på han vil ha dette her opp. Skjer med 8 kroner på rad. Nei, vi er jo opp, er vi ikke opp 10% på uka? Cirka? Tror jeg, hvis ikke jeg tar det.
Det har jo vært røde dager, men det er endt i grønt hver gang.
Ja, for da har han prat.
stund til markedet går opp og ned. Her går det bare opp. Hver gang tanker. Jeg sjekker litt sammen. Er vi på Day High, eller er det der vi var i sted?
Nei, det er der vi var i sted.
Har ikke brutt opp?
Jo, han har brutt opp nå.
Så vi er forbi der vi var i sted. Er vi forbi?
Ja, vi er der vi var i sted.
Din klar, men du vil kanskje ha den mer stekt?
Ja.
Så flinken er som hjelper.
Hva sa du?
Den er flink som hjelper overveks.
Det er ikke sånn man tenker, Geton. Du må tenke at hvis det faller, så kan du doble shorten, og hvis det går opp, så kan du doble longen, og så kan du ta noen gevinster og tape noe her, så retter opp. Du må ikke tenke at du må ned 1700 penger til første shorten igjen. Hvis du trader, så kan du ta gevinst og dekke noe tap, men du kan trade inn, da. I stedet for å trade med 0,25, så kan du trade med 0,5 mot, ikke sant? Det er masse du kan gjøre. Man må bare ha en retning her først. Jeg tror det går opp i hele dagen frem til NFP, så dropper mye, men ikke så mye som burde siden de har kjørt mange opp i løpet. Ja.
Er den ferdig?
Ja, og så litt så her. Så helt ferdig ut. Hva er det der for noe?
Jeg har ikke kjøpt den. Det er smoking hot barbecue chicken. Det er sånn.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Well, the major index is close to erasing losses from tariff worries that hit the markets just weeks ago. We'll start with the Nasdaq, up more than 2%, 398 points. The S&P 500 up more than 1%, 76 points. And the Dow up 0.8%, 337 points. The two-year yield, 3.64%. That's up 3 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.20%, and that's up 4 basis points. To commodities, we have Brent crude up more than 1%, $61 a barrel. WTI crude at $58 a barrel. Down nearly 2% at $3,228 an ounce. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.4%, and we have Bitcoin up more than 2% at just over 96,000. Since we're talking crypto, Morgan Stanley actually working on a plan to add cryptocurrency trading to its E-Trade platform. Other companies making news. Let go of its CEO Ashley Buchanan for violating company policy. It's named Chairman Michael Bender as an interim CEO now after halting opening trading earlier this morning. Its shares are now up about 7%. General Motors lowered its full-year profit outlook just 2 days after suspending its earning guidance, saying tariffs could cost up to $5 billion. GM shares up about 1.5%. And Harley-Davidson, they withdrew its 2025 outlook over tariff worries. Shares are up about nearly 5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio.
Kommer forklare om marginalprosent. Du burde ha I hvert fall et par hundre prosent burde du ha I
They cover
marginer.
2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. One stock to watch here is Eli Lilly, down still about 6%. That's after CVS announced a plan to drop Lilly's weight loss drug Zepbound. This obviously makes its rival Wegovy much more widely available. The company also cut its full-year outlook for earnings this year, citing R&D. Well, we are blessed that we have Sam Fazeli in the studio. This was a surprise, totally made my morning. Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and
Tenker ikke på
Senior
nyheter, jeg ser bare på
Pharmaceuticals
charten,
Analyst.
og nyhetene skjer der og da får du utført verden min.
Dropping
Kan du...
Ja, men jeg blir så pissed. Han har jo ikke hørt om makro. Han skjønner ikke at det kan tryne når som helst, liksom. Det jo dårlige tall. Da kan ikke du bare se på charten, du må se på det store bildet. Ok, ja, det går opp nå, men det bare basert på Trump.
Some cover it, some don't cover it. And then you start getting formulary fights.
So
CVS will cover it now, starting from the 1st of July, I think. And then it might change in a year or two. And then go for, it's all in the pricing negotiations. What's interesting is that it's a signal that the price...
GT, jeg treder ikke på at det går opp. Jeg treder på hele bildet.
It always starts. It started when
Og hele bildet negativt.
Du må sette deg et annet sted snart.
Men jeg klarer ikke. Hvorfor folk dumme?
Du må sette deg et annet sted.
Hvorfor folk tilbakestående? Det ikke mye slår det tilbakestående.
Nei, men det går jo opp.
Han lurer jo ikke. Han tror han har rett, men han tar feil.
Ja, men sånn det. Det går opp.
Ja, no shit, jeg ser det også, men jeg ikke dum å gå langt.
Really?
Det er på snart 20 000.
Ja, men det kan gå
So what
videre.
is the story of Eli Lilly? The stock's still up 9% year to date. It's always been just kind of, in my mind, a prototypical big pharma. What's the investment story?
Greia her da, GT, som jeg har sagt hver dag nå. Når det falt I år 650 poeng, så sa alle, da sa alle, oi, nå faller det, nå skal det ned. Og så sier det, det teknisk kjøp, det var klokken 7 I går. Det var da Donald Trump pratet. Så det går opp at han prater, og så faller det på dårlige nyheter. Så hvis ikke han twittrer noe I dag, eller prater I dag, så kommer det sikkert til å falle I dag også. De tallene som kom I sted, det var dårlige tall. Det var veldig, veldig dårlige tall. Og hele grunnen til at det falt 650 poeng I år, var fordi det var dårlige tall. Det falt ikke 650 poeng I år, for det var bra tall. Vi kan si det på den måten. De tallene som gjorde at det falt 650 poeng I år, det var dårlige tall. Hvorfor gikk vi opp I går etter dårlige tall? Det var fordi Donald Trump sa at alt var perfekt I går. Og da gikk vi opp I går på det. Og nå nettopp så kom det kjempedårlige tall igjen, og da droppet vi 200 poeng her, eller 150. Og så driver han Donald Trump og twittrer at alt dritflott igjen. Eller True Social. Så det liksom, og hva tar for hver. Du ventet nå på 2000 poeng og dropper den av nyhetene? Nei, jeg gjør ikke det. Det helt tatt faktisk.
And the US subsidiary doesn't make as much profit.
Jeg tror ikke det faller 1000 poeng på en nyhet.
And one of the things that the administration wants is to bring that that manufacturing back to the US. But it's not every drug. It's not all the drugs. You know, it's 24% of pharma imports globally.
Jeg tror ikke vi faller 1000 poeng på en dårlig nyhet.
So it's substantial. It's a lot of money, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of manufacturing here. They have capacity. They can switch. It takes time, though, right? And I think a lot of this started during the pandemic when they were trying to reduce supply chain risks and shocks. So,
what else have you noticed as we've heard the pharmaceutical industry start to roll out earnings?
Yeah, so nobody commented on tariffs. They all said, you know, we think there are better ways of dealing with this issue than tariffs, and I think they're right. Drop the tax here, and people will bring their manufacturing here because they won't have that advantage in it. It would take time. They're all giving out numbers about how much they're investing in manufacturing. I don't know how much of that is actual difference, actual new increase. And then, of course, the conversation about M&A.
The companies represented in this room have collectively announced more than
getting new products in. That's still happening. And, you know, there's a bit of M&A going on with the biotech sector, but not that much. But that's generally the tone that we're getting. Nobody's suffering.
Is the expectation that, I mean, again, I always joke, next life I'm going to come back as a healthcare M&A banker, because is the expectation that this administration will be more open to consolidation in healthcare or not? Because I think there's a lot of people saying, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case.
Yeah, but so there's two types of companies. If you're talking two big companies getting together, I don't think there's much room left there for really creating much value. More of the actual value creation as an investor. And I don't think that there's so much overlap that I don't think the FTC will put up with it. Buying biotech companies of different sizes, that has...
Det høres ut som jeg har vært short et år, da. Jeg har vært short I under en uke, liksom. Og jeg har vært long lenge før jeg var short.
But aside from that, the whole idea is that the FTC is supposed to be getting
de dagene har vært short, har det gått noe helvetes mye opp etter Trump.
So that should help M&A once uncertainty disappears.
All right, so let's switch gears here. Let's talk about something near and dear to my heart.
Det vanskelig å se når folk ikke helt skjønner makro, men liksom, hvorfor tror du det skal gå ned når det bare går opp? Når jeg får sånne spørsmål, så må jeg forklare at når det resesjon, og det profitordninger over en lav sko, og økonomi går til helvete, så jeg negativ. Da må jeg forklare hvorfor jeg negativ. Selv om det går opp.
It's not evolutionarily useful.
There's not like a weird tree that just started sprouting this year?
No, I think
it's... Det han Trump driver med den mest åpenbare manipuleringen jeg har sett I hele mitt liv.
And also, every year you're not exactly the same as the year before. I'm not talking about getting older. I'm talking about you come into the year with slightly different...
Jeg hadde sikkert heiet på den, men det hadde vært long.
Infection at some point of something else. Who knows?
Jeg hadde sikkert vært dritfornøyd med Trump om jeg var long nå. Si noe mer, kom igjen, si noe mer. Men jeg jo ikke det. Jeg negativ for maken der hjemme.
But there are new products in development.
So what's this new drug you're talking about?
It's not that new. It's called, it just suppresses something called IgE. So, but it's really for, it's not cheap, but also it's really for somebody who's really severe.
All right, important stuff. Back on the farm, what are you drinking these days?
Oh, I just came from Chicago and found a really nice restaurant. I don't know if I can name restaurants here. And I mean, it's part of a group. It's called Avec. And loved going there twice because they have this eclectic wine list. And guess what happens on Tuesdays? 50% off.
What was that?
50% off across the wine list. There you go. Double take.
Oh, wait, okay. Now Paul's like, let me book that ticket. Let me book that seat. All right. Sam, so good to see you. Thank you so much. Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst. He also heads up all our Bloomberg Intelligence business coverage. Here is a headline for you from CBS. Apparently, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz will be stepping down. So maybe this is the start of the ramifications of the Signal security breach. This is according to CBS. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to step down. All right, coming up, we will dissect Microsoft earnings with Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. This is Bloomberg.
Han prøvde flere ganger, så det mange muligheter til tredjedagsposisjon og break-even og gevinst, større kontrakter, så men var nødt for å ha en sikker retning, og dette går så til når han har booster, så kanskje måtte jeg bruke kikker som på bit. Tusen takk, Stian. Hvor stor tro har du på at det redder en $2,000 minus på NAS til gevinst for Quantum Process sammen av Fenrimarine? Veldig stor tro. Jeg sitter med hodet ved vann, jeg har tredet så mange år, jeg har hatt så mye minus og så mye pluss, så det skal jeg fikse. Men jeg må ha retninga, og jeg kan ikke ha en retning som går opp på dårlige nyheter. Jeg må ha en retning som går opp på bra nyheter, og så må jeg ha en retning som går ned på dårlige nyheter, og så må jeg vite hva som skjer I markedet. Nå vet jeg hva som skjer I markedet, men Trump prater hele tiden. Jeg føler jeg må forsvare hele tiden.
Nei, det bare fordi det
Du stille nå. Så jeg føler jeg må si det samme hele tiden. Trump. Ja, hvorfor?
Det skjer
Sahar har tatt testen min, det har vi skjønt nå. Men, hva var det jeg sa? Jeg trader ikke for å trade. Det er forskjell på meg veldig mange. Når jeg trader, så trader jeg så hardt, og da går det så fort, og da vet jeg hva som skjer i markedet. Nå vet jeg ikke hva Trump sier, og da har jeg et helvetes problem. Så må passe på marginene. Apropos det, Ola. Ola, jeg har minus I perioder som alle andre. Hadde ikke jeg visst hva jeg driver med, så hadde jeg ikke sittet her live og gjort dette med dere. Jeg kunne lukket døra, bare ikke sagt noen ting. Jeg sitter her og gjør det her live med dere, liksom. Vi gikk ut på Tesla, det de som ikke skjønner hva skjønner hele veien en ja, takk for litt support her, men jeg gjør dette live liksom. Det ikke sånn at jeg synes det dritkult selv liksom, å se at det går opp når jeg pissnegativ. Jeg kunne bare snudd det godt long, men det liksom det blir som også å kjøpe et selskap som har problemer med å betale lønninger bare fordi den går opp, så vil ikke jeg kjøpe den liksom. Hvis han har sånn sikkerhetsråd, Mike kommer til å forlate stillingen med det opplysningen en lang tid krefter. Faen hvor mye nyheter du får, Slem.
Let's bring in Laura Davison. She is the Deputy Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News in Washington, D.C. She's got more on this story. Laura, I'm looking at some of the Bloomberg News reporting here. Waltz had come under fire in the weeks since he acknowledged inadvertently ending Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg to a Signal chat group to discuss, set up to discuss pending attacks on Houthis. Is this the fallout here, Laura?
Yes, yeah, this is sort of a delayed fallout that we've seen, sort of in the immediate aftermath. Members of the administration, Trump himself, White House Chief Susie Wiles came to his defense, saying that
780% har masse å gå på.
The president had full trust in Waltz. However, there had been sort of rumblings behind the scenes that perhaps Waltz's position was not secure. So now CBS reporting that Waltz Deputy Alex Wong will the question is really sort of what changed in those intervening weeks. There's been a real concerted effort from Susie Wiles at the White House to keep this team together and to not start having people be pushed out or fired or that would create some fissures in the ranks.
Bare sitte helt rolig. Ja, enn så lenge. Jeg sier igjen, jeg vet ikke hva Trump vil si. Jeg aner ikke hva han sier.
Not yet seen any initial reaction, but there's a couple ways that this could go in terms of, one that there was essentially that this is sort of the direct fallout. Trump will almost certainly be asked about this when he's
Og jeg veldig ukomfortabel med å kjøpe her oppe.
And will sort of indicate you may even have a different narrative than what the official narrative is out of the White House. We've seen this multiple times. That he says the aides are trying to spin it one way, but then Trump comes out and
says, det kom dårlig maktopptale for en halvtime siden.
With what we saw there, that all remains to be seen. This is just an initial moments of breaking.
Hey, Laura, what do we know about, or what does this mean potentially for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth? Because it was obviously him disclosing
Tesla som vanlig opp 2,5% I dag.
Does this perhaps, at least for now, remove some of the pressure on him?
It potentially does if you have one person take the fall. It sort of relieves the pressure and the need to sort of make a change elsewhere. Hegseth has had, since then, come under additional scrutiny because of a second that involves his wife and his brother and other close contacts.
Nå har jeg veldig få posisjoner da, så jeg vet ikke hvor mye du har jeg. Brev til Trump-administrasjonen der USA handelsmenn om umiddelbart innfri unntak fra hans omfattende trafikal handelsramme med USAs største lobbyorganisasjon. Og representerer millioner av bedrifter i ulike størrelser. Handelskammeriet, alvoren av Trumps vil føre til både resesjon og massekonkurser.
There was no classified
Ja,
information.
ikke sant?
Is that now proven false, or are we
Bare,
still thinking that there
bare
was
for
no
å si det
classified
der,
information?
da. Når handelskammeret advarer om at det går til helvete i USA, at det kan komme massekonkurs og resesjon, så ser dere at det går opp på det. Da har ikke jeg lyst til å kjøpe. Når det kommer nyheter på at de sier at dette går galt. Og så kommer det makrotall i tillegg som beviser at dette er gærent. Det er liksom... Hva faen? Det er liksom... Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal si til, liksom. Det er sånn... ja, hva faen skal man si? Det er veldig, veldig, veldig vanskelig for meg å si, ja, nå skal vi kjøpe aksjer. Nå går det
opp. Da skal vi kjøpe.
Ja, men altså, nå er det så dårlige nyheter at nå må vi kjøpe. Nå er det så drittnyheter at Trump kan prate, så må vi kjøpe. Håper det går i pluss snart. Det gjør jeg sikkert ikke. Jeg må trade det pluss-komma. Jeg går ikke pluss på den shorten der med det første. Det må trades inn.
To the plain eye, sort of, are not related to some of the...
Det vil si, jeg var i pluss i går, da, så får vi se.
Weakness that we're seeing in economic data and in financial markets.
When you take a look at potential trade deals and how that's going to be framed, if we get a headline that says trade deal struck with China, trade deal struck with Japan, can you help us understand the difference between like a trade deal and a trade agreement or a memo of understanding? How are you guys thinking about that in DC?
This is almost certainly not going to be, what has traditionally been considered a trade deal, which are hashed out over many cases, years, very detailed, going through, all the products affected, what the tariff rates are. This is very much likely to be sort of a concept of a plan or some sort of top-line agreement that will almost certainly require additional costs. Besson himself said a couple of weeks ago
hvordan short- og long-forholden da?
20% sikkert.
Samme som i går?
Ja, 57.
They want to get these done in the next couple of weeks, which just the timing does not allow for those very detailed agreements. It's going to be some sort of, that will have to then be hashed out in the coming months.
Very good. Laura Davison, thank you so much for joining us on short notice. Laura Davison, bureau chief for Bloomberg News in Washington, D.C. Again, getting a reaction to National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to step down. That's according to CBS News. Bloomberg News reporting that, that Mr. Waltz is under pressure from some of those disclosures of military plans against the Houthis via the chat app Signal. So, and that's been an issue. And, apparently,
ja, samme som til F, som bare spør drit i chat.
Bare, shit, du er i minus, fy faen!
Upcoming reporting.
All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network.
På Twitch,
24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now with the Nasdaq flying higher, up 2.5%. The S&P not far behind, up 1.5%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 9 points, up 1%. This is Bloomberg.
Vurderer å ta ut en tredjedel av hedgen her,
Ja, jeg vet hva faen det går,
This
Du kan jo gå videre opp
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in
Ja, det kan gå litt til.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all
Jeg
the
har skjønt på
fat?
at vi skal treffe 20.
This is a really cyclical business.
Eller like under, i hvert fall. Ja, jeg kan jo gå litt lenger inn det også.
The M&A that we've
Ja, jeg har nå en
seen.
knapp på 20, ja, 16.
The window between the peak and cut
20.
changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Thursday, happy Friday Eve. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. We have a great
Ja,
hour of
20,
Bloomberg Intelligence lined up for you.
20.
We're going to cover earnings from all the angles with our great, amazing experts at Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to cover Microsoft.
Ja, det er ikke så langt på target hos meg her, ser jeg, men det er 20.
We got Anurag Rana of Bloomberg Intelligence, Mary Ross Gilbert of Bloomberg Intelligence, Michael Halen of
20,
Bloomberg
20,
Intelligence,
21.
and Madeline Meckelberg. She's Bloomberg Legal Texas reporter on our big take story talking about Tesla rockets. and Elon Musk. So you definitely don't want to miss that. But let's kick it all off for you right now with a Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, we go to Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much, Alex Steele. Happy Thursday. Again, let's recap Reset developing story. President Trump's national security advisor, Michael Waltz, and one of his top deputies are resigning. That according to CBS News. CBS reporting that Waltz and his deputy, Alex Wong, will be leaving their posts. The report citing several people familiar with the matter. Again, stay with Bloomberg for the latest on this developing story. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all ripping higher right now. S&P up 78. That is a gain of 1.4%. The Dow up 337, up 0.8%. NASDAQ, though, as Alex mentioned, absolutely surging, up 2.4% right now, up 413 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index advancing again 2.4%. The NASDAQ 100 Index up 2%, and the Russell 2000 Index up by 1.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index after and before earnings, that index up now by
2. Jeg ble tatt ut en kontrakt til bare 2, så kanskje det satt en hedge bare. Men jeg er veldig usikker her oppe, for jeg har allerede gått opp så jævla mye bare fra i går. Vi har opp sammen nesten 900 penger fra i går, ikke sant?
With a 2-year 3.64%, gold down 2.1%, 32.19
Så er spørsmålet hvor mye mer vil Microsoft og Meta det som drar folk til da.
Up by about 0.5%.
Men det kan gå mer hvis Donald Trump gjør om regelen til Nvidia.
US manufacturing activity shrank in April by the most.
Nvidia vil jo at Trump skal forandre politikken på chipmakers i USA.
Tim Fiore is chairman of the Manufacturing Business Survey at the Institute for Supply Management.
Jeg har bare tatt ned risken og bare tatt
Bloomberg Intelligence.
The most important thing in this report is that our production number, which is a really good surrogate for revenue, has sagged to below 45. Any of the major indexes, new orders, production deployment that are under 45 are a huge warning. And we're sitting here at 44 now on the production number after last month being 48, the month before that being 50 and some change. So we're heading in the wrong direction.
ISM's Tim Fiore.
Når vi trader inn den, så får vi ikke si hvem det er pluss eller minus på. Det viktigste er at du holder marginene dine. Det er det viktigste. Så du tar et millitap eller stort tap. Pass på marginene. Det er det viktigste.
Harley Davidson withdrawing its 2025 outlook, citing a lack of clarity around U.S. trade policy and weakening economic conditions.
Harley Davidson tar ned guidingen sin, og så går den opp 4%.
So again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. Key earnings after the bell today, Apple and Amazon, Bloomberg Television and Radio. We got you covered on those coming up. Again, S&P up by 1.4%. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that as always. Alex Steele, Paul.
Det er litt sånn samme mønster hver dag her nå. Vi faller på bra volum på åpning, og så tikker opp en ut dagen.
Tom from the Upper East Side writes in and asks, I need a Bitcoin quote. Bitcoin up $2,300, that's 2.5%. Rated $97,000 per token. We're getting back to that 107,000 kind of level here. So
Tom's excited.
Yeah, that gets your attention here. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg's Norma Linda. Norma, what are you looking at?
Well, a super busy earnings day today, but I'm keeping an eye on Kohl's. Of course, this is the news that everyone's been really looking through, parsing through. The CEO was removed from the board, and the CEO will be stepping down. This is after the board found out that Ashley Buchanan, the CEO, was being pushed the company to enter into a multi-million-dollar consulting agreement where they found out that that same individual was also a part of the consulting team. And it was made clear that Mr. Buchanan did not disclose this relationship as was required under the company's code of ethics. So, of course, that's going to be a shakeup at Kohl's. And they did put in an interim CEO that they pulled from the board. So great for Kohl's in that scenario. But we are seeing shares of the company higher, up about 7% right now. So it seems as though Wall Street is happy that this is being cleared up here, but definitely a lot of uncertainty when you look at it on a broader landscape. I mean, we're seeing Kohl's shares down about 49% so far this year. So brutal year for the company thus far.
Yeah, talk about brutal. All right, let's go to Eli Lilly. That stock around the lows of the session, down about 8%. What happened here that's giving so much angst to investors?
So what's happening here with Eli Lilly is the CVS situation that's going on there. So CES said that it will be dropping Eli Lilly's weight loss drug Zepbound. They will then be turning toward Novo Nordisk's Wegovy drug. instead. So of course this isn't great news for Eli Lilly to lose such a deal like that. We're seeing Eli Lilly shares down about 8% right now, but we are seeing Novo Nordisk shares up just a touch, about 0.5% right now. But we do think that, of course, this is some great news for Novo Nordisk to be getting this deal with CVS for a stock that's been down about 22% this year in comparison to Eli Lilly's 7% gain.
Microsoft, how about that one?
I mean, that's really been pushing indexes higher as we're seeing information technology, the best performing group in the S&P 500 today. Shares of Microsoft are up about 2%, but they were really hitting some highs. This is after its third quarter results beat expectations. Of course, we're in the midst of these tech earnings, and people are really looking to see there's a really high bar for these companies and whether or not they're actually able to meet them or surpass them. So here for Microsoft, the company's cloud business was seen as a highlight, and they're seeing that it continues to benefit from the demand in its AI services, which we know AI has been a hot topic.
Yep, 16 points AI contributed to Azure growth. That's up from 13 points the previous quarter. Like they are making money on that investment, period. All right, Nora, thanks a lot. Really appreciate Nora Melinda joining us from Bloomberg News. And for more conversations like this, go ahead and listen to our Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or on anywhere you get your podcasts. All right, let's get more on Kohl's here. That stock readjusting after we saw the CEO being ousted from inappropriate behavior and a probe that uncovers personal ties to the vendor. Yep, but overall, like the stock's not done well, as Nora was saying. Mary Ross Gilbert's Bloomberg Intelligence senior equity analyst who covers retail for us. Hey, Mary, if we just take out this 10% pop on the CEO ouster, how is Kohl's actually doing?
So that's a good question, Alex. So really what's happening here, yes, we had the news that the CEO was ousted, but that's big news, right? Because now we have Michael Bender stepping in as CEO, and he's the fourth in under 3 years. But let's give you a little bit of a backdrop. Since 2021, when the company added Sephora shops to their stores, their revenues have fallen $2.2 billion. But in the meantime, Sephora added $1.8 billion. So that means that their revenues are down almost $5 billion away from beauty. So that kind of gives you the backdrop of what's happening operationally here. And with these different CEOs, nobody has seemed to find the formula how to get back to growth. The reason why the stock has popped today is really because they came out with their first quarter preliminary figures showing that their comp sales were down 4 to 4.3%. When the company was guiding down 6% and consensus was at down 6.4%, and earnings were even higher. So what I mean by higher is from an operating income perspective, consensus was at $6 million, and they're guiding to somewhere around $40 million. So that's much better. And so from an EPS perspective, the loss is going to be about half of what analysts expected, and that's really the pop. And the good news here is that the company is rich in real estate. And so if you look at the potential value of the real estate holdings, which could be nearly $6 billion, and if you look at their stock and where it's trading and how it's valuing the business, that's under $5 billion. So that kind of gives you sort of a framework.
When you start going to the value of the real estate, then you know the business
that's never a good sign.
In trouble.
Yeah.
We did that with Macy's and the value of their air rights in Manhattan. That's not good. So, Mary, what is Kohl's saying? What are some of the retailers that you cover? What are they saying about tariffs, their ability to manage tariffs, how much they will take in their profit margin versus how much they'll try to pass along to consumers?
Paul, you're right. Tariffs is really a big issue, and there was no commentary regarding that, neither in this call and neither in their fourth quarter call. But we do know that roughly over 30% of their revenue, they directly import. So there is going to be a hit here or some sort of exposure. And we're still early in the earnings for the first quarter, because that's where we're going to really get an update. Because when these companies reported their fourth quarter earnings, we were talking about tariffs in that sort of 20% range, and now we're at 145 for China.
Yep.
So, yeah, so we're going to learn more, obviously, when we get the call. But for now, there's not a lot of disclosure around it, but we do know there is an impact.
All right, Mary, thank you so much. We always appreciate getting your thoughts on the global retailers here. Mary Ross Gilbert, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Analyst. She covers the retail space. One of the big stories here today from an earnings perspective is Facebook. Some of the kids call it Meta, M-E-T-A. The stock's up 6% here today on some pretty solid numbers. And you want to talk about this company, there's really only a couple of folks you want to talk to. One of them is David Kirkpatrick, founder of Techomany in New York. And of course, he's the author of what I think remains the definitive book about Facebook and the early days of Facebook. It's called The Facebook Effect. It's a great book. Highly recommended. Hey, David,
jag ska ta lite gevinster, så ska jag ta någon shorträtt.
Coming out of Meta these days.
Då scalper lite. Det är ju så det rör nästan inte på sig då.
Meta really is a kind of bellwether, I think, for what's happening with the digital economy, and their numbers were quite surprisingly good, almost spectacular.
Bitcoin går upp.
They've been delivering very steadily for a long time.
Ja, allt går nu.
I think that the most important thing that their numbers indicated, and the comments that Zuckerberg made yesterday indicated, are that this very crazy, unpredictable economic environment we're in right now, which you were just discussing regarding retail, is not likely to affect these companies as much as some feared, at least in the near term. And that's really good news. There's a whole lot about AI and other stuff that we learned about what they're doing that was quite spectacular also.
Yeah, so let's get to that.
Jag tror inte mente deg, Sjokker. Jag tror mente han som skal prøve å irritere meg her. Det er ikke noe å bry
Let's
seg
get to the AI because they unveiled a new standalone AI app called Meta AI.
Det er en her som bytta navn I går, som driver og slenger dritt hele tida. Og så her med vilje ikke gitt så Håkan. Det er det der.
Meta is one of the top players in AI.
Jeg har sagt det 3 ganger til han, Martin.
And they are spending an extraordinary amount on this. I mean,
Sagt det til deg 3 ganger nå. Det er ikke noe
capital
hemmelig.
expenditure estimate to up to 72 billion from a high of 65 billion, and that's like a huge percentage above last year, which was under 40 billion. So they're really, really cranking really hard on data center investment and what they want to do is they want to be head-to-head with ChatGPT and all the other Claude, etc., all the other AIs that are directed particularly at consumers. And they have a unique advantage in doing that because they have this extraordinary, unique trove of data about all of us that they have been accumulating for decades, and they can use that in the training of the AI to customize and personalize the results they give to people in a way that could be a major competitive differentiator down the road. And of course, they'll use it in all the normal ways. They bring it into a WhatsApp chat, etc. They, I think, are extremely well positioned to become a very, very major force in especially consumer AI.
And Alex, at cocktail parties, people often come up to me and say, hey, Paul, give me an example of AI. And the example I give is just what David explained here. Some of these advertising companies like Google and Facebook, they can really
Nå sitter som feil, kan dere forklare forskjellige måter konsentrasjoner? Du snakket om det skrapet av short etter hvert. Altså det jeg tenkte det at sånn som nå så en short fra I går som 2000 minus på. Så det jeg kommer til å gjøre etterpå, hvis dette bare fortsetter, så setter jeg en posisjon som mye større enn den på 0,25, for det bare sånn mini-posisjon. Og så tar jeg litt gevinster på den, prøver å dekke ned tapet, så tar jeg ut den shorten. Da den I mini. Det sånn du gjør det. Men du må ha litt volum, og det ikke særlig volum, så jeg får ikke ut så veldig mye. Og hver gang jeg kjøper... Oi, nå skjedde det noe. Enten så breaker han nå, eller så det noen som prater Trumpen.
It continues to get more and more rich, and they're figuring out new ways to mine it in the age of AI.
Prater Trumpen, eller?
A huge advantage.
Hey Dave, you look at this stock chart since its IPO, the only thing that's ever derailed this stock has been the metaverse. What's the latest on that whole thing? How are they positioning it?
Well, they don't talk about it nearly as much as they did, but I think what they're finding is that there may be an overlap between the metaverse and AI. And, one of the things that I'd say they got into because of their metaverse obsession is hardware. And they are now saying that their hardware business, their Ray-Ban AI glasses, their Quest gaming, virtual reality headsets, those are going to be an incredible entree into the world of AI. And I think what we'll see is that they dovetail their work in metaverse and immersive content with their work in AI. I don't think we can exactly predict how that's going to happen, but certainly, glasses that sort of look at the world around you and make give you answers and information about everything you see, that's something we can all use, and it's starting to happen. And they would not be in that position had they not made that many, many tens of billions dollar investment in Metaverse. Now, was that a good investment? I don't know. I don't think Zuckerberg would today say that Metaverse is their future the way he did not very long ago. Clearly, AI is the future, but there will be an overlap.
Just some breaking news here for you. Apparently, the U.S. is now weighing easing NVIDIA chip curbs on the UAE. This comes as Trump is planning a visit.
Han forandrer loven på Nvidia.
Apparently, it's his first overseas trip aside from going to Pope. So that is definitely quite interesting. NVIDIA and other tech companies have been pushing for this U.S. rule change, and Trump is set to visit the
Han forandrer loven på Nvidia
coming later this month. All right, David, we're going to leave it there. David Kirkpatrick joining us, one of the best. He literally wrote the book on Facebook, founder of Techonomy, helping us to break through Meta earnings. Here's my question. Oh, wow, went away. Look at that question. Well, NVIDIA. NVIDIA got a sell rating yesterday from Seagate.
Really?
Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Saying that AI is priced in, and their customers are going to start making their own AI chip.
Interesting. The stock's up 5% today, so a good move here. And again, it seems like when you think about these tariffs, I think what we learned from the first Trump presidency to now is a very fluid situation. There's an announcement, there's negotiation, then there's some walk back, there's some change, and you're not really sure where you're going to end up. I just go back and look at kind of how everybody behaved back in the first Trump administration. The stock market did okay. I mean, it's just everything. Just relax.
Still, but the UAE is not China. And
I know.
It's I don't know.
I would suggest maybe those conversations are ongoing, and we'll see. But it gives us something to talk about.
Oh, yeah. All right, coming up, we're going to talk more about the administration. Tyler Kendall is Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent on National Security Advisor Mike Waltz going to step down. This is, of course, according to CBS. And then Marcy McGregor joining us from a Bank of America private bank on her market outlook. This is Bloomberg.
Han forandret loven til Nvidia. Hva faen skal vi trede på dette her da? Da holder du, Johannes. Han forandret loven til han kameraten. Det helt satt ut, han. Nvidia ble nedgradert i år. Det nesten umulig at det faller nå, ja. Nesten helt umulig at det faller nå. Han forandret loven til Tesla på torsdag, og så kom Nvidia og hadde prat med han i går, og så forandret han loven til Nvidia Det sikkert derfor Nvidia skulle investere så jævlig mye penger I prosjekter som han la ut på Twitteren sin. Han sa at Nvidia skulle bruke x antall $1 million på å investere I økonomien vårt.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day.
Nvidia skal investere hundrevis av billions, skriver han på True Social.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all
Nå blir bullish her, nå skjer. Nei, alt fortsatt jævla negativt. Men nå har han akkurat forandret loven på Nvidia, så Nvidia kan jo poppe opp som faen på det.
5.5%. The other developing story that we continue to monitor, President Trump's national security advisor Michael Waltz and his deputy are stepping down. This according to a report on CBS News, a stunning fall for one of President Trump's top aides. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing now with the S&P up 86. That is a gain of 1.5%. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 394, also up by 1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, is surging 2.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 2.2%, with the Russell 2000 index up now by 1.3%. 10-year 4.21%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.66%. Gold is down 2.2%. Spot gold now at $32.17 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%. 58.60 for a barrel of WTI, and Bitcoin up 2.7%, 97,106 on Bitcoin. McDonald's U.S. sales fell 3.6% in the first quarter, mainly due to a decline in guest counts, marking the biggest drop in the chain's home
Men den tollsatsen krise. Ja, men det hjelper jo ikke.
But other quick service restaurants, specifically burger joints, we've got Wendy's up by 8%, Shake Shack up 3.5%, and shares of Restaurant Brands International uses the ticker QSR.
Den stange I motstander.
Hva sa for noe, Stig?
Den stange I motstand.
I'm Charlie
Pello.
På indeksen.
All right, Charlie Pello,
På
thank you so
Nasdaq.
much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul
Den
Sweeney
traff
live
den
here at Bloomberg
akkurat.
Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on that YouTube
Ja,
thing. I think that's
ser
the
du.
internet. Go over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg
Her oppe.
Podcast Live, and that's where you
Akkurat.
find us. Well, certainly on the political front here, the story of the day just breaking with
Den
the
did.
National Security Advisor
La
Michael
oss
Waltz
spille det litt.
is a step down according to CBS.
Han har litt av sola
tied
der.
to the Signal issue. Some of the texts that were made public here, so we want to get the latest reporting. Unfortunately, we have
Det her var jævlig behagelig, ass.
Tyler Kendall from Bloomberg News joins us
Han bare
live from
forandrer loven,
our
da.
Interactive Broker Studio. This seems like a pretty high-profile change at the top of the administration. What do we know so far about Mr. Walton stepping down?
Right, definitely high profile,
Okay, well,
considering
no,
that
no, no.
President Trump really for weeks has said that he has
Det
backed Waltz,
sikkert altså,
particularly
det var
after the
motstand
fallout
og det
from
makro
this
fortsatt
Signal
dritt.
chat.
Alt
Now,
fortsatt
reports are
dritt.
saying that
Det
he's
bare han
expected to leave
forandrer
today,
loven,
as
så
well
får
as
det
his
poppe opp
deputy.
for det.
And now we even have Politico reporting a potential name to replace him. That would be the special envoy
Nvidia gikk
Steve
opp med
Witkoff.
5%.
And we have to keep in mind that there really has been this scrutiny on Waltz for really weeks at this point. We know there's currently an Inspector General report looking into
Det var derfor det
how
poppet
the
opp
Signal
her.
chat
På grunn
really
av han
came to
forandrer
be, and
loven.
perhaps that
Som
might have ramped
jeg
up
sa det i
some
dag
of the
tidlig, gjorde jeg ikke
pressure
det?
since
Det eneste som mangler nå er at han
on
forandrer
a
loven.
partisan basis
Ja, så det
that
går da.
both
Det eneste som mangler er at han forandrer loven på
Congress really did
Nvidia.
want some firmer answers when it comes
Det
to
kom
this.
nå.
Now, Mike Waltz has long been a loyalist to President
Yeah.
Trump. Served 3 terms in Congress. I've interviewed him a few times on Capitol Hill in his capacity on the Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as Armed Services. He really has been a defender of President Trump's, and he's really led some of the big policy goals here, including his efforts on Ukraine. Mike Waltz was the one that went over to Saudi Arabia when the U.S. started those talks with Russia to really kick off those meetings. So he really has been at the forefront. So it will be a pretty big shakeup at the top for this White House as they try to move forward here with their foreign policy plans as we now enter 100 days.
Det er samme som jeg har der
The
oppe.
spin's going to be from the White House. They were really adamant that there was no national security breach.
Det er 4 timers straff.
President Trump had really been defending Mike said, I believe, that he learned his lesson, that he's quote, a good man. That's really what he has been putting out here, because the Trump White House up to this point, there has been so much uncertainty with the other policies. They really are trying to show that unified front, particularly when it comes to ramping up its foreign policy, whether that be with Ukraine and Russia, or restarting the talks
tar ikke ut motstandsnivået på 4
So
timer.
we'll have to wait and see if we hear anything today. As of now, we haven't gotten any official readout from this White House, but they definitely will be wanting to show that unified front, and perhaps that is why we're seeing Steve Witkoff's name be floated, since he has been so integral in these conversations as well.
What does this mean for Secretary Hegseth? Does this perhaps reduce the pressure on him? Because I know he's come under, obviously, a lot of scrutiny.
Right. He also...
Or the opposite.
Yeah.
Right? Does it trickle down?
Yeah, maybe. I don't. So what do we know about Mr. Hegseth?
Perhaps, and actually that Inspector General's report, it's into the Pentagon. It really is looking at Pete Hegseth instead. So does this
Tenk at Nvidia var hos Donald Trump i år. Jeg skjønte at det var det som kom til å skje.
Target, det var første targeten.
His wife to other signal chats. There had been other additional reporting that really was ramping up the pressure, but at the same time, we are seeing this administration really push forward with its plans to, as they say, streamline the bureaucracy, and they think that Secretary Hegseth has really taken a role in that, particularly at the Pentagon, canceling certain programs, rerouting funding to different initiatives, for just one example. So we'll have to see kind of what happens here and what sort of readout that we do get.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your reporting. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Again, so the National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, and one of his deputies stepping down, according to a report on CBS News. We'll have more reporting on that going forward. Let's get back to these markets. If Charlie Pella can say the markets are ripping, I can say the markets are ripping.
Just blame him, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. S&P up 1.5%, the NASDAQ up 2.5%. Let's check in with the professional here, Marcy McGregor, head of portfolio strategy for the CIO at Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank. I like keeping the Merrill name because the Merrill name is one of the great names on global Wall Street. It makes the title really long, but I would have kept Merrill in the name. I worked at Merrill Lynch, so the Thundering Herd, all that kind of stuff. I tell you, when I worked at Merrill as a banker,
Ja, Alex, Donald Trump forandret loven til Nvidia nettopp. Så Nvidia går da opp på...
Boy, volatility, I mean, if you like it, this is your kind of market, I guess. What kind of conversations are you having with your clients these days?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to help our clients kind of navigate through what I think of almost as this dead
Det var det jeg snakket om kunne skje I går, men jeg sa det mer som en spøk. Jeg trodde ikke på det.
On the macro front, and really trying to get our clients to take a step back, understand that being really well diversified, being really disciplined.
Jeg trodde ikke på det. Jeg sa det bare for at det hadde vært typisk at han forandret loven på Nvidia.
So I say, like, stay diversified, stay invested, really stick to our knitting here. This fog will lift and we'll be able to see through the other side.
When you say diversify, everyone says that. What does diversify mean to you over there at Bank of America Merrill?
Yeah, when I think about our portfolio positioning right now, we do have a preference for equities over fixed income, and it's global equities. So we have a pretty significant strategic weighting, both to international developed equities and emerging markets. And then on the fixed income side, we're actually not taking huge positions on the fixed income side. We like to use fixed income as a diversifier, kind of as that ballast of the portfolio. And then, of course, for our clients that are qualified investors, alternative investments makes a lot of sense. Private markets makes a lot of sense in a well-diversified portfolio. And, of course, those big overarching themes. So, yes, we're in this moment of, you know, I think peak uncertainty is behind us, fortunately, but we're in this moment of uncertainty about what the economy looks like going forward. But I think there's a lot of
navigating the uncertainty in the markets,
like
uncertainty in the markets.
Infrastructure, data centers, areas like that. I don't think those big picture trends are necessarily going to change because they're so long term.
Marcy, we've seen over the last, just here in 2025 and maybe late 24, kind of a move into international equities, maybe even fund flows, material fund flows out of the U.S. market into other parts of the world. How do you guys think about the U.S. versus non-U.S.?
Yeah, when I think about international markets, certainly a dollar coming off the way I think of it, like the eye-popping strength that we had seen recently. So we have this dollar that's moderating. Our view is that the dollar likely continues to moderate from here, really kind of lending some support to international markets. But what keeps me from getting outright bullish outside of the U.S. is we haven't seen the earnings come through. While the U.S. earnings picture expectations have clearly been trimmed over the last several weeks, we still think U.S. corporate earnings stay positive in terms of a growth rate through all of this uncertainty. So I need to see the green shoots on the earnings side to get me a lot more positive on international markets. But a dollar that is moderating, I think, will likely continue to help international from here, probably for the balance of this year. So the answer is I want to own both, but I do still have a preference for U.S. relative to the rest of the world.
What about other themes that we've seen? Like energy has gotten crushed. Utilities were kind of rising with the AI play. They became a growth story, even though they're also considered a safe haven. What about those trends we were looking at like 8 months ago that now have kind of fallen off by the wayside?
Yeah, well, it's really interesting. If we rewind before April 2nd, this market weakness really started as a rotational correction away from kind of the most overvalued, expensive, Magnificent Seven tech names. So our view had been it would be the other 493 that led the way for 2025. And that's still the case. I think it's going to be this broader market participation. We're talking to clients about playing defense and offense. So defense, as you mentioned, still looks like utilities, a way to kind of think about playing that defense just through the S&P 500. I also like dividend-paying stocks, especially in a world where we're wondering if the Fed will or won't cut as the economy shows signs of softening. I think dividend-paying stocks and dividend growers is going to be really interesting. When I think about energy as a sector, it's the only sector I think that's in negative territory in the most recent period for the index this year. I'm a little cautious on energy. I do think when I think about what else could come from Washington to provide a little bit of a cushion from growth, lower energy prices would be a boost to the consumer. We need the consumer to stay resilient here. So I would think about, so I'm less positive on energy. The area of the market that I think has the potential to continue to lead.
Det går jo ikke an å trade på dette her nå. Nå egentlig skal bare ligge under hans. Nå prøver jeg bare å hedge meg her jeg kan.
Og så går det opp og ned, den møter motstand, da går den ned litt før den eventuelt går opp. Den traff motstand oppe på 20 000. 20 000 stort tall, som også psykologisk motstand.
None of those trends are going anywhere. So I think the investment cycle continues as we're in this kind of big picture arms race for technology and AI.
Marcy, my notes tell me that you're based in Savannah, Georgia. Please tell me that's not the case.
That is the case. That's where I
how did you wrangle that?
He's just jealous.
Hugely jealous.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm in New York pretty regularly.
Det sikkert noen som visste om den loven her I dag.
I mean, that might be pound for pound the prettiest city in all of America. It is awesome.
Is it?
Down there. Yeah, and I mean, she went to Rutgers, good.
Yeah.
But then she ends up in Savannah, Georgia for bank.
It's all jealousy.
It's all jealousy. Marcy, thank you so much for joining us. We'll have you back. We really appreciate getting some of your thoughts on Marcy Gregor. She's head of portfolio strategy for the CIO at Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank from Savannah, Georgia.
I've never been to Savannah.
Oh, it is just awesome. It's a great long weekend trip.
I've heard
from
this.
New York.
Yeah,
it's good. It's highly recommend. S&P future, S&P the cash market. Hey,
there
we're
you
open, kids. We're up 1.4% on the S&P. The Nasdaq's up 2.4%. The VIX right around 24 here, so still a little bit elevated on the VIX. We'll have more coming up this week.
Det var ikke Robert som snakket nå. Vi hørtes alle like ut. Men
like
med mindre var Robert. Ja. Det har gått med at den mente Robert også, fra alt jeg vet.
Stig.
Det ble jeg som gjespa. Jeg scalper, men akkurat nå så gjør jeg en ting. Jeg sitter og gjør regnskap for fjoråret, så jeg gjør ingen. Jeg sitter bare og følger med litt innimellom der. Langt nede i regnskapsføringen.
Bruker du fiken eller TrippelTX?
Fiken. Jeg har jo 3 selskap som har på det. Fett eller ei?
Jeg skjønner, jeg prøvde å være på sånne TrippelTX-kurs, jeg skjønte ingenting.
Fiken liker jeg fiken ganske godt, egentlig.
Det er spennende å se fakturaen jeg får av regnskapsføreren.
Ja, jeg hadde regnskapsfører også, men de gjør jo faen ikke jobben sin. Jeg måtte ta litt selv.
De gjør sjelden jobben sin, det er sånt.
Jupp. Jeg fikk jo skattesmell på 200 000, og så... Ja. Det har gått med noen kroner i bøter, for å si det sånn. Men ja, GT3, planen min var jo short på 20 000 der.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are powering higher with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. Tech companies are powering the U.S. stock rally after the latest batch of strong earnings. Major indexes close to erasing losses sparked by the tariff shock that rattled markets just weeks ago. Here's where we stand. The S&P now up 74 at 5643. That is a gain of 1.3%. The Dow up 360, an advance of
Nei. Alex, det bråker så jævlig, altså.
2.3%, with the Nasdaq 100 index up 2%, the Russell 2000
Ikke bank
index
på
of
dere,
small
bare
cap shares up 1.2%, and the Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 3.7%. That ahead of earnings after the bell today from Apple and Amazon. The 10-year 4.22%, the 2-year 3.67%. Now slumping by 2.3%, 32.12 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, 58.57. Brent, the global benchmark, 61.39 a barrel, up 0.5%. And Bitcoin on the move with a $97,000 handle, up now by 2.7%. More signs this morning of moderation in the labor market heading into tomorrow's monthly employment report. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The total number of Americans collecting unemployment benefits rose to a 4-year high in mid-April, almost 2 million workers. Initial jobless claims also rose last week. Looking ahead, forecasts point to moderation.
Sier at jobless claims nå det verste på 4 år.
Friday's official data, a gain of 135,000 jobs versus the March gain topping 200,000. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Tesla's chair is denying a report that said board members started a search for a CEO to succeed Elon Musk, saying directors are, quote, highly confident in his abilities. Tesla shares up 1.7%. Kohl's has fired its CEO after the board found he directed the company to do millions of dollars of business with someone he had a personal relationship with on, quote, highly unusual terms. Kohl's shares, they're up 7.8%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. There's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries all around the world. One stock to watch is McDonald's, only down 0.5%. I say that because comp sales for the first quarter missed the average analyst estimates, led by a 3.6% drop in the U.S. That was the worst domestic segment performance for comps since the second quarter of, guess it, 2020, which you never want to be compared to 2020. Joining us now to discuss is Michael Halen, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Restaurant and Food Service Analyst. Michael, what gets me confused here is you would think if the economy is tightening, people are tightening their belts, that usually is a good economy for McDonald's. What did you notice?
Well, you're right. It typically is thought of as a defensive type of name. Their scale lets them, charge less than competitors and kind of take share in a tough market. And that's what we're seeing they're doing overseas. In the U.S., it was a messy quarter. To your point, it was definitely an underwhelming report, but there was a lot of noise. I mean, the weather was difficult for the restaurant chains in the first quarter. It was very cold in January, snowy in February. It was a bad flu season. They lost that leap year day, so that was hit comps by about 1%, right? So it was kind of messy. And I would say the value menu relaunch maybe didn't go as well as some might have expected, but the stock's not doing bad at all today. And I think it's really because investors are looking forward. There's some things to get excited about. This month it was the Minecraft movie promotion. Next month is going to be the launch of McCrispy strips. And then in the second half, we're going to see the return of the McSnack wrap.
Yeah.
And I think investors are looking forward to all those things, and easier comps and same-store sales should improve a good amount here through the year end.
All right, so Alex, we had a remote broadcast a couple weeks ago at the NJIT New Jersey.
Yeah, we did.
I went to the McDonald's at the Newark train station.
And?
Got the number 2 with a Coke, which has been my go-to order since I was like 12. Awesome.
Awesome stuff.
Awesome. I mean, they deliver every time. I don't know. I'm not letting anybody speak a bad word about McDonald's. Hey, Mike, what are your restaurant companies? What are they saying about a world of tariffs? How does it impact their business? How much do they expect to take out of their margin versus maybe pass along to customers? What are you hearing these days?
Yeah, so what we're hearing on these earnings calls is just uncertainty, and I think most of our companies are taking this as an opportunity to kind of lower their guidance, their same-store sales, top-line guidance for 2025 here, whether or not their business has been impacted by a consumer slowdown due to the tariff concerns and anything like that. In terms of margins, we're fine. I mean, there's very limited exposure to imports in the restaurant industry. Companies, restaurant chains we cover, they're all sourcing a large majority of their goods domestically, right? And so margins aren't really an issue. I mean, Shake Shack this morning actually increased their guidance for 2025 restaurant margins.
That's interesting. So would this be a relatively then defensive sector, dare I say, in a tariff environment?
Well, I mean, right now the market's trading as if, a recession is on the table. And in that case, consumer spending is going to pull back. I would say restaurants are probably better seated than maybe retailers, right? Because they have less tariff exposure. And the restaurant industry suffered a recession last year. And so we have easier comps to lap, right? And so for those reasons, it may be more attractive. But, if we do see a recession, you don't want to be owning consumer discretionary names historically.
So, Mike, I think I'm a pretty good restaurant feedback person because I'll go to the McDonald's in Newark train station, but I'll go to the top-end steakhouse as well. I'll go anywhere in between. Where do the different segments of the restaurant business, how do you think they're going to fare in an economy that is perhaps slowing down and perhaps even thinking about a recession?
It's really interesting this go round. And, we've been saying and we continue to think that casual dining is going to outperform this year.
What's an example of casual dining? Because casual for me is different than casual from Tom Keene.
Yeah, so casual dining, think Cheesecake Factory reported a solid report yesterday. A name we really like is Cracker Barrel.
Oh, boy.
You're speaking his language right now.
Great company. I know I am. So those chains, they're coming off of really, really weak results last year, and you have some turnarounds in the industry that are kind of boosting results, right? We've seen absolutely phenomenal results out of Chili's. We think the turnaround at Cracker Barrel is going to gain steam. And they have exposure to low-income consumers, but much less so than quick service. So quick service is lapping better comps from last year, tougher comps from last year, and they also have the highest exposure to low and middle-income consumers. And, for that reason, we're a little bit more bearish on those names.
Well, yeah, exactly. And then you have the QSR, right? The quick service restaurants, which would be a McDonald's. Chipotle is a QSR, right?
Well, it's a quick service. They we have a whole new segment. Well, not that new, but kind of new segment called fast casual. Where
yes, that's right.
Price point's a little higher than quick service, a little bit lower than casual dining. The food's better than quick service, and in some cases actually better than casual dining as well. So yes, Chipotle, Shake Shack, Dutch Bros, Cava, they kind of all are in that boat, and we're seeing different results, across that space. I think it was pretty, fast casual did pretty good last year, but we're seeing some headwinds. Chipotle didn't have a great quarter. There's been a massive slowdown in same-store sales at Wingstop, and so, yeah. Well, but so you're seeing, kind of a case-by-case basis in terms of the fast casual industry.
All right, Michael, thanks a lot. Michael Halen, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Restaurant and Food Service Analyst. I have the best fast food service place.
Go.
I go up to the floor of 6, and I get the veggies and the hummus.
And the cost there?
It is free.
Oh, okay.
It's
Very
free.
Good.
Zero for me. All right, coming up, we're going to break down what happened with Microsoft. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst, will be joining us to recap those really solid earnings and what it kind of looks forward to when it comes to cloud and Amazon. We'll break that down for you. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Thursday.
Reactene og den toppen er ganske fint, synes jeg. Så det er enten fra området her den er nå. Så skal vi se, 30-40-50 poeng der nede, kanskje. Med mindre her da er området som den faktisk skal bryte ned fra. Det vet ikke jeg. Eiersalget ser aldri. Det fine med det her er at man vet aldri 100%. Bare forespeil hvor det skal gå ut ifra historisk.
Listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. So good stuff there. Looking at Microsoft, I mean, this is not a small cap stock. This thing's worth $3.2 trillion. Stock's up 9%. I mean, what kind of money gets made and lost on a day where that kind of market cap moves? That is just extraordinary.
Best post-earnings performance since April 2015.
Yep, that kind of makes sense to me. Anurag Rana, it's his job to tell us what's going on there. He's a technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from the tech hub of Chicago, Illinois. He's been covering this stock for decades. Anurag, I guess the cloud is still a thing here. What's the big driver for our friends at Microsoft?
Yeah, I think it's a cloud plus AI. I think that's the big gain over here. And as you said, I mean, this is a company that is probably 1/3 of the entire software industry, and it beat by a massive margin yesterday. I mean, it was, really, in terms of when you're walking into the quarter, you're looking at, constant currency. They beat it by 300 basis points, about 15% growing. Azure growth rate, which was 31% consensus, they beat by 35%. They're going to do another 35 next quarter. So really, everything is going well for them. And that's partially because of their relationship with OpenAI and all the workloads that they are getting from that. I think that's really what's driving a lot of it. They came in, talked about the CapEx still fine. They're not shutting any data centers down. And I think this is probably the cleanest story in tech right now. Everything else, including Apple, for example, has this too much noise around it. This is the reason why the stock's doing what it's doing today.
So does this automatically mean that Amazon Web Service, when Amazon reports today, is going to be great, or are there going to be differences we need to watch out for?
Oh, there are big differences because Amazon Web Services does not have that OpenAI kind of relationship on the consumer side. They do have good relationships with a lot of large language model vendors, Anthropic and Meta, when it comes to on the enterprise side. Now, the enterprise adoption of AI is still in early innings. It's going to take several years for that to show up in numbers. So if you remember, Microsoft's talked about, their AI revenue now is somewhere around $16 billion, and no other software company has given a really big number out there. They've talked about, like AWS talked about billions, but they've never quantified what that number is. So AWS could be different because it's what's driving their revenue stream.
Is there a narrative yet coming from the software industry about a world of higher tariffs on Iran?
Det är ju alltså att pengarna på att det ska upp eller för
everybody else out there kind of wait and see?
No, you are looking at the non-AI IT spending being cut down or pulled back, but that's the second derivative impact. When it comes to direct impact from China, most of them don't have any other than buying boxes from China for expanding their data center work. But that's the kind of cost that perhaps sometimes even absorb, given the scale of the larger companies. The smaller ones will have some problems. But the impact we are seeing in new bookings numbers, new people are cautious about it, but that's what I would call as a second degree impact.
What did you make of Microsoft lowering their capex just in terms of their expenditures, and then Meta increasing them?
Jeg tredje veldig forsiktig, nå driver jeg i hvert fall tredje litt, for nå er det litt volum her, så nå kan jeg få gjøre det til.
I mean, Microsoft basically said they're going to be spending on short-term kind of projects, which is going more leases rather than building it on their own, which to us is fine, because let's say there is some issue with demand over the next 2 years, they can counter that in a much more rapid progression than the others. Now, is talking about more CapEx, but I have no idea how they're going to capitalize on it, and then, that's an area of question mark for them. For Microsoft, it comes through Azure Cloud Computing.
No specific headline, 9,700.
But how are they going to capitalize it?
19,000.
This is a big question for Microsoft.
No headline for
Apple after the close here tonight. What should we all be focusing on?
Oh boy, this is going to be such a noisy quarter with so many different pluses and minuses. First and foremost, I think they're going to see a very good quarter this time from all product pull forward. So you could see a big jump in iPhone and some of the other products because people are buying it ahead of time. So that's one. Second, it's really hard for me to understand how they can even come and give a good guidance for, or give any decent guidance for next quarter, because the range has to be extremely wide. They don't know how the scenarios are going to play out. So that's going to be the second part. Then comes all the legal issues. We already heard last night there was some, the case they lost on the App Store fees charging. That could be a big amount going into the next 12 months. We'll figure out how they have to ring fence that particular loss of revenue. Then there is the Google case where Google is under scrutiny by the DOJ. And it's possible Google may say, well, Apple, I'm not going to pay anything to Apple for, or I'm not allowed to pay money to Apple for the search exclusivity. So there is just so much noise, not to mention, Paul's favorite topic of supply chain in China. That's another issue that's out there. So it's going to be an extremely messy, but probably one of the most important conference calls in Apple's history.
Wow. No pressure.
No
pressure.
I'll pay attention.
What could be good here in 30 seconds?
I think if they basically say that we have a strategy to figure out tariff-related issues, and they are not getting any pushback from China if they are moving production to India, that could be construed as good.
All right, Anurag, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. Anurag Rana joining us, Bloomberg Intelligence, a senior technology analyst. I love that, though. Microsoft, the cleanest story in tech, and he's right. You have a lot of issues in other technology companies. Apple's going to be super fascinating today.
Yeah, and exactly right. So I will pay attention to that because, again, Apple just touches so many of these issues that are out there: tariff, supply chain, just relations with China, everything. It's kind of rolled up in a ball when you look at Apple. So we'll keep an eye on that. Looking at the market, S&P up 50 points. That's 0.9% off the intraday highs, but still holding that gain. The Nasdaq's up 1.8%. So tech stocks leading the way here. Again, Apple after the close. Carol and Tim will break that down for you this afternoon. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is next after this global news update. Good morning, everyone.
Ser du at Trump-selskapet blir nye GME? Det du prøver frem til, Prepino.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Hey,
Steve Kathan, the man at the center of the Signal chat incident that revealed U.S. military plans to a journalist, is out at the White House. CBS's Jennifer Jacobs reports National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and his deputy Alex Wong are leaving their jobs.
En short squeeze som da tilsvarer samme som det var I GME for noen år siden. Hvis du har hørt om den.
There have been new developments. Don't know exactly what those are yet, but something has shaken the president's confidence in his national security
advisor.
CBS's Margaret Brennan reports there have been other policy divides that may be driving the shakeup.
It is not clear who would step into that national security advisor role, nor the deputy role. And that deputy role is extremely important in White Houses because that is the support for the national security advisor who is deciding what makes it on the president's desk or not.
Anti-Trump protests are going on in several cities today, and CBS's Scott McFarland says there's also action at some courthouses.
Former judges, people in the judicial branch of government, the legal profession, they're going to be retaking their oaths in some
cases. Hvis aksjen blir så da mer enn 100%, da slår de jo rett og slett mer enn det finnes aksjer. Og da det over på ulovlig og naked
recent state action and the government's immigration crackdown.
This is the largest immigration enforcement operation that we've seen in quite some time throughout the entire country. Florida state agencies assisted federal authorities to arrest over 1,100 illegal aliens across the state.
Det kan skape en skvis i markedet der de må dekke inn shorten sin, som da gjør at aksjen skjøt opp i været, og de får ikke rekker ikke å dekke inn shorten før de bare fortsetter opp. Det vil si at 4 aktører står for 60% short. Altså 4 aktører har shortet 60% av selskapet.
Now to Broadway. Buena Vista Social Club gets 10 Tony nominations. Same for
Sist det skjedde, så brent det her hedgefundet seg så inn i helvete. De tappte jo milliarder. De skulle jo aldri gjøre det igjen.
This is CBS News.
Men det var jo mest på grunn av AP-gjengen. Husker ikke hva de heter, Wall Street Bets. Diamond Hands-folkene. En gjeng med apa. Ja, det er jo Roaring Kitty. Nei, ikke Roaring Kitty. Jo. Jo. Ja, han er lik, men han sier, eller han er jo ikke det sånn sett, han er jo fortsatt short til pipa. Nei, short long, mener jeg. Det har han. Men han er jo ikke tilbakestående, men han er... Ja, han har vel noen sånne her autistiske trekk, tror jeg.
A British university has put students up against the latest technology, as we hear from CBS's Michael George.
Who writes better essays, real students or AI? The University of East Anglia compared student-written essays with ones written by ChatGPT and found the AI essays were surprisingly coherent and grammatically correct. The only thing missing? A personal touch. Plus,
Han er faktisk ganske lik sjefen i Robin Hood.
Researchers hope moving forward, such tools can be used as teaching aids instead of just shortcuts.
Well, the Trump administration has canceled $1 billion in mental health grants for schools that were established after the massacre in Uvalde, Texas. That money was used to hire psychologists and counselors. A conservative strategist says the money has gone to left-wing radicalism and discrimination. Steve Caven, CBS News.
Som et seriøst stykke ting som skjer akkurat like til sjefen i Robin Hood, med Roaring Kitty, og så stopper opp de tre andre.
Live from Washington, D.C.
The door swings at the White House. Welcome to the Thursday edition with news today that Mike Waltz is out as President Trump's national security advisor. The first departure. Bloomberg's Dan Flatley will join us with the latest here. as the administration sees its first departure with analysis from our political panel. Republican strategist Ashley Davis, S3 Group, is with us alongside Democratic strategist Adam Hodge from Bully Pulpit. Salt Republicans can't get on the same page. Big meetings on Capitol Hill yesterday. We'll talk reconciliation, tax cuts with Bloomberg's Mike Dorning, all after a look at Wall Street. We start there, as always, smack dab in the middle of earnings season with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, how's it looking?
And right now we are looking higher, a whole lot higher, Joe Matthew. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq.
Så en som spør om minstebeløpet på Crazy $1,000.
After the latest batch of robust earnings, major indexes close to erasing losses that were sparked by the tariff shock.
Det noe minstebeløp?
Just a few weeks ago.
Jeg har bare gjort et par trades der.
Apple right now down 0.2%, Amazon up 2.5%, S&P now
advancing 82
The Dow up 216, up 0.5%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is up 333 points for Nasdaq. That is a gain right now of 1.9%. The Russell 2000 Index up 0.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up by 3.2%. The 10-year, 4.21%. The 2-year, 3.67%. Gold is now down 2.3%, retreating by $75 the ounce to $32.13. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 57.76 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up 2.6%, 97,091 on Bitcoin. Bottom line here, an update for the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq. As for Washington and markets, Nancy Tengler is Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tengler Investments.
We've gotten less chaotic messaging from the White House, so there seems to be more strategic understanding and communication, and I credit Scott Bessent for that.
Nancy Tengler of Laffer Tengler interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest. General Motors has cut its full-year profit outlook, citing its exposure to auto tariffs. GM up 0.4%, and Harley-Davidson has withdrawn its 2025 outlook, citing a lack of clarity around U.S. trade policy. HOG on the ticker symbol. Harley moving higher by 3.4%. Again, recapping, S&P advancing by 1% right now. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of power continues right now. In fact, we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see Charlie Pellet. As always, you can see him too if you get on YouTube, search Bloomberg Business News Live to find us online as well here on Bloomberg Radio and on Satellite Radio Channel 121. Welcome to the Thursday edition. You made it to Little Friday, and we have news. It happens every day like this, right? We've done this before. High noon and news from the White House. Well, kind of. Reporting that Michael Waltz is out as President Trump's national security advisor. This, of course, bringing us back to the whole Signalgate controversy. This is what we call it now, remembering when he added the Atlantic journalist to the Signal chat with the Yemeni attack plans.
Ja, det var det vi snakket om I stedet om at han tenkte jo I stedet.
Only lasts until you're fired. And as we look at the metrics here, I started thinking, well, it's first 100 days, right? So that, how many Scaramucci's is that? Scaramucci's like 10 or 11, right? So that's 10 Scaramucci's. Not true. It's 9.2. I just want to be accurate here because this is Bloomberg. Data-driven journalism. Anthony Scaramucci on Twitter. Waltz lasts 9.2 Scaramucci's. He certainly did a lot better than Michael Flynn's 22 days on the job in the first administration. And we're lucky to be able to compare notes with Dan Flatley, who has the perfect portfolio for us today.
Men hvor mange prosent gikk den opp?
He's a neighbor, as we say here in the newsroom.
Jeg orker ikke lese.
Covering the Treasury Department, having spent a career covering national security, we're going to get to Mike Waltz, and we're going to get to this minerals deal, all with the same brain. Dan, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thanks, Joe.
So, first of all, we don't need to relitigate the whole Signal thing or retell the story. People remember this. Let's talk about the job.
Right. This is a really så med 60% av shorten I selskapet. 4 aktører 60% short. Nei, 60%.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, it's a great place to start because, you know,
Uvanlig I handelsmål.
about the role of the National Security Advisor,
Ja, okay.
National Security Council, and how it has become really a center of gravity for the U.S. government and the White House in particular. And part of that is because, you know, the U.S. is, and I'm leading on my national security background here, you know, the U.S.
Ja, det var 4 aktörer som står for all volumet der da.
countries, more continents, more its
Ikke 60% som sport. Eller 4 aktörer som sport.
4 selskaper som står for 60% av volumet.
Ja.
De har skyld I at det går opp, tror jeg.
Det stemmer nok.
Has become a much more important role over the last several decades because of that. And one of the things that
Det vil jo bare si at de prøver å presse ut dem som en short, naked short, så at de må dekke inn shorten sin.
Jeg visste ikke at Nasdaq stoppet handel.
De stopper handel hvis at hvis at det går opp av det, noen prosent I løpet av så lang tid, så blir det 5, 10 eller 15 minutters pause.
Riktig, og det har skjedd.
Ja, det skjer hver dag, hele tiden.
All of that stuff now runs through the White House, runs through the National Security Council. So yeah, Mike Waltz was an important person. He had an important position, and he has a lot of credibility. He was a former Green Beret, great military career, was very active on these issues on Capitol Hill, well respected. And now, according to our reporting and reporting of others, he's out. And so what does that mean for the Trump administration? Does this tell us anything about the trajectory of where foreign policy is going to go? Uncertain at this point, but you know, Marco Rubio, another sort of well-respected former lawmaker, now Secretary of State, is hanging on and by all accounts doing well in that position. So, you know, there's lots of mixed signals, but I think Mike Waltz's cardinal sin, if I could say that in this instance, was adding a journalist from a
it was a fat finger that he lost his job over.
And I think that is sort of the when you're in this mentality that I think a lot of the Trump folks have, which is it's us against the world, and we know what's right, we have the right policies in place, and we need to be given the space to do that. When you allow in somebody from maybe the enemy camp, that doesn't look so good. And so that's, you know, that is something that is, I think, was his ultimate undoing here.
So there'll be questions about short lists and replacing him. It won't require confirmation. So Donald Trump at some point will walk into the briefing room or get on Truth Social and give us a name.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, certainly there have been some names thrown around. I don't want to get, you know, too much into that because it's such an active situation.
Sure.
But yeah,
there are reports that Witkoff is someone, for instance, who at least would be considered. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think he's. Well, let's put it this way. You know, he's close to the president. Trump values relationships. He values people that appear to be getting stuff done that align with his interests, and that's Witkoff. Whether he's ultimately going to be interested in this job, you know, we don't know. And Joe, as you and I were discussing at one point earlier, you know, there's been a lot of turnover in this job. There was turnover in the first Trump administration. Jake Sullivan made it all 4 years with
Imagine
Biden,
that.
right? Which is like a long time to go. But, you know, part of the reason is it's not subject to Senate confirmation. So that kind of eases some of the burden on Trump in terms of who he's going to pick. But I think you want someone who is broadly aligned with your interests, but is going to be able to work with folks on Capitol Hill and other places in order to kind of get your agenda over the line.
Yeah, sure.
And kind of take some fire, or at least kind of like play defense with some of those folks. And Waltz was the perfect person for that. And so who are they going to go to next? Are they going to pick somebody who's more in line with kind of the Make America Great Again, America First policy, or are they going to try to do somebody who's a little bit more traditional, more, you know, typical Republican? You know, I think that's kind of the parlor game in Washington, and that's what we're all going to be watching.
It's interesting to think that if it were in fact Steve Witkoff, the national security advisor would have a personal relationship with Vladimir Putin, which is pretty remarkable to imagine picking up the phone and having that conversation. You know who's also engaging in geopolitics is the Treasury Secretary, and that brings us to your current role here covering the Treasury Department. Scott Bessent talking yesterday about a minerals deal with Ukraine. They actually signed this thing. Let's hear from the Treasury Secretary in Washington.
As President Trump said in the Oval that day to Zelensky, you have no cards. Well, you know what? President Trump has now dealt him a royal flush, because now we can take these cards and go and show the Russian leadership that there is no daylight between the between the Ukrainian people, the American people, between our goals. So this is very innovative.
All right, that's on Fox Business this morning, by the way, to be clear. An important deal for a lot of reasons. This White House has led us to believe that it would create the path to an actual peace deal. Is that the case?
I think that's what the White House believes.
Yeah.
I think that there are still some major sticking points in any potential peace deal with Russia. And you have to start with, does Vladimir Putin want peace in Ukraine? If you talk to the Ukrainians, they say no, he doesn't. He's not interested in peace.
Jeg tror ikke det tapet slapp på $40 når jeg hentet denne tapet. Sånn er penger.
He's interested in playing the Trump administration to his advantage. But leaving all that aside, where that all is going to go, I do think that it was, at least for the moment, a victory for the US and the Ukrainian side.
Besant negotiation with 200 countries.
It's interesting to
Negotiate.
Besant talk there and use this metaphor of playing cards, right? And he's picking up on something Trump said.
Du hjelper meg med nynorsk, du hjelper meg med engelsk. Det går bra.
So I think that they are now trying to basically square the circle and to say Trump is trying to kind of play to both of his major bases, which is traditional Republicans and the kind of the isolationist wings, and say, look, we're going to continue supporting Ukraine. On Ukraine's side, I'm on the right side of history, speaking to his more traditional Republican audience. Yeah. At the same time, we're getting something out of this. It's not a blank check. So he's talking more to the MAGA side.
Jeg asker bokmål.
If you look at it from that through that lens,
Jeg snakker dårlig engelsk, og det er allment.
It's a smart play. What it actually means in terms of a war where many thousands of people have died and are continuing to die on the front.
For jeg mener at det er nynorsk.
You know, that's a harder thing to say. That comes down to guns
and snakker nynorsk.
Actually got the deal done. Pretty remarkable for the Treasury Secretary to find himself in the middle of all of this. Alongside Dan Flatley, thank you, Dan, as always, covering the Treasury for us here.
Jeg mener det er nordlending og snakker nynorsk.
Thanks for being with us here on the fastest show in politics. We'll bring Mike Dorning in next as we turn to Capitol Hill and extending the Trump tax cuts. It's straight ahead right here on Bloomberg.
Det er best å ta på seg fram arbeid for han som skal forhandle med 200 land når det er 190 land i hele verden.
Ja, det er ganske godt. Han har lagt på 3 land. Han har laget 3 land.
Ja, 4-5.
Han har fått masse. Oi. Eller masse.
Ja, det er bra pepino.
Bare vent til å bli full.
For da snakker vi så mye bedre. Jeg blir jævlig god i engelsk når jeg blir full i hvert fall.
Ja, det er for trønderengelsk det.
Ja.
Det ligner litt på det som han Støre holdt med å regne. Stoltenberg.
Faen, jeg har så slipperidge, ass. 1,36. Ja, for jeg trykker til til PC-en reagerer, så går det for tregt. Tok litt gevinst av nå også. Jeg trader ganske mye nå. Bare begynner å dra inn litt her nå.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green ahead of earnings coming up after the close of trading from Apple and Amazon. Bloomberg Radio and Television going to be all over those numbers as they drop. Right now, the S&P up 46. That is a gain of 0.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 156 now, up by about 0.4%. And NASDAQ up 307, a gain of 1.8%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index after earnings last night from Meta and Microsoft up now by 3.1%. 10-year at 4.22% with the 2-year 3.67%. Gold is down 2.3%, 32.13 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, 58.09 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin meanwhile up 2.7%, back just above $97,000. Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary has told a U.S. lawmaker that his airline will consider canceling its 330 Boeing aircraft orders if tariffs significantly affect the price of the planes. O'Leary wrote the letter in response to a warning from Senator Ranjit Krishnamurthy, who told Ryanair not
Fy faen, det er nesten 1200 tonn med fisk som død nå. Fy faen.
Recapping S&P up 48, gain right now of 0.9%. Balance of power continues. The Thursday edition. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host here is.
Bare etter dere.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. The great Charlie Pellet in New York, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway every day here on the fastest show in politics. I'm glad you're here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and yeah, YouTube every day. Bloomberg Business News Live. Dial it up and just let it roll. It's all of our shows from DC and New York here on the greatest radio network on the planet. We have cameras too.
Det alga. Alga kommer inn, og så legger de seg rundt gjellene på fisken, og så drukner de. Han får ikke pust.
He's not talking policy, he's talking National Day Prayer event that's taking place in the Rose Garden. Again, if you're with me on YouTube, you can see him right now behind the podium in front of the colonnade. An invite-only event with the likes of Mark Taylor, Green-seated Mike Lindell, and others. We don't know if he's going to be answering questions. That doesn't seem to be the spirit of this. And of course, with the news of Mike Waltz leaving the building, he may not be answering questions. Talked a bit, though, about the tariffs. And I should back up for a second, because it was this morning that his economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, said on TV that we expect tariff news today. Yeah, we're waiting around for headlines. Tariff news expected by the end of the day. President Trump just now talking more about it. He says that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is negotiating with 200 countries right now, which is confounding a lot of people because there are only 195 countries. That's Howard Lutnick has no life, according to
Bessent is talking with 200 countries now, which is kind of interesting since it's only 195 countries. Eller sånt noe han sa. Var det det du sa, Robert?
GDP yesterday, jobs day tomorrow.
Ja, det var det han sa I stad.
Det var bare litt fornulig. Det 195 land, men han har en dialog med 200.
Det samme med de der
made some real waves here in Washington and on Wall Street, and it's something that we talked to Senator Elizabeth Warren about. She joined us on the late edition of Balance of Power. Myself, Caitlin Lyons, I started by asking Senator Warren if she thought the recession had already started. Listen.
And the overwhelming majority say if we're not already, we are certainly sliding into one. The damage done by the chaos around the Trump tariffs has really delivered a body blow to our economy. And of course, we've seen it in the stock market, we've seen it in the bond market. But look, where we really are on this is that families are struggling, and they're delivering that message. Remember how Donald Trump won. He said he would lower costs on day one. Those were his words, on day one. He gets elected. He immediately says that is one of the main reasons he won. We are 100 days in, and what has happened? The economy has shrunk, and the price of groceries is up for families all across this country. That's a bad economic outlook.
Well, when we consider that outlook, then, Senator, knowing we are a week away from the Federal Reserve's next rate decision, if they choose not to cut next week, to wait to June or July or even after that, would President Trump be right that Chairman Powell risks being too late?
You know, the problem now is the crisis that Donald Trump has created. Chairman Powell said, as soon as Donald Trump started announcing these red light, green light tariffs, that we were going to have tariffs across the board on virtually every nation, on virtually every product, that the consequence of that would be to do two things. One is to drive up prices, in other words, an increase in inflation, and two, to drive up unemployment. And you all know what that means. That's stagflation, and it neuters the Fed's only tool, and that is changing the interest rates. Because if they increase the interest rates, that will help push down inflation, but it will drive up unemployment. And of course, the reverse is true. If they lower interest rates, they run the risk of setting inflation aflame at this point. So Donald Trump has created a crisis, and now the tool that the Fed would use becomes much less effective for the Fed to actually be able to use it. This is Donald Trump's problem, and he has created it and now compounded it.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, Democrat from Massachusetts, with us, as I mentioned, on Balance of Power late yesterday. It was right after that interview. We'll connect the dots on a couple of stories here, right? We talked about the economy, the Fed, and yes, tariffs as well. She was headed to the floor to force a vote on tariffs. An important move here, but a largely symbolic one. To force a vote that would challenge the president's authority and reassert congressional authority over this matter. The Senate rejected that effort. It was deadlocked 49-49, and yes, it was J.D. Vance who cast the tie-breaking vote. She had Rand Paul on her side, but not the vice president. This, by the way, is going nowhere in the House, so it really wasn't an issue to begin with. But it's a good place to start with Mike Dorning, watching Congress for us as Bloomberg's Capital Influence Deputy Team Leader. Nice to see you, Mike. Welcome
Great to be here.
That was really more than a symbolic gesture.
Jeg stykker alltid stred, kokain.
This wasn't going to happen in the House.
Huh?
Are
Cocaine.
Democrats powerless on Capitol Hill with
Jeg sa han
this?
kan alltid stred.
They pretty much have to rely on the courts, but it is like, well, it's primarily
Jeg er redd for om han snakker
what it
litt.
tells you is that there's already strong domestic opposition that includes parts of the Republican Party to Trump's tariffs. And he started this economic game of chicken with China and other countries, see who can break first. And it's showing the world that the U.S. side is already breaking somewhat because the U.S. side isn't really backing Trump entirely. It would have been more embarrassing for him if he'd actually lost the vote on this.
Okay, sure.
But a tie vote with several Republicans defecting signals the weakness on top of the polling data that says most Americans think this is a bad policy, the consumer sentiment dropping and fears of inflation and recession. So it's a bad sign for Trump going into it, but on the other hand, the Democrats can't really do much to force Trump, and Trump has a longer political horizon maybe than some of his Republican lawmakers who are up for re-election shortly.
Well, the real news, I guess, yesterday on Capitol Hill was not this effort. It was the beginning of marking up actual legislation that's going to be part of this reconciliation package. And there have been a lot of meetings. There are meetings with lawmakers who are concerned about Medicaid cuts. There are meetings with Republicans who are worried about SALT. Nobody seems to be on the same page on anything yet. At what point does the Speaker need to corral this group into finalizing bills?
Well, it's always a balance between patience and letting things work out over time and keeping people's feet to the fire with a deadline, even if it's kind of, at the moment, a pretend deadline at the end of May. I mean, they don't really need to get this done until December 31st, and they probably won't. Last time they got it done, I think, in the fall sometime. But by having that, like, look, we want to get this passed by the end of May, that just at least forces more of a tempo to these meetings and tries to get people to get closer to their true bottom lines.
Scott Bessent says 4th of July maybe more realistic. Douglas Holtz-Eakin was on with us yesterday. He used to run the CBO. He's at the American Action Forum now. He said try September. Give them the rest of the fiscal year because this may be a lot more complicated than people are allowing for. But that would also mean managing the debt ceiling in a separate package, having to work with Democrats. This is likely to be the Republicans' reality when we get the X date here, right?
There's a good chance of that.
Yeah.
I think, though, the Republicans are going to try for at least a little bit longer to keep it tied up with the debt ceiling to create that artificial deadline. If you don't hold people's feet to the fire now and say, look, we got to get this done by the end of May, we got to get it done by 4th of July, we got to get it done by the end of July, we got to get it done by September, then maybe you won't get it done by October, November when it really counts.
Yeah, sure.
So you got to hold people to the fire, you got to pretend there's these earlier deadlines so that when the true deadline comes, you're not in the embarrassing situation of having taxes go up on December 31st and fixing them 2 weeks later. That looks really bad.
Yeah, you wonder what kind of a fever pitch this debate will get. Does Donald Trump start picking up the phone? Does he go up to the Hill at some point, march in to talk to lawmakers about all of this? Because Democrats they're sitting back watching this happen here.
Yeah, no, it's all, the way they're doing this is all within the Republican Party. And you saw today, the president had some of the key Republicans up to the White House to talk about Medicaid. And there's a difference of opinion between the president, the moderates, the ultra-conservatives on Medicaid, and they're at loggerheads trying to work that out. That could be a big political problem for them, so they've got to approach it, do a lot now.
Yeah, it's funny, no matter how many issues we roll through here, it still ends up being Chip Roy versus the president, right? On so many issues. Chip Roy wants to see Medicaid cuts. The president said in Milwaukee or in Michigan the other night, they're going to raise Medicaid funding. Is that even in the realm of possibility?
I think there's a bit of semantics there. I think what the president might... The funding will go up automatically as medical costs and the population rises. So if 20% of the population is covered by Medicaid or 10% of the population, it remains 10%, the medical costs will go up and the size of the population will go up, so you will, quote, spend more on Medicaid.
Fascinating. This is the real stuff. This is why we talk to Mike Doran. Great to have you back. He helps to run our Capitol Influence team here in Washington, and we're going to start getting more news out of the Capitol. You wonder if lawmakers will even dare go home for Memorial Day weekend. Of course they will, but there may not be a lot of town hall meetings when they get there. Big thanks to Mike Dorning. Our panel is coming in next, and we're going to have a lot to talk about with Ashley Davis and Adam Hodge today. Did you see the Elon Musk interview? Can I call it an interview? He sat down with a group of reporters yesterday. Imagine him spending the night in the Lincoln bedroom, stepping down to the White House kitchen for ice cream late at night. The bromance may have been stronger than we realized. We'll have a lot more on that coming up next year on the fastest show in politics. President still speaking. This is Bloomberg.
favoritter nå.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ off session highs, but still advancing. Tech companies powering stocks higher. S&P up 55 right now, up by 1%. This ahead of earnings after the bell from Apple and Amazon. The Dow up 175 now, up 0.4%. NASDAQ is surging 340 points, up 2%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.6%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 index now up by 3.3%, getting a lift from earnings last night from Meta and Microsoft. The 10-year 4.21%, the 2-year 3.66%. Gold down $75 the ounce, down 2.3%. Spot gold now at $32.13 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 58 even a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin now advancing 3%. Bitcoin at 97,377. Industry data show U.S. factories struggled in April. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The ISM's nationwide factory index signaled contraction for a second month. Output posted the biggest drop in 5 years as White House trade policy slowed down.
Prøve å hente inn litt dollar i dag, småtreffer. Takk, Tim. Ja, men jeg kan trade når det litt mer volum, og derfor nå har jeg gjort trades nå. Jeg har gjort 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 og ett tap her, 11, 12, 13, 14 da. Så jeg ett tap her, så jeg har dratt inn hele tapet og tjent penger. Jeg kan gjøre dette hver dag, men jeg kan ikke gjøre det når Trump prater. Det det som jeg prøver å si, jeg tør ikke trade når han prater. Så jeg kan trade som hva faen jeg er livredd når han prater, for da får han rett i trynet.
Ja, Botox har gått bra I dag, eller?
Det har gått bra på tradinga, men det har ikke gått bra på markedet.
Nei, med scalpingen din.
Han har vært litt aktiv de siste par timer nå. Det var sånn smått bare for oss å komme litt igjen, men det som jeg fortsatt, det kommer kjempedårlige tall I dag også. Men det som jeg har sagt hver dag, han prater jo ikke sant. Men nå må jeg bare gjøre det beste ut det, så skal vi trede oss I pengene her, så vi kan heller ta litt tap underveis.
Jeg synes du har gjort det bra, men jeg tar med sånne små scalps.
Ja, men det jo det jeg god på. Jeg tør ikke gjøre det når jeg så jævlig usikker. Så nå så bare nesten utelukkende shorta på veien her. Jeg tør jo faen ikke. Jeg tok et tap I Starnek Long.
As we can now confirm.
Jeg tør jo ikke. Jeg livredd for å gå long her oppe. Det jo galskap egentlig. Men nå får vi bare gjøre det best ut av det, og så får vi trade, tjene penger, og så får vi trade oss ut av situasjonen. Det sånn vi gjør det.
General Michael Flynn, that was like 20 days. So he did pretty well, I guess, surviving the first 100. We have a lot to talk about with our political panel. With us in Washington right now, Ashley Davis, Republican strategist, S3 Group. Adam Hodge is here as well. Holy Pulpit International, great to see you both. All right, Ashley, so let's start here. You have a background in the national security space, and you know the characters we're talking about inside the West Wing. Was it Signalgate? Was it more? Why now?
First of all, thanks for having me on, Joe. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Adam. I think that it wasn't just Signal. I think Signal was obviously one part of the overall story, but from what I understand, there has been several other issues along the way, and it was just about the timing that it needed to happen now. Yeah. I think that because of how Signal and the people that went after the administration for Signal, some of the more liberal media, that made Trump even dig deeper to not fire Waltz or to not fire Hegseth because of that. But I think that it wasn't just Signalgate at all.
Interesting. So he wasn't getting along inside the organization. Adam, how important is this job to be advising the President of the United States, remembering how the door was swinging in Donald Trump's first term? As I mentioned, Michael Flynn didn't even get through a month. And they're talking now potentially about Steve Witkoff replacing Adam Hodge. Is this role being redefined by President Trump?
Well, and let's not forget H.R. McMaster, the first administration, also didn't last. I mean, he had 3 or 4 national security.
And has had a lot to say since then.
You know, I mean, I had the pleasure of working with Jake Sullivan, who was there for all of Biden's first term. And the importance of that role in shaping the foreign policy and national security of the United States, domestic and foreign, is so critical. And so to have this turnover, let's not forget, as much as Mike Waltz is the story today, there were reports that a few weeks ago, 3 of his other staff got fired because Laura Loomer, the fringe activist who talked about 9/11 being an inside job, pushed those folks out. And same thing with the head of the NSA. So it's a real problem because it weakens the ability of the national security team to advise the president and to help protect our national security. It's a real problem.
Han tok de småtrøysa på den copy trading-kontoen, eller på den crazy-kontoen?
Copy the kontoen.
Okay.
But you're right, it is a very serious position. What I am just wondering, though, is Mike Waltz was qualified to do this. This was more, I think, of a personality issue more than it was that he wasn't able to do the job.
True.
I think that this is more the media right now of who's replacing him. I don't think we know yet. I think Witkoff is a good possibility because he's kind of already acting in that position in a way. But yeah, listen, it's super serious position. I think it was actually an embarrassment under the first Trump administration of how many people and how many turnovers there were. And so I do think it's important for him to have some.
You wanted to clear the first 100 days before doing
this, right? Well, yeah, I do want to say, I want to do my shout out for Susie Wiles here for just this. This is the first big person that was part of the initial team that has left between the first term and the second term. Obviously, there's been chaos in regards to how people usually manage when they're in the White House. Obviously, with the markets, I get all of that, but a lot of that's just Trump's style. But just in regards to leaks, in regards to staff management, I think she's doing a fabulous job.
How about that?
I mean,
she got a big Adam, is there some truth to that?
No, I mean, look, everybody, and especially we talk to some of our businesses and clients, see her as the key.
Jeg sitter veldig opptatt av Tredje Life.
When they got to solve problems, and so she clearly has clout influence within the administration. But I think we should take a step back. 100 days is nothing, and to fire your first person is not exactly a great calling card. It's not exactly a high bar to live by. And I think it is a feature, not a bug, of the Trump administration, this chaos and staff uncertainty. I suspect that will continue. Pete Hegseth is the person I'm watching, because he has done a terrible job explaining his errors in the Signalgate controversy. And the turmoil over the Pentagon is even worse than what's going on at the National Security Council. I mean, it is real, like, barbarians at the gate over there. So I think there's a real question of how long all of that turmoil in the national security team continues. And it's a problem for the president.
We'll have more time on Waltz and Hegseth in our second hour. I do want to ask you about someone else who's maybe not leaving but winding down in this administration, and that's Elon Musk. Remarkable, I won't call it an interview, kind of had a gaggle with 10 or 12 reporters yesterday, spoke for about an hour, and some really revealing things. It's almost like an exit interview. It almost seemed like a goodbye in that cabinet meeting yesterday. He's wearing 2 hats. He also got a round of applause from some cabinet members who were not big fans of his just a couple of weeks ago. But some of the quotes that came out of this interview, pretty abstract stuff. Doge is a way of life, he says, like Buddhism. Buddha is not alive anymore, he said. You wouldn't ask the question, who would lead Buddhism, being asked if the Doge will outlast him. I'm not sure Doge is a way of life, Ashley, but I wonder if it will last beyond Elon Musk. How about you?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the picture. Yeah, and I don't know if it's Buddhism, but I think that Doge is going to stay post-Elon in a much less chaotic way. I mean, one thing that I thought that the interview was pretty was humbling of him, so to speak, of how it's been since the beginning of this administration. Obviously, he needs to go back and run his companies. You saw what happened with his stock. You saw his cars being burnt. He's hated, but I also think he realized that it's really, really hard to cut fat in the federal government.
How about that?
And so there are going to be his people or people in the Doge realm in place in these various agencies and in probably more agencies than even in the White House to try to cut out some of the fat that needs to happen. And Adam, you've been in as well. I mean, there's a lot of fat in the federal government, but it's just doing it how they ripped the Band-Aid off so fast. That's what the chaos was about.
Sure. Well, so, let's talk about the receipts, Adam. $2 trillion was the initial goal. It was actually $1 trillion, but there was a speech. I think Elon just decided to go for broke. I'll make it $2 trillion, he said. Turns out it's $160 billion based on his update yesterday. Cut 1% of the federal workforce, 20,000 people. Was it worth the chaos, I guess is the question.
I mean, clearly not, and it's had an impact on the president.
Se på en lang litt lenger ned nå, rundt 900 blank.
More, dare I say, efficient.
Ja, jeg er lang nå.
Ja, du hoppa inn og nettopp, ja.
Bipartisan support, as Ashley was alluding to, for finding more efficient ways for the government to function. I mean, I remember back in the Obama administration, there was talk about combining USTR and Commerce because it seems like the agencies, there was overlap there. There's been efforts at this before. I think what was so reckless about the Trump administration's approach and Elon's approach at Doge is that they just kicked in the door and said, hey, we're here to, and we don't care, get out you're all fired. And there was no strategy. Remember, we fired the nuclear bomb specialists and then all of a sudden had to claw them back because that was an accident, right? They fired a bunch of people at national parks, and now you got trash piling up across our national parks. I mean, those are just two very different examples of the same problem. And it affects American people, people's way of life, in some respects. So it has not been worth, the juice has definitely not been worth the squeeze so far. I think it will last, and I wouldn't be surprised if it lasts even beyond the Trump administration. Because I think, much like CFPB and other issues, Republicans will try to codify it, and there will be efforts to try to find efficiency. And if a Democrat could say, okay, what can we do to find efficiencies that's in a more sane and stable way?
We've even seen some state governments try to create their own state-level Doge, which is interesting because people get a sense of what that means. I'm compelled by the personalities here. Ashley, and the personality is Elon Musk. But also Donald Trump. The friendship that they created in a time of stress, right? You picture him in the foxhole together in the gilded West Wing. He's been asked about where he lived in Washington. Did you see this? He's been sleeping in the Lincoln bedroom, apparently, in the White House. He talked about this. President said, "Where are you staying?" I was like, "I don't know, at a friend's house, I guess." And then he was like, "Why don't you stay here?" I was like, "Sure." And then conjuring this vision of him meeting after hours. Donald Trump called him late night, Ashley, and encouraged him to go down to the White House kitchen to get some ice cream.
No,
This is like a buddy movie.
Yeah, no, I think they're friends. First of all, there's enough bedrooms in the White House you can have multiple people stay in. And Elon could buy a hotel if he wanted to. He doesn't have to stay on a friend's couch.
That's kind of what I was picturing.
But no, I think they really do like each other. And I actually think that the president truly believes that Elon does what he does out of the love of the United States of America and thinks that he could help. I'm surprised. Elon's not being asked to leave. This was a long enough time for Elon. He realizes this. It's time to go. He said this from the beginning.
Late May, we knew this, right? 130 days or whatever it is.
Right.
That's also the law, though.
Well, sure, yes. That's the contract.
I think he knows. I mean, he's done. Look, working in federal government's not that fun anyway. He kind of came in with the fun.
I had a great time. Yeah.
Do you want to go back in?
Yeah, I will say, you both make it look pretty good, I have to admit. Which Elon Musk do you relate with? Is it the guy who's talking about Doge as Buddhism? Is it the tech executive who fired all these federal workers without asking it first, or the guy snooping down to get ice cream in the middle of the night in the White House?
I mean, I've been known to go down to get ice cream in my own kitchen
okay?
from time to time.
So
of those three terrible options, I guess I'll pick
those three terrible
door
options.
number 3. No, I mean, look, there's no question that this adventure in government and politics.
Men forskjellen nå at nå mister Microsoft
Elon and his companies and
Microsoft
his
begynte å falle litt. Apple har gått til rødt.
Until this summer, people weren't driving around about like stickers on their own Teslas about how much they hated the person who invented the car.
Of seeing his cars burn.
Yeah, I mean, like that is. I mean, let's be clear: no one should be burning other people's cars. Like that's crazy. But I think this is a real lesson for like CEOs and folks who want to get deeply involved in politics in a very irrational and crash way. When you do damage to people's livelihood, there is political fallout for that, and Elon Musk has learned that better than anybody.
Fascinating. Well, how about for you? Is the takeaway Elon the sort of personal character we're getting to know here, or the guy who was wielding a chainsaw at CPAC a couple of weeks ago?
I think there's probably two sides, but I think the likable part of Elon that you hear about is the sneaking down into the kitchen.
Yeah.
But also there are people that could go bring ice cream to him.
Well, the president does have a Diet Coke button. I feel like there could be an ice cream button. This is a great panel. You're going to come back in our second hour. We'll be back in just a couple. Kaylee Lyons is going to join the conversation as well, and we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation. These are like the two most cosmopolitan federal workers of all time. Ashley Davis, Adam Hodge. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Stay with us. We've got a lot more to follow on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The first departure of the second Trump administration. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power, with news today in Washington that Michael Waltz is out as President Trump's national security advisor. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for joining, Kaylee. This follows, of course, the whole Signalgate scandal, but remembering that President Trump at the time said Michael Waltz had done nothing wrong.
Yeah, even though he said he did take the blame for inadvertently adding a journalist to a group chat in which war or attack plans were discussed, he was standing by his man. But it seems that something has changed, and it's not just Michael Waltz who's going to be out, but his deputy, Alex Wong, as well, leaving a question as to who might be the replacement. Keeping in mind, this is not a cabinet-confirmed position. The president could very quickly appoint someone to step into Waltz's shoes, keeping in mind as well that I think the president in his first term had 6 either acting or official national security advisors. Turnover in this position is nothing new to Donald Trump.
For a critically important and sensitive job inside the White House, and it was in fact this very position that brought the first departure in the first Trump White House. Michael Flynn only lasted about 20 days. By the way, Anthony Scaramucci says Mike Waltz lasted 9.2 Scaramucci's.
Yeah, those are the math figures that are important to us here in Washington. But obviously this has major implications, keeping in mind it comes just one day after the U.S., at long last, after what apparently were pretty incredibly lengthy negotiations, inked a minerals deal with Ukraine.
It wasn't Mike Waltz who drove that conversation. No. It was the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, making us all wonder about exactly where the lines are here of authority inside the White House and who could be on the short list now. Steve Witkoff's name keeps coming up, Kaylee, but it could be a moment before we know.
And we'll get more into it this hour. But first, we have to check on the markets as well. And we do that, as always, with Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
And indeed, good afternoon from New York. May Day and earnings day as well. Apple and Amazon earnings after the bell. Bloomberg Television and Radio are going to be all over these numbers as they break shortly after 4 o'clock Wall Street time. Stocks are higher. Tech stocks rallying ahead of those reports right now. We've got the S&P up 49, gain there of 0.9%. The Dow up 159, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 322, a gain of 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.5%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up by about 0.5%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 index ripping higher after earnings last night from both Meta and Microsoft. Right now, we have got our Mag 7 index up by 3.1%. 10-year 4.20% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.66%. Gold is down $69 the ounce, down 2.1%, $32.19 the ounce on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude, little change now, $58.30 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 2.7%, $97,122 on Bitcoin. GM has cut its full-year profit outlook, citing as much as $5 billion in exposure to auto tariffs. GM shares unchanged on the day right now. And Harley-Davidson has withdrawn its 2025 outlook, citing a lack of clarity around U.S. trade policy and weakening economic conditions. The company uses the ticker HOG, H-O-G. Right now, the stock is up by 3.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington once again. Balance of Power continues. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You can, of course, find Charlie checking the markets for us every day here on Bloomberg TV and Radio on Balance of Power, just like you can always find us on this program at this time. And at this time yesterday, we were in the middle, or the White House was, President Trump was, of an elongated cabinet meeting. It lasted about 2 hours, in which he went around the table for every individual to speak that is in his closest orbit. And as of yesterday, that included Mike Waltz, the former Republican congressman from Florida who's been serving as the president's national security advisor. In that cabinet meeting, Waltz was praising the strength, in his words, of President Trump's leadership, talking about how honored he was to serve in that role. But it turns out, based on our reporting today and the reporting of other outlets, he will no longer be serving in that role going forward. He's stepping down as national security advisor, as is his deputy, Alex Wong.
You wonder if he knew at that moment what was going to be reported some 24 hours later. That's where we start our conversation and our coverage right now with Laura Davison, Bloomberg's Washington Deputy Bureau Chief. Before we get to our panel for analysis, we want to get to what we actually know here. Laura, Bloomberg has done a great job reporting on this so far. We should note that this is not an official announcement yet from the White House, correct?
Correct. This is coming from media outlets, including our own, who have confirmed that this is happening. But this is, a remarkable moment in that this is the first member of Trump's cabinet to leave. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles had been very adamant that she wanted to keep this sort of initial team together. She didn't want to have infighting. She didn't want to sort of open the floodgates of Trump either firing people or having other people leave.
Well, and when we consider the kind of departure here, the vacancy that this fills, Laura, keeping in mind that Alex Wong left as well, do we have an understanding of who might be on the short list to replace Mike Waltz? Excuse me.
There's a handful of names being floated around. One being Steve Witkoff, who has sort of been at the forefront of all these negotiations overseas going on with Iran, with Israel and Gaza, also with Ukraine and Russia. Kash Patel, the leader of the FBI, also has been in the mix as well as Rick Bonnell, who was sort of passed over for some of these higher level jobs in the initial wave of when Trump was picking his cabinet. He now is serving as an envoy, also as the head of the Kennedy Center. So he has a couple titles, but is someone who's also looking to move up in Trump's world.
There is a question, Laura, where there's one, could there be more? Now that we have seen the first departure, to your point, remembering that it was Michael Flynn in this same role who was the first departure in the first Trump administration, does this make it more likely that we could see others, a la Pete Hegseth, come under more pressure?
It is possible that we could see more departures now. There's sort of a feeling among Trump's aides that once he's gotten a little taste of firing someone, that there's more to come. Pete Hegseth is sort of the first person that people have turned to as a potential option here. There's sort of two schools of thought. One of that, with the firing of Waltz over this Signalgate issue, that the pressure is relieved on Hegseth. However, Hegseth, has fallen into more trouble with a second Signal chat involving his wife and brother. So he has certainly had the spotlight on him as someone who could be a short-lived Trump cabinet member.
Do we have an idea, Laura, of what other kind of outside influences, if you will, may factor into this decision making? Because we know, for example, Laura Loomer had expressed concern about a number of members of the National Security Council, those who had the ear of the president, who she suggested were not loyal. Is this kind of an extension of the thinking that exists in at least some wings of President Trump's party?
Yes, there's a sort of a thinking in the White House today that, Waltz's faults here and what led to his ouster were, partially his involvement in adding a journalist to the Signal chat, but also that his worldview didn't totally align with the president, that he wasn't totally sort of on the Make America Great Again, America First train, and was a little bit, more towards the center here, and that ultimately sort of created a wedge between him and other members of the cabinet.
All right, Laura Davison, who helps run our coverage here in Washington, is our Deputy Bureau Chief. Thank you so much for joining us on this developing story. And we want to get more now from our political panel joining us today. Ashley Davis is with us, Republican strategist and partner at S3 Group, alongside Adam Hodge, Managing Director at Bully Pulpit International and Democratic strategist. Both of them actually here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. This is fun, and it's good to see you guys. And we're all having a better day here together than I would imagine Mike Waltz is having today. Ashley, arguably the writing had been on the wall weeks ago when Signalgate first emerged. It kind of seemed like he was going to be in the clear. So what would have needed to change here to have the president go from standing behind his man to no longer doing so?
Well, I'm not 100% believe that this is just about Signalgate. I think that this has many different dynamics to it. I think that Signalgate is a perfect way to say that that's what it's about. But I think that there were some other issues internally, from what I understand, just whether it is some of the policy differences, but also maybe some personality differences. But one of the things that was just said earlier that I think is very interesting, that I think we should watch out for, is Rick Grenell, because he wouldn't need to be Senate confirmed. Yeah. If there's anyone that thinks he's too controversial, he's very loyal to the president, has the national security background. So I don't think it's necessarily Witkoff, as everyone's saying right away. I think there are some others in the whatever, in the pipeline. Yes.
Adam, if you're Pete Hegseth, does this give you cause to worry now that the door has begun swinging, or does this actually give Pete Hegseth some cover because President Trump doesn't want to fire somebody else right now?
I think it maybe buys him another week or two. Maybe
you think the defense secretary is gone in a week or two?
I mean, I think that the noise that has been created around the Signal controversy and the fact that he put his wife and his personal lawyer on that, it's just more drip, drip, drip that the president knows is just damaging to his broader reputation. And it is been a feature of his administration where there is just tremendous staff turnover. So I think it buys him some time. But I think he's got to be really nervous. And the turmoil that you've seen at the Pentagon, it is in chaos at the senior ranks, from everything I hear from folks who are there. And so that is a real, I think, problem for the president. And it also is a threat to our national security if there's chaos at the top of the Pentagon.
Well, I've seen a number of Democratic lawmakers coming out today and saying that they actually think the wrong head rolled here, that it wasn't Mike Waltz that needed to go, but that it was Pete Hegseth, for what we understand are more to what you were just alluding to, kind of violations, if you will, or questions around his use of Signal. So could this actually have the reverse effect of actually intensifying the pressure on Pete Hegseth, because everybody is saying, okay, but what about the other guy?
I mean, I think that Mike Waltz had a lot of, say what you want about his personal politics in Florida. Democrats felt like he was a serious person. He really could have a real conversation on national security issues. And there's no question that after he goes, there's a lot of questions who else fills the void. I mean, Rick Grinnell, to your point, Ashley, I mean, that gives a lot of people pause that he's not a real serious person to be leading on national security in the White House advising the president. So Steve Witkoff is someone who has maybe a little bit more confidence, but ultimately this ladders up to the president. And Democrats certainly feel that chaos has been a feature of all of his administration, including on the tariffs, let's not forget.
Mike Waltz, quite a resume, right? Green Beret, member of Congress, who's very close to the president, said to be loyal to Donald Trump. Washington's a funny place. Where does someone like that land? Does he have another job in Washington or in national security? What does he do?
It continues to, it's going to, I'm going to wait and see how many more stories come out of maybe the real reason why that he was let go.
You're convinced it's not Signal?
I think it's one tool in the toolbox. Yeah. I don't think it's everything, because if he's looked at as not having a relationship with the administration anymore in any way, obviously that's going to hurt him for the next 3.5 years. I don't know what he's going to do. He could write a book. He could go sit on some boards, but it's going to just be difficult, and it's going to be a tough time.
There is a Senate race in Florida and a governor's race in Florida in the next cycle. So
you want a primary Byron Donalds in the governor's race?
And if you want to take, I mean, you kind of need Trump to endorse you in Florida.
That's true. Maybe a tell-all.
Well, as happened with the man who literally just replaced Mike Waltz in the House of Representatives in a special election last month. When we consider, though, Ashley, the point that Adam was making about even some Democrats thought Mike Waltz was at the very least a serious hand here and brought credibility to national security issues, how do you think his departure might reshape the way in which this White House approaches issues of national security? Questions around Ukraine, for example, but the Middle East, too.
I think that we need to see, number one, who he's going to be replaced with, and I'm assuming that you'll see a replacement pretty soon. I mean, this at least is a position that does not need to be Senate confirmed, which is much different. You probably have someone that's already been somewhat cleared in regards to the backgrounds and things that even go in the White House. So, and because it's such a serious position in regards to our national security, I think we see who it is by the end of this week, for sure.
Kaylee, though, you touched on something at the beginning about the amount of turnover we've already seen in Laura Loomer's role in there. I mean, and it's not lost on me that along with Waltz, his deputy is also out. That really raises a lot of concerns.
I don't know if we're going to hear from Donald Trump on this today. Wouldn't surprise us if we did. They have tried to make transparency a hallmark here. Kaylee and I spend most of our days with 2 shows to show for ourselves here, throwing to live events with Donald Trump. It was 2 hours worth the other night, an hour and a half yesterday. And I wonder your thoughts here.
Did you get out the popcorn?
Well, sometimes we do, actually. We're pretty good popcorn here in the Bureau. I guess I want to get to you both as professional communicators and the style in which we're seeing information disseminated. Because as you all know, you're on TV a lot, in public speaking. You start talking in public for 3 hours a day, you're going to end up saying everything out loud at some point. We had an instance like that yesterday when the president was talking about tariffs and the prospect of empty shelves. Listen to what he said.
Somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know? And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need. And we have to make a fair deal.
that was a remarkable moment, and you're going to hear that played back a lot. Certainly, if we start having supply chain issues, prices increase. Actually, maybe the children will have $20 instead of $30. The ships are loaded up with stuff. Much of it we don't need. If we have a problem around the holidays, and you're sitting in the communications office, how do you contain this?
I'm sure that there's lots of cringing that was going around in that room, because obviously it's something that he shouldn't have said. I do remember, though, the first term when he was doing tariffs, that Christmas was going to be canceled, or Halloween, I think it was going to be canceled then too, and it wasn't. So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
But obviously, it's not something he wants to say. But
did that reveal a truth, though, that he's kind of worried about that?
I don't think he has any. I really don't know if there's any idea. I mean, I think this is a wait and see moment. Obviously, Kevin Hassett today said that we'll probably have something announced by the end of the day in regards to tariffs. We're supposed to have India, Japan, and South Korea within the next couple weeks. So we'll see what happens. But just on the side note of that, Trump's strategy is to talk and put so many things out that you can't even concentrate on one. And I mean, I'm actually surprised that I haven't. We could do a whole show just on the Christmas toys.
Indeed.
Normally,
yes.
If that was Biden, right, or someone that didn't go out in front of the
Jimmy Carter's
press as
rolling
much.
over in his grave. How about that? Like if Jimmy Carter, this is the version of I put on a sweater because
turn the heat down.
This is the exact same thing, and I guarantee that will be part of lots of Democratic ads over the next several months and in the next cycle. I think what's missing in all of this, though, is just the broader uncertainty in the market and the broader concern from CEOs who are increasingly speaking out because it is hitting their bottom line. I mean, those empty store shelves mean that Walmart or Amazon or other companies aren't selling the things that they would otherwise be selling. That dents profits. And so I suspect over the next few months you'll see more CEOs and executives speak out about this is the damage that this is causing to our bottom line, to the economy, to our ability to hire more workers. And they'll also stress, though I think if they're smart, the investments that they're still making across the U.S. where they can to help placate the White House.
Well, will the president, though, if we do see corporate profits getting squeezed, if we start to see economic impact, if kids can't get the toys they want for Christmas, just say this is still a Joe Biden problem? Because that is what he suggested yesterday. This is not his economy or his stock market yet.
But that's just a bunch of baloney. I mean, there's anybody can assess. He's president. The tariffs are all his fault. He put them in place. That's just a bunch of nonsense, and I think that most people can read right through it. He's president. The buck stops with him, theoretically, and on the tariff stuff, it definitely does.
Would you be advising blame the predecessor?
No, I don't think. Everyone does this the first half of the year. You can't do it no matter what party you're in. I mean, you're the one that's in charge now, whether it's tariffs or anything else. You can't blame the person that was before you because it doesn't matter. They're not in office anymore.
And the public's already blaming him. His polling on the economy has tanked because of this.
But I do want to say that one thing that this does is this puts tremendous pressure on Congress to get the tax cuts permanent, and I think that the president realizes that of the tariffs, especially if we don't have major trade deals. We have to get this done in regards to Republicans in the House and Senate. So I think he's going to be putting a lot of time and effort. He has no ability to let this fail.
Well, the gears are turning on Capitol Hill. We'll have more on that a little later on this hour. This is a great panel. Thank you both. Ashley Davis, Adam Hodge, covering the news of the day with Michael Waltz, now apparently out as the president's national security advisor. Bloomberg News is now reporting that as we wait for an official word from the White House as well on a potential trade deal. Kevin Hassett saying that could come today as well. We'll have a lot more ahead right here on Bloomberg.
Skal du ta pizza? Skal du ta pizza? Ja, gi meg en brus. Ja.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks advancing after last night's robust tech reports, specifically from Meta and Microsoft. After the close of trading today, we will be getting earnings from Apple and Amazon. Yes, Bloomberg Television and Radio are going to be all over those numbers as they drop. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. S&P right now is up 66 points. That is a gain of 1.2%. NASDAQ up 379. That's a gain of 2.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.8%. And the Dow up 267, up by 0.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, after Microsoft and Meta last night, surging today by 3.5%. 10-year 4.20%, with the 2-year 3.66%. Spot gold is falling $70 the ounce, $32.17, a drop there of 2.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, $58.61 for a barrel of WTI. Morgan Stanley shares are gaining 1.7%. Morgan Stanley working on a plan to add cryptocurrency trading to its E-Trade platform. And Rory McIlroy launching a sports fund at TPG Sports with investment firm TPG, which has an anchor commitment from an Abu Dhabi-based investment firm with about $110 billion under management, joining an increasing number of current athletes delving into asset management. Recapping, the S&P now higher by 1.2%. Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much indeed. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio. We are live in Washington. We're at the White House just moments ago. President Trump wrapped up an event marking the National Day of Prayer, in which he welcomed a number of high-profile individuals to the White House Rose Garden, including the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who got a special shout-out from the president. Trump saying that he's done a great job and is working very hard on a great, big, beautiful bill, speaking to the budget reconciliation process, which is hot underway on Capitol Hill. And the president actually also noted a meeting that had just taken place with some key figures in that process, including the chair of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, the one will be charged in figuring out the Medicaid question when it comes to how much to cut to offset the massive tax cuts Republicans are looking for. To hear the president say it, Joe, the final details on the tax bill are coming together. We just don't know exactly what those details look like.
Well, no, we don't. And this could be a long and drawn-out process. It is important, though, that markups have begun. So we're actually getting to some real work that's taking place in the House, remembering that the whole point of reconciliation is to kind of get around the filibuster and maybe the opposing party. So we have an important conversation and an opportunity to spend some time with a high-ranking official in that party. Susan Del Bene, the Congresswoman from Washington's 1st District, also chair of the DCCC, tasked with getting Democrats elected and retaking the majority in the midterms. It's great to have you back with us, Congresswoman, as we consider the process that's underway right now and the point that we've already established here. Reconciliation is not exactly supposed to be a bipartisan affair, but will Democrats have any seat at the table to try to control the language that goes into this legislation that's currently being written?
Well, we haven't seen the language, so to your point, I think that the language is going to come out at the last minute and go straight into committees to be marked up. So this is anything but a bipartisan process, which is really unfortunate, because we should hear from folks all across, representing districts across the country, and debate issues so we come up with the strongest policy for the American people. But that's not what this is about. This is about continuing to move forward Donald Trump's agenda. It's not about getting feedback from constituents or stakeholders. It's about doing what Donald Trump is telling Republicans to do. So I think we're going to see some kind of really damaging legislation come out. And you talked about Medicaid, devastating cuts to Medicaid that will hurt families all across the country.
Well, and when we consider the committee that you sit on specifically, Congresswoman, the Ways and Means Committee, have you heard anything from the chair, Jason Smith, about what he is intending exactly to mark up or when that markup will be happening?
No, in fact, we're kind of waiting to hear when the markup is going to happen. He has indicated that he might know when it's going to happen, but hasn't bothered to tell folks yet. I think they're going to try to jam things through very quickly, release a bill right before we meet in committee, kind of push that through and not really have really engage in debate. We're going to try to continue to highlight what we're hearing across the country, that folks want a tax code that's fair, that supports families across the country, that we are making investments in our kids, in workers, instead of giving tax breaks to the wealthiest and to large corporations. Unfortunately, that seems to be their focus. And we'll see when they roll it out, but I think that's what we all expect to see.
Well, Congresswoman, Democrats may have a big role to play here in potentially avoiding a default. We're going to get an X date in the next bit of time here when we have a better sense of when we're actually going to hit the debt ceiling. And if that matter has to be handled outside of reconciliation, then Speaker Johnson's going to have to work with people like you. What will Democrats look for in exchange for votes on raising the debt ceiling?
Well, I think we are going to continue to push for the things that we are important, standing up for programs that help our communities. We've seen this administration with rubber stamping from House Republicans strip programs that people rely on, dismantle Social Security, these cuts to Medicaid, ripping apart our institutions, firing people in the federal government with no plan, no rationale, and raising prices. The tariffs that are raising prices on families across the country and damaging our economy. The number one issue that Republicans said that they would handle for families in this last election was to lower costs. And President Trump said he would do it on day one. Broken promise after broken promise. We're seeing great damage to the economy that hurts families across the country. So we're going to continue to stand up for policies to help families and to fight against just the damage that this administration continues to put on due to the American people. And again,
I just want to follow up on the Medicaid issue, though, Congresswoman, because the president has said, though, that there would be no Medicaid cuts. The speakers said that as well, right? Are you hearing from Chip Roy or other members who are demanding it?
If you look at the budget that Republicans passed in the House and in the Senate, requires massive cuts to Medicaid. That's what they voted on. That's what's on the table. And now we'll see what they put forward in this reconciliation bill. But their budget already called for massive cuts to Medicaid.
If we could return, Congresswoman, to what you were just saying about the economic damage that could be done here. The greater the degree of that economic damage, does that mean the wider the map for you as you try to retake the majority next year?
Well, when you listen to people across the country, you hear outrage from people across the country, and they're scared. They're scared because they see the damaging policies that this administration has put forward, attacks on programs they rely on, costs going up, and folks want people who are going to fight for them, not folks who are blindly loyal to Donald Trump. So absolutely, we have opportunities across the country. We put out our map, the districts in play, where we think we have opportunities to flip districts. It's all over the country. And as we've seen in special elections, Republicans are losing ground. And I think we still have opportunities to continue to expand our map as we look forward, because people want to see a change. They want a Congress that's going to do its job and stand up for the American people. We are a co-equal branch of government. We are not a rubber stamp for the Trump administration.
So politically speaking, then, as chair of the DCCC, are Trump tariffs the best thing that happened to Democrats?
Well, Trump tariffs are devastating for families. We're
politically
seeing costs go up, but this is about what is right for the American people, and we're going to hold them accountable. We're going to hold them accountable for the damage that they're doing. People are outraged and they're scared. If Republicans actually held town halls in their districts and listened to their constituents, that's what they'd be hearing. And that's what we stand for. And we're going to hold them accountable and make sure that they have representatives who are going to stand up for them.
Well, and when we consider the makeup of those representatives, Congresswoman, how many seats realistically do you think you could pick up in 2026? What would you count as a landslide midterm election?
You know, we need 3 more seats to take back the majority. Our priority is making sure we have the gavels, that Hakeem Jeffries is Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, and we're going to fight for every seat so we have a strong majority across the country. Our districts in play, the maps where we're on offense, we have 35 districts across the country where we feel like we have opportunities, and we will continue to update that as Republicans continue to do damage. That's our focus, but job one is to make sure we have the gavels so there's a check on this president and there's a part of the federal government that is standing up for the American people.
You mentioned the town halls, Congresswoman, and indeed Republicans are holding fewer of them. Are you encouraging your members to hold more as we approach Memorial Day?
Well, the DCCC has been working with the DNC, with local and state officials in districts across the country to have town halls so people's stories can be heard. People want to talk about the challenges they faced when there have been cuts to the Veterans Administration. They struggle to access their veterans benefits, the struggles that they face because of tariffs and rising costs, the impact that the cuts that this administration have had on their communities. It's so important that we hear the stories and people understand what's happening on the ground. Republicans may not want to hear that, but we are hearing it everywhere, and we want to make sure people have an opportunity to be heard.
Well, when we consider Republicans potentially criticizing Republican members, there's also some criticism going around inside the Democratic Party right now. Congresswoman David Hogg, who serves as one of the vice chairs of the DNC, of course, a survivor of the Parkland school shooting, announced he's whipping $25 million into play to unseat incumbent Democrats. Have you spoken to him about that?
You know, I think Democrats are united in making sure we take back the House. That is job one. That is our focus. That is what we are working on across the country. And again, our number one priority has to be making sure that we have a check on this president and that we have folks who are going to stand up for the American people. So we are united in doing that and are going to continue to move forward to make sure that we have the gavels as we head into the next Congress.
I want to ask you about the president's attack on Act Blue, a major online donation platform for Democrats. The president planning to sign a presidential memorandum here to crack down on foreign contributions in American elections. What do we need to know about this?
You know, I think it's unfortunate, not surprising, to see Republicans and the president continue to attack elections across the country to try to prevent voters from having access to the ballot, from trying to prevent people from being able to be involved in campaigns. We absolutely need to make sure that we're standing up for voting rights across the country. And we're going to continue to see baseless attacks from this president on vote by mail, on democratic institutions. We need to continue to make sure we stand up to that and make sure that people across the country have access to the ballot because their voices need to be heard.
All right, the chair of the DCCC, Congresswoman Susan DelBene, Democrat representing Washington's 1st District. Thank you so much for joining us here on Balance of Power. And we still have more ahead as we turn back to Mike Waltz out as National Security Advisor, at least unofficially. We'll have more on that on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. First trading day of the brand new month, and we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all advancing right now. 60-point gain on the S&P, up now by just about 1.1%. Dow Industrials up 232 now, higher by about 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 342 points for NASDAQ. That is a gain of 2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index is surging 3.2%. This after earnings last night from Meta Platforms and Microsoft. Meta up 4.3%. Microsoft up 8.5%. Of course, after the close of trading, both Apple and Amazon will be checking in, and we got you covered on Bloomberg Television and Radio. The 10-year 4.20%. The 2-year right now 3.67%. Spot gold is falling $75 the ounce, down 2.3%. Gold now at $32.13 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%. WTI 58.44 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, higher by 0.4%, 61.33 right now on Brent. And Bitcoin up $2,100 to $96,760 Bitcoin. That is a gain of 2.3%.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 13.
The airline would consider canceling its 330.
Jeg skal trene mye mer. Jeg bare har vært jævla... Jeg klarer ikke trene når man prater. Så jeg får bare ha tålmodighet med meg, så skal vi fikse dette her. Men jeg kan ikke trene når han prater.
Playmaker Comac for
security reasons.
O'Leary says he would consider buying from Comac if he could get better terms, emphasizing the need to obtain the lowest cost for Ryanair's business model. Ryanair ADRs, they're up right now by 0.6% on an up day for the rest of the market.
Så pisser kommer tilbake.
Change, but down just under 0.1%. General Motors has cut its full-year profit outlook, citing as much as $5 billion.
Hvis noen lurer på hvorfor jeg ikke ser sånn som gjør noe helt da, så vet dere svaret. Det må være riktig i huet mitt, liksom. Det må, sånn som nå har jeg gått short, jeg har gått long, jeg har gått short, jeg gir faen hvor det skal, men jeg kan ikke, når Trump prater som det bare,
on the markets for us as always here at Bloomberg, and of course one of those market moves today is inclusive of Nvidia stock about 4%. After we saw Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang actually in Washington yesterday. He got up early in the day with our colleague Anne-Marie Hordern on Capitol Hill and then made his way over to the White House for the president's big Investing in America event, marking of course 100 days in office and the trillions of dollars in investments he says are coming to the US. Part of that, of course, are commitments Nvidia is making, though some of that money already had been announced. But Jensen Huang actually went up to the podium and talked about the importance of investing not just in manufacturing, but in technology specifically, as Nvidia, of course, is trying to ingratiate itself with the White House. That is also looking at policy that impacts Nvidia's ability to sell chips in certain places.
Now we're getting on to something here. If you can see him there, that was from yesterday in the Cross Hall at the White House. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, he did not have the leather jacket. He did have a suit and tie. And remarkable, I want to get into this with Mike Shepard, Kaylee. This was less than 24 hours ago, and all of a sudden there's a headline on the terminal. U.S. weighs easing Nvidia chip curbs on UAE.
Ja, nå snakker de om at han ga en tjeneste til han Nvidia.
In a more strict way, we actually increasing export controls.
Tok en liten longer nå, det droppet.
These two men got to spend some time together. Mike Shepard with us in Washington right now. Is it as simple as that? You pay a visit to the White House, spend some time with the boss, and now Mike's writing a good story about you.
Well, that's certainly what Donald Trump would like the world to think, that simply paying a visit and paying homage and maybe delivering some of the things that he wants to hear, including, Kaylee, as you mentioned, investment. NVIDIA was among the companies that was singled out yesterday during this White House event titled Investing in America. And NVIDIA has committed to spending up to $500 billion on producing AI infrastructure here in the U.S. Not just the chips themselves, but the servers, the whole package, the whole enchilada that goes with one of their assemblies. And that's a lot of money, and it is something they are trying to fulfill here together with Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Co., which actually produces and builds the things that they design. But in return, what do they get out of it? They are concerned at the same time about what they're seeing potentially happening abroad. New rules that the Biden administration published right before their term ended, this is like a week before Donald Trump took office, would set different levels of access for countries when it comes to AI chips, especially those made by NVIDIA. And that means that for NVIDIA, the stakes of this rule and how it ultimately gets implemented are really, really high. They depend on China, of course, as a significant market. It is increasingly closed off by U.S. export controls, but their concern is that other countries, a number of other countries, including the UAE and others, Israel as well, may also face higher restrictions, limits on how many of these sophisticated chips they can buy.
Well, and it is the UAE that Bloomberg has some new reporting on today ahead of the president's trip there in just a couple of weeks. He's looking at restrictions on chips we sell to the UAE specifically. We sell them fighter jets, Mike. Why can't they have the chips, right?
Well, that was one of the questions that our reporting turned up the president is having asked. If we can sell them the F-35, why can't we sell them unlimited quantities of these AI chips? And really the answer is the concern, of course, over China, and that there could be some leakage of technology ultimately to China. As a way of addressing that, G42, which is one of the big investment vehicles in the Emirate, they had cut off ties and worked with Huawei Technologies, which is one of the perennial targets here in Washington. And that was seen as maybe a step in the right direction, but maybe not enough just yet. The Biden administration, to be fair, had been in discussions with the Emiratis about possibly dialing back future chip restrictions, but those talks ultimately ended after President Donald Trump won the election in November, and now they're having to kind of pick up where they left off. But they are getting a little bit of help here from Jensen Huang, who wants to be sure that NVIDIA's chips somehow don't lose key markets and access to markets. And what he's arguing is that if you cut us off, countries may be forced to turn to China as a source of almost as sophisticated chips as ours.
All right, Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, thank you so much. Joining us with Bloomberg's exclusive breaking reporting from earlier today. Thank you so much. Of course, we've gotten a lot of that lately. We also were dealing with breaking news on the late edition of Balance of Power last night as Bloomberg reported that the U.S. and Ukraine had at long last actually signed the natural resources deal that the U.S., of course, has long argued means that it has a vested interest in Ukraine and its infrastructure, in its mining capacities, and therefore would act as a kind of security guarantee. And when that news broke, we actually got real-time reaction from Michael Allen, former national security advisor to President George W. Bush, now with Beacon Global Strategies. And this is what he told us.
In order for a peace to become everlasting, I think the Ukrainians have to be able to deter the Russians, and they're never going to be able to deter the Russians unless they have enough of a treasury to support enough of a fighting force in order for Russia and for Vladimir Putin to say in the future, you know what, this is too risky for me to try again. And so if they feel like they can purchase military assistance on their own and even reimburse the United States for things that we can uniquely supply, I think it's good for peace ultimately.
We want to get more reaction now from Kelly Grieco. She's senior fellow at the Stimson Center's Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy program and is here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kelly, welcome back to Balance of Power. Now that this deal is signed, what real security guarantee do you think it does provide Ukraine? Is simply having a U.S. vested interest, potentially U.S. personnel
det ikke noe, for det bare en tikk. Ikke noe. Jeg tok den ut. Jeg ikke komfortabel med å gå lang her.
Thank you for having me. I'm afraid that I'm not going to be giving you good news about security.
Ikke plussplan eller break-even 0, så vidt det pluss, men
anything in the way of something that could be construed as a security guarantee. This is a largely symbolic deal, even if there are eventually U.S. personnel.
Jeg ser at Apple begynner å bli ganske tung her. Jeg ser at Nvidia kommer ned til oss lovendringer. Donald Trump ble slaktet på Bloomberg nå, fullstendig.
I just don't see this as actually providing anything credible in the way that it ties American hands moving forward.
The White House has framed this as kind of an indirect security guarantee, Kelly, right? As you suggest, U.S. contractors at some point will be teaming in Ukraine. How dare Russia attack Ukraine with Americans on the ground? I guess my question, though, is how long it would take for these contractors to actually dig in. It could take many, many years to get working mines and processing in place.
Yes, I mean, I think the first question is, are there U.S. companies that are interested in doing this, given the security situation? I mean, that's the first thing, right? And the second is, if, from a business perspective, do they see this as a potentially profitable enterprise? Because there are real questions about exactly what is there in terms of minerals, because these are based on a lot of Soviet, surveys. And also, is it going to be worth the investment, right? It'll take a lot of startup costs to do this. So, I think that's one set of questions, right, about whether we're going to see this actually happening. But assuming it does, and there are contractors on the ground, I'll just say that, we had hundreds of thousands of U.S. military forces in West Germany during the Cold War, and there were always questions about whether that would be sufficient to draw us directly in to a military engagement with the Soviet Union. So I'm very doubtful that U.S. Civilians being there, to essentially try to get profits, economic opportunity, that would be a death of, tens or even hundreds or even thousands might be enough to draw us into a military conflict. I just don't see that happening.
Okay, so your skepticism around this being something that can provide a long-term durable peace is duly noted, Kelly, but do you think in the short term it can help precipitate a peace deal of some kind between the U.S. and Russia? Does this still put some incremental pressure on the Kremlin?
Yeah, so I think this deal does two things. As I said, I think it's symbolic, but it does two things on a symbolic level that are useful. One, it gave Donald Trump a sense that he was getting something back from the Ukrainians, and that seemed to be very important to him. And I think the other thing it did is it actually did signal some level of repair in the U.S.-Ukrainian relationship from what we saw, in that dramatic White House blow up. And so I think the fact that, it seems like the United States and Ukraine have restored their working relationship is really important as a signal. And there is a couple lines in the agreement itself, the text that the Ukrainians released, that I think is a signal to Russia. One being that it refers to Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which I think is quite significant. And so we see some hardening language that the American side is willing to use in talking about the Russians, which I think is a signal that we're going to see more pressure on Putin to actually negotiate in a serious way.
Kelly Grieco, I want to ask you about what's going on in the Red Sea, because with so much news, it's not something that's been on the front page lately. The fact is the U.S. forces continue to attack Houthi rebels in Yemen, and the UK is now participating in joint operations. This is, of course, the same attack that was referred to in the Signalgate scandal that has apparently helped to contribute to the end of Mike Waltz's career as National Security Advisor at the White House. There was a report just a couple of days ago that the USS Harry Truman had to take such evasive measures after being shot at by Houthi rebels that an FA-18 fighter jet actually fell out of the boat while it was being towed into the ocean, $67 million into the drink. What are we not hearing about that's taking place in the Red Sea right now? How active are our forces? And what kind of threat are they under when we hear about missiles being fired at aircraft carriers?
Yeah, so, this morning I was reading a story that said we've now hit 1,000 targets, which is extraordinary to me, particularly because earlier this week I read another report saying it was 800. So, in a span of a few days, it sounds like we've hit another 200 targets. What we're seeing is a lot of use of force, a lot of strikes are being conducted, but it's actually not generating an operational strategic effect in terms of reducing the Houthi threat to the Red Sea. And of course, this is coming at enormous costs, and not just in terms of those missile strikes, but also these kinds of incidents, one F-18 being shot down accidentally by a carrier, and another, this case where, the aircraft went off the side, into the Red Sea itself. We call those soft kills in the military field, in the sense that, it wasn't directly shot down by the Houthis, but the Houthis get, credit in a sense for the loss of 2 F-18s because they wouldn't have been lost other than the fact they were participating in these operations. So this is enormously expensive for us, and it's not achieving an operational strategic effect. I can't tell you why we're still doing this other than that it seems that we want to be doing something about the problem and projecting some level of strength. But if the goal is to, preserve the Red Sea and traffic of the Red Sea, that's clearly not being achieved.
Wow. Kelly, it's good to have you back. Kelly Grieco, Senior Fellow at the Stimson Center's Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy Program. Good to have you with us right here on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg. We're still in waiting mode. We could have news on trade later today. And when I get back here with Kaylee,
lite action.
We'll be talking about that, Kaylee. Kevin Hassett said there would be news on tariffs at some point before the end of the day. Japan? India? What do we think?
I don't know. Hasn't gotten more specific than that, but hopefully we'll get some news. And we're also looking, of course, for official confirmation from the White House, from President Trump himself, that he intends to oust his national security advisor, Mike Waltz. So we have much to get to later on. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Skulle en viss plass. Jaha. Jeg skulle pisse.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the
Hvis
magazine
ikke vi hadde truffet 20 Kosta, tror du vi hadde dratt oss
on the people, companies, and
etter
trends
220
shaping
ganger
today's
sånn.
complex economy. Plus, global
Nei, jeg
business,
tror det var bare
finance,
tilfeldig.
and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business
Jeg trodde at
Week
Nvidia
Daily
skulle gå om
with
veldig mye
Carol
mer på den
Nasser
nyheten.
And Tim Stennebeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and
Jeg synes det blir veldig sånn
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed, this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily for this Thursday, May 1st, first trading day of
Jeg synes det blir veldig spesielt at Donald Trump kan forandre loven med kompiser. Jeg synes det helt sinnssykt. Nå satte jeg en short.
Send a thank you now?
Yeah, Nasdaq
perhaps?
Composite up 2%, the S&P 500 up 1%. We're also seeing, though, Carol, yields across the curve move higher, especially those yields on the front end. 10 basis points to the upside on the 2-year right now.
Yeah, some big movement. So we got a lot to tackle. Don't forget, we did have earnings from Microsoft and Meta. They are rallying in today's session. We've got another dynamic tech duo reporting after the closing bell. We're talking about Apple and Amazon. Apple a little changed ahead of it, but Amazon, it started rallying after some of the earnings last night, and it is still up about 2.9%. So this hour, first of all, we're going to kind of go backwards. Meta and Microsoft, that's lifting stocks. So what you need to know, and then we're going to get into a preview of Apple, which does, as we said, reports after the closing bell today.
Yeah, expecting those numbers around 4:30. We will, of course, bring those to you live as we get them on Bloomberg Business Week Daily and Bloomberg Television. Plus, we're talking Elon Musk because he recounts his free reign at the White House as the Tesla board chair denies a report that it's looking for a CEO to take Elon's place. Big news late yesterday.
Yeah, our reporter talking to him. And then we're going to get into a great read on the consumer, Wayfair's CFO on the quarter, the outlook, and as we said, what consumers have been buying and what they might be buying or not in the future. We'll see what she has to say. First up, though, let's get to the trade. What's going on the equity side, the bond universe? Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. Strong tech earnings boosting the U.S. stock market today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all rallying. We'll have a whole lot more on those tech earnings coming up for you in just a moment with our Mandeep Singh. But here's where we stand. The S&P right now is advancing 1%, keeping it all in context as a baseline, up 57 right now, 56.26 on the S&P. The Dow up 195. Dow Industrials up 0.5%. NASDAQ, though, higher now by 2%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.6%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 3.2%. Meta's up 4.5%. Microsoft after earnings up by 8.7%. And the big events, Apple and Amazon after the close of trading. Complete coverage on Bloomberg Television and radio when those numbers drop. The 10-year 4.22% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.70%. Gold tumbling 2.3%. Spot gold down $74 the ounce, 32.13, and Bitcoin right now up 2.5%, 96,895. Crude West Texas Intermediate up 0.6%, 58.57 a barrel. The U.S. is considering easing restrictions on NVIDIA sales to the UAE, with President Trump potentially announcing the start of work on a bilateral chip deal during his upcoming trip to the Gulf. NVIDIA right now up by 4.1%. And briefly, Kimberly-Clark will invest $2 billion in American manufacturing sites. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. KMB on the ticker. It is down now by 1.1%. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P getting a lift from tech stocks up by 1%. NASDAQ up 2%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Charlie, of course, breaking down the tech trade because, yes, indeed, shares of Meta Platforms, Microsoft, have been rallying really since last night, just after they posted earnings. I'm looking at Microsoft up about 8.7%, and Tim, Meta Platforms up about 4.5%.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about what happened with Microsoft. Customer demand for cloud services has held steady. Meta Platforms jumped after the company's advertising sales quelled Wall Street concerns. Let's bring in Mandeep Singh. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst. He joins us here in the studio. We spoke to you yesterday, Mandeep, before the calls. Yeah. A big question I think a lot of investors had was, what are we going to hear from Microsoft in terms of guidance? What did we get?
Well, Microsoft's guided to Azure growth accelerating in the next quarter, and next quarter is their last fiscal quarter for this year. So, look, I think the overall print suggested that cloud demand, the traditional cloud demand, is getting a bump because of the AI share that they are gaining when it comes to generative AI. So that 35% growth you saw, you could see an uptick in the next quarter because AI is 16 percentage points of growth. So it's almost half of the Azure growth. And Azure is like 1/3 of Microsoft's overall revenue. So
you talked about this. This was showing monetization of AI, right? Yeah. Microsoft clearly showing it.
Yeah. I mean, look, and the best way to frame this is Microsoft has got the cloud side, which is the application side.
Right.
Azure is the infrastructure side. So they are one of the biggest adopters of AI. So they have the infrastructure and they are deploying it in their Office 365, and that's why they are doing so well.
Can I ask you, is Microsoft a growth company again?
Well, with these kind of prints, they certainly are. I mean, how do you explain, again, Azure, when people talk about it, it's an $80 billion run rate business growing at 35%.
Killer.
And
right?
It is. And so, I mean, that's why these companies, the Mag 7, are so special because of the kind of growth rates they can show, as well as the free cash flow they print.
Are they special too? At least this company, is it special because it is insulated from some of the concerns that Main Street could be having right now? We'll get to Meta Platforms in just a second, but is Microsoft insulated from economic challenges here in the US?
Absolutely. I think software businesses are the most kind of insulated businesses when it comes to, you know, the cyclical downturns. And that's where, even though we had great prints last night, there is an element of pull forward. Look, everything got pulled forward. That's why Meta also did so well. That's why Microsoft, because everyone knows that there is uncertainty when it comes to 2Q and what transpired.
That's why GDP wasn't so great, because everything got pulled forward.
So should we assume then the current quarters, you said they guided Microsoft for the current quarter looking still good. So we can't make the jump that just because this quarter there was some pulling forward, or the last quarter, that next quarter, this current quarter is going to be bad. We can't make that jump yet.
And AI decisions, I would say, are somewhat longer term than current week or next 2 weeks. So even though you have visibility for next quarter, the second half visibility, the calendar second half visibility is still low. Nobody knows if it's going to continue at this pace.
I got to say, because of you, Tim and I have been playing around so much, and I know I've said this to you before with like ChatGPT and stuff, and actually finding it useful. So I do feel like all of a sudden, not that we're the arbiter of like the world, but I mean, it gives us an indication that increasingly people are saying, oh, I get it. Here's what I can use it for.
I mean, look at the amount of code that Microsoft said AI is writing. 30% of the code, incremental code that is written in Microsoft is written with AI now, AI tools.
30%
of incremental code.
Okay, got it.
Carol's a huge gamer, so she was like, you got to ask about the Xbox price increases.
I'm working on it. Addict,
okay,
that's me.
They're raising prices for its Xbox games, consoles, and accessories amid broader uncertainty within the gaming industry. Not immune to supply chain challenges, not immune to tariffs. Is that notable for investors?
I think that may be a sign of what's to come with Apple. I mean, look, so far we haven't heard about any price increases from Apple, which is the biggest consumer device company. But at some point, I feel tariffs, if the reciprocal tariffs come back in July, which is the extension we have so far.
Right.
And it's not as if we have backtracked everything when it comes to tariffs. So this is not too far out. But at the same time, the result of it was there was a pull forward in demand across the board. Yes. And so that's where I just feel like thinking, oh, everything is great, you will see accelerating growth throughout the year, it may be a false assumption here.
Should we talk Meta?
Yeah, let's talk Meta, because I think there were a lot of concerns about what happened with Snap earlier this week.
Yeah.
Meta basically said, don't be concerned about us.
Yeah, and that's where I think Meta, just because of their sheer size in terms of users, I mean, the core business, 52% margin, you know, when your business is accelerating 16%, so and it's not a small business, you know, $160 billion
to move
run
that,
rate.
right? To make that.
So it is, and that's what gives them the cash cow when it comes to, you know, raising their capex. I would have thought stock would have turned down because they raised their capex, which has happened to Meta in the past. Whenever they have raised capex, it's not always that the stock goes up. But this time, Street was okay because they talked about, you know, how they plan to use Llama and LLM, and still we don't know whether it's going to make money in terms of how Microsoft's cloud business is growing.
Right.
But at the same time, they're getting the benefit of doubt because the core business is doing so well in the face of uncertainty.
Pretty wild, right? I know. Yeah. We talked with you after the numbers, and it just like the enthusiasm, at least among the street and investors, still there. Mandeep, thank you. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst right here in studio. All right, from Meta and Microsoft to Musk, we go. How's that for alliteration?
Hey, 100% A+ for you, Carol Massar. Tesla's chair denied a report that said board members started a search for a CEO to succeed Elon Musk, saying directors are, quote, highly confident in his abilities.
All right. At the same time, as Elon has promised to spend more time at his company, Musk will maintain a presence in the White House in the president's inner circle and will continue to work on the initiative from his micro office in the West Wing. Both of those stories are among the most read on the Bloomberg. Let's get to it. Lots to cover. Bloomberg News senior reporter Jennifer Delowy is with us. She is at the White House, also here in studio. Bloomberg Businessweek columnist Max Chafkin, co-host of the Elon podcast, Elon Inc. podcast, and the author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power.
Max is in our macro office, not our micro office.
Our macro studio.
Yeah.
Max is going to come in just a moment. Jen, we got to start with you. You talked with Elon along with some other reporters, set the scene, the chat yesterday, what you all asked about, and what he said.
Well, I mean, this was really a remarkable opportunity, remarkable because we haven't had many of them, to hear directly from Elon Musk as he discusses his government role. Of course, he's been at, cabinet meetings, he's been in the Oval Office and spoken to reporters occasionally. But in this moment in the Roosevelt Room with other reporters, he was really opening up much more about what he's done over the last 100 or so days, leading the DOGE effort, the Department of Government Efficiency program that he's been running for President Trump. And, he spoke quite colorfully about, the experience, not just the $160 billion in government savings that he says he's been able to root out with this program and cut. He told us about flying on Air Force One, about staying in the Lincoln bedroom at the president's request, and even tucking into, ice cream from the White House fridge. So it was really remarkable. It told us a lot about, I think, his access to the president, about his status really in Trump's orbit, even as he is making this retreat from the White House. Well,
Jennifer, on that retreat, investors cheered the news last week in Tesla that he would be spending more time away from Washington, D.C. Now we're hearing he'll have this micro office. What can you tell us about how much time he will be in D.C. or how much time he'll be spending on DOGE moving forward?
Right. He told us that he anticipates spending about 1 to 2 days a week on average, and coming into Washington, D.C. basically once every other week. So you could see a situation where he's in town for 3 days working and then comes back a couple weeks later. This is, of course, a marked contrast from the beginning of the term when, it was an all hands on deck situation, really intense, as he described it. And he would spend, 7 days a week here sometimes, working just to get into these agencies and start figuring out a plan for accessing data and examining their spending.
Max, I want to bring you in. You're listening to Jen talk about this conversation, kind of him talking about his time in the White House. And I think we were all glued to the cabinet meeting where he had the two hats on, took them off, and he got kind of serious, it felt like.
Yeah, tonally kind of a valedictory tone. I don't know. The messaging is a little bit confusing because on one hand he's saying, taking steps back. On the other hand, 1 to 2 days a week is that's a lot of days.
Right.
This is a guy who is running simultaneously 5 companies. He's got a lot of responsibilities, even if he is, as Jen says, scaling down from spending like all his time in Washington and spending a significant chunk of time in Washington.
Yeah, so on that, Jennifer, the timing that he's doing here, also the figures of $160 billion, I think, getting a lot of attention, especially earlier this year when, or maybe even a few months ago, when we heard that $2 trillion was his goal of cutting from the government. Have we learned if that goal was over a 10-year period, over a 5-year period, or how the $160 billion sort of fits into that goal, or if that goal has changed?
What we do know is that the ambition is clearly being ratcheted downward. And while he is not willing to forego reaching, a $1 trillion target, he wouldn't rule that out completely. He did say that doing so on any basis would require a lot of, willpower from elected officials. And he's just not sure that the willpower is there. He wouldn't rule it out, but it did seem very much like a concession that he's gotten a lot of the easier, lower hanging fruit, and that this is hard to do on an enduring basis. And by the way, I'll just say on his time here, he is limited as a special government employee to 130 days of service per calendar year.
And it was $2 trillion, in fact, was his original claim, and that was an annual number. That's the budget deficit. When he was at Madison Square Garden before the election, Howard Lutnick asked him how much he was going to cut the deficit. He said easily $2 trillion or something along those lines. So it's a huge difference and really an unusual, just for Elon Musk. This is somebody who is kind of used to projecting dominance, who just tends to go from victory to victory to victory. This is a come down. I mean, and he's doing his best. And I think that's part of why you're seeing these media availabilities, this effort to, to actually have a voice in the story, because it's a failure, at least in the terms that he set for what he was trying to do.
Jen, before we let you go, I mean, should we assume that Elon will still have a voice or have the president's ear ongoing, even though he maybe isn't physically at the White House? There are limitations, right? How many days he can serve the government in this capacity, that he will still pick up the phone, the president will still pick up the phone, there will be that constant communication, or has something changed in that relationship?
There's all the indications are that he will continue to have this status around the president. I mean, he's clearly had altercations and disagreements with members of the administration, and it is perhaps one of the only folks who can do that right now. He's, as we noted at the top of this conversation, he's got a micro office in the West Wing of the White House, and he's not giving that up. Office space in this building is pretty difficult to come by, and that alone is an indication of the fact that he has stature with the president, and that seems to be enduring.
Did we figure out what a micro office is?
It's like an office, but smaller.
What is that?
I don't know. That's just what I'm guessing.
Does he have to share desks? That's kind of a thing nowadays. I know. All right, Jen, incredible reporting. So appreciate it. Jen Deloy, senior reporter at Bloomberg News there at the White House. We're going to stay with Max, though.
Max, I wanted to follow up on one thing that you said about the status as a special government employee, because you talk about this a lot on the Elon Inc. podcast. Yeah. How is that defined if he's planning on spending 1 or 2 days a week still?
I mean, yeah.
Does that violate that status? How does that work?
It's my guess is the accounting here is probably a little bit fuzzy. It's 130 work days. Like, I don't know if Elon Musk he has been staying here, as Jen was saying, weeks at a time, essentially, in Donald Trump's orbit. Now, he's also been, of course, attending SpaceX meetings,
He's played
Tesla.
Video games from his West Wing office. If you're playing video games in the office, does it count as work? I don't know. I don't know. Does it count as a work day? I don't know.
My suspicion...
Does it count as work when you play video games at the office?
I never play video games at the office.
Sorry.
My suspicion, I mean, taking it down from semi-full-time or whatever he was to 1 to 2 days a week, what I think that does is two things. One is it allows him to tell Tesla shareholders, hey, I'm not distracted. The second thing is it probably gives them a little bit of flexibility as far as like not going over that 130 days. I have to think that he's going to have as much time in the White House with Donald Trump as he wants, and the administration will figure out a way to account for his time so that it's not breaking the law.
Because the president likes this relationship, pretty cool, and also because of Elon's deep pockets.
Yeah, I mean, he is a really important. I mean, there's a lot of ink has been spilled about the sort of popularity of Doge and the lack thereof. The fact that making these cuts has not, in addition to falling well short of the claims of deficit reduction, this has been very unpopular. On the other hand, Trump really needs Elon Musk. He is the most important donor on the Republican side right now. He's going to be key if the Republicans want to do well in the midterms. And, as Trump looks forward to his legacy, 2028, who the candidate's going to be, that person is going to need Elon Musk in their corner.
Can we ask about...
You're going there?
Yeah.
Go there,
Does
please.
Elon have to be worried about the Tesla board replacing him? I mean, the board chair has come out and said, nope. But we had another bad data point for Tesla out of France. So I'm just curious, does he really have to be worried?
So this report, you're referring to the Wall Street Journal report that the board had contacted executive search firms. If we're talking about a normal company, this would be nothing, right? The fact that the stock's been all over the place, he's clearly distracted. Of course they'd be talking to other companies. And what makes this crazy and what makes the board's denial not that surprising is the board has been so behind Elon Musk for years. And, this is the same board who has been fighting in court to pay him like the largest bonus, in history, despite the fact that Tesla's stock price has been very iffy. So the board, is very much still in Elon Musk's corner. If you look at the makeup of the board, you're looking at his brother, people he has close relationships to. So I think, a couple of things are possible here, assuming that the journal's sources are legit, which I do, is that, there may be some opponent on the board who's been talking to search firms, or perhaps this is somebody on the board trying to send a message to Elon Musk, trying to get through to him saying, hey, this is real. We need you to be involved. But in any case, I wouldn't expect him to be leaving as CEO anytime soon. If he were to leave, the stock price would be in trouble, be my prediction.
Some other members of the board, you mentioned Elon's brother, Kimball Musk, on the board. He's been on the board for 21 years. You've got James Murdoch, who's been on the board for close to 8 years. Jeff Straubel, who's been on the board for 2 years. And then Joe Gebbia, among others, including Kathleen Wilson-Thompson as well. Robin Denholm, the chair of the board, we should note. Max, before we let you go, why do you think, are we still at a point where Elon is so closely tied to Tesla and Tesla's future? Because couldn't some investors, or perhaps even institutional investors, see this as like, wait a second, this could actually be a positive sign for Tesla because it would help get it beyond the, being inextricably bound to politics?
Yeah, if you talk to investors, you do hear that view, but it's very much a minority view. And the reason it's a minority view, I'm saying among Tesla investors, not necessarily among outside observers, is because the valuation of Tesla right now is very much not about its automotive ambitions. So if you replaced Elon Musk with a normal CEO, what you have is a car company. But many of Tesla's investors don't want to have a car company. They want to have an AI company. Yeah. And it's not clear who runs that company, who can sell that story.
Musk has got an AI company.
A second one.
He does. He's got XAI.
Absolutely. But Musk has told this story about driverless taxis and the Optimus robot. That's a humanoid robot. And when you look at the bullish valuations, if you listen to the bulls, they are not counting on the Model 3 or the Model Y, the Tesla's kind of normal cars, which are very successful in their own terms. They're expecting
crude oil poppa på den
AI-driven revenue stream, which really mostly just exists in Elon Musk's head.
Som han skriver
chatt. Take Elon Musk out of the equation, how do you do that model? It becomes harder, and people, you're laughing, but Elon Musk has achieved impressive things, and from the point of view of the investors, if anyone can do it, he can.
And laughing, but I feel like they're investing in Elon, right? And all the craziness and all the innovation that comes with him. It's pretty cool
that's
stuff.
how it goes.
Thank you, Max Chafkin. Thank you so much. Bloomberg Business Week columnist Max Chafkin, co-host of the Elon Inc. podcast, and as we remind you, author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. We do have a headline crossing.
Yeah, we got a couple of headlines. Mike Waltz is leaving as National Security Advisor to be a UN ambassador, and Marco Rubio is taking his place to serve as interim National Security Advisor. A post from the president on Truth Social. I'm pleased to announce that I'll be nominating Mike Waltz to be the next United States ambassador to the United Nations. He continues, I know he will do the same in his new role. And the interim Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will serve as National Security Advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. That coming on Truth Social from President Trump.
All right, folks, back to the markets we go. Ahead of some big earnings. We're bouncing around, but we are in the green. Let's get the rundown with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. In the green, higher across the board. We got you covered on markets, and of course, we'll have you covered on Apple and Amazon after the close of trading. Bloomberg TV and radio are going to be all over that as those numbers drop after the close of trading. So here's where we stand. The S&P right now up 65 at 56.34. On the S&P, that is a gain of 1.2%. The Dow up 242 points now, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 2.1%. NASDAQ 100 Index right now up by just about 1.8%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index after Meta and Microsoft last night surging by 3.4%. The 10-year 4.23% with the 2-year 3.71%. Gold is now down 2.2%, down $72 the ounce to $32.16. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, $59.30 right now for a barrel of WTI. Eli Lilly is lower after CVS Health announced a plan to drop its blockbuster weight loss drug Zepbound, making rival Wegovy more widely available. Lilly down 9.5%. Health up now by just
nej. Det blir nej.
The headline we brought you moments ago, President Trump picking Marco Rubio for interim National Security Advisor. Rubio will be remaining at the State Department. Mike Waltz stepping down. Waltz will be the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Recapping, S&P up by 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe.
Så kikar vi ut här så det blir ett arv.
You get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie,
Jeg sitter fortsatt og gjør regnskap. Vi er aldri ferdig.
Herregud, så blir ikke noe synging.
Nei. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Ja, regnskap, vet du, det er faen meg så kjedelig.
We should point out, though, the stock's off about 30% year to date. Kate Gulliver is the Chief Financial Officer at Wayfair. We're delighted to have her back with us. She joins us once again from Boston. Kate, how are you and how is your environment? It's been about a month since we last talked. How has it changed?
Yeah, great question. I guess I just start with first, that we printed this morning. We feel great about the quarter, the strength in the top line, frankly, in the U.S. segment, and ultimately the flow through to adjusted EBITDA. The enduring strength in the business. So, we feel like we're on very solid ground right now.
Det var jeg som sa det, Prepin.
And even earlier this week as well, from companies such as Meta Platforms, but mostly Microsoft, and then of course with the GDP figure that companies and people are pulling purchases forward. I'm curious what you saw on the platform over the last month in terms of what customers are buying, how they're buying it, and how that behavior has maybe changed.
Yeah, it's a great question. We shared on the call this morning, there's one category where we have seen some pull forward of demand, and that's in appliances. So, we don't do a large business in appliances. We got into that
but
that category we have seen what we
Men ja, regnskapet er fette kjedelig.
We actually have not seen a pull forward of demand in sort of the core furniture part of the business.
Altså, jeg har kjøpt så mye.
Search volume,
Så mye rart.
traffic, version, etc. And from everything that we're seeing, over the past month, to your question, we've not really seen any discernible pull forward on the furniture business.
Joakim høres ikke like ut.
The appliance part is a very small part of our business in total. And obviously, the last month that you're referring to, would be post the quarter that we posted this morning, which ended on March 31st.
Nei, de så synes jeg ganske likt.
Lack of pull forward a sign at all to you of a lack of confidence that the consumer has in their situation right now? Is it
Om det blir mye biler, ja. Så jeg har hvor mange sider er det? Jeg har 21 sider med bilag.
Right, so we sell a range of products, and the average ticket size of about 300.
Så man må sitte og føre.
We did say actually
Det er over 1 million i shopping på nett.
So we feel very good about
Og tatt helt av. Og på restauranter og nei.
And certainly something that we're following very closely and monitoring quite thoughtfully.
Og så har jeg en liten greie at når jeg er ute og spiser, så spanderer jeg så mye.
Years in a row. At various points from sort of 20, back half of 21 to current, our category has been down double digits during some of that time.
Så var en gang vi møtte på av fatteren da jeg var spist, så møtte vi på en gjeng som satt opp med boler. Så kom noen regninger, jeg bare la frem kortet mitt, og så tok jeg hele dritten. Og vi sa at det var 9.000 kroner.
I'm assuming we all talked about everybody doing, buying for their home because they were living, working, doing everything in their home. Does the environment feel, after a couple of years of things being pulled back, does it feel more normal? How do you describe the environment? Especially, Kate, when we talk to so many leaders and heads of companies, they're using the word uncertainty. You've got, as Tim mentioned, companies giving out dual earnings outlooks depending on what happens out of the White House and in terms of tariffs. So I'm just curious how you would kind of describe it.
Jeg får så mye kjeft hver gang jeg gjør det. Jeg må slutte å gjøre det.
Of our category over this period. To your point, we had significant pull forward in the category in the COVID time, right? So in the sort of 2020, 2021 time. Since then, the category has been down consistently since then. And actually, when we look at the data, if you were to take a normalized growth rate from 2019 to now, typically is a category that grows somewhere around 4% a year. If you were to sort of straight line that out,
I fjor så tok jeg med min gjeng på sånn her oktoberfestival, eller hva det var for noe. Middag og masse alkohol.
So we're seeing a category that has historically been, over the last few years, quite depressed, which may be different than some of the other consumer categories that folks are referring to. That said, yes, it's absolutely an uncertain environment. This category, well, it's not down as much.
Jeg har ingen ansatte. Ikke I det firmaet I hvert fall. I andre firmaer har jeg 3 ansatte, og det siste selskapet så vi ingen ansatte ennå, men vi 2 stykk.
What we want to do is make sure that we're gaining share. We've done that consistently every quarter since the fourth quarter of 2022, and that we're doing that in a very cost-disciplined way, and that's where you've seen us grow our margins and adjusted EBITDA dollars throughout that period as well. So, certainly there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of uncertainty. Within that, we're trying to control what we can control, and to us, that results in share gain and, EBITDA growth.
Hey, Kate, I think it's fair to say maybe not all customers know that.
Ja, det genialt å ha leid-konsulent, men må du ikke ansette dem uansett? Men jeg leste en plassen. Altså, du ansatt I gåstegn.
You have many suppliers, but I want to ask you to characterize what you're hearing from these suppliers, because they are the ones who are affected by tariffs. Such a small portion of this stuff is actually made in the U.S. What have the conversations been like with the largest folks?
Ja, stemmer, ja. Det freelancere, jeg tenker.
Something like more than 20,000 suppliers that you're working with.
Yes, that's exactly right. So I appreciate that you know it.
Ja, selvfølgelig så de fakturerer det, så blir det jo som en måte de bare, ja.
You're absolutely right in terms of the dynamic, but on the back end, you have the benefits of a marketplace, and we do think that is a benefit to us during this time because we work with over 20,000 suppliers from around 100 different countries, including the U.S. There is some, domestic manufacturing in this space, but, we work with suppliers from all over the world. These suppliers range in size. They have a wide range of categories that they're involved in, and those categories all have different dynamics. I will point out that no single supplier comprises any meaningful portion of our sales. So, from a sales perspective, these suppliers are quite diversified. And what we are focused on with our suppliers is partnering with them right now to have conversations around
Ja, for da må de faktisk arbeide for pengene.
Depending on, how the environment works from here. And to us, that means helping them understand, where we're seeing demand, what we're seeing in terms of price elasticity. So if they were to pull sales, what does that result in from a price elasticity perspective, and how might that impact them in their given category? Many of our products are highly substitutable. So, let's take this chair I'm sitting on right now. We probably sell many chairs quite similar to this chair. So if you're a supplier and you raise price in that category,
Ja, det bra. 65% av vår omsetning, det heftig.
has been able to maintain a more cost-efficient wholesale. And so that's something we help the suppliers understand and, share information with them on. We also talk them through what other levers they have during a time where you might have some, demand disruption. How do they think about
Det klart, da gjør jo de all jobben nå.
program called Castlegate to be able to get
Ja, frisør, ja, ok.
into the country. We actually did talk about in the first quarter some pull forward of inventory into the Castlegate network to land ahead of, tariff conversations. How do they think about promotions? How do they think about supplier advertising or retail media? So all of these are tools in their toolkit, and our focus is really partnering with these suppliers so that they're getting the same information that we're getting, and we're helping think through, these different levers and what is best to pull when.
I am curious, in terms of the consumer, you said that they bought a lot of appliances. That's a smaller part of your business, or small part, that they weren't pulling forward in terms of furniture. Is that, I don't know. You
Har du sånn traveling nurse, de tjener jævlig bra.
And I'm just curious, do you think consumers, we've talked about worsening consumer sentiment, we've all seen the numbers.
Jeg snakker jo millionlønn.
Actions. Do you think the consumer
Ja,
is slowing
sant.
down? The consumer is stressed right now?
Og jeg tror forresten Nasdaq blir å gå opp.
Yeah, I won't. I guess
Ja,
I'll
det
speak
gjør
to
han nok
consumer
sikkert.
broadly. I can tell you what we're seeing in the category. The
4
category
000 kroner
itself
timen.
was down in Q1, right? So we look at a variety of different panels for the category. Various credit card panels. We also talk to suppliers.
Da begynner det å bli artig, da.
With 20,000
Så jeg skal bli lege, jeg
a
også.
good read on what's happening with the category as a whole. And when we look
John
at
sitter og snakker i telefon.
Q1, the category was down. Now, in our case, that's a continuation of a trend that's been going on for quite some time. And the category, as I said, has been down since, sort of, let's say, back half of 21. So the category itself has remained under pressure. We haven't seen an alleviation, of that pressure. That said, we feel good about our navigating through that and our ability to continue to gain share in that environment.
How do you see that holding up if tariffs remain in effect,
God,
or
det-
if we don't see a 100?
Det verste er å lete fram alle de helvetes bilagene.
I
som jeg ikke har lagt inn med en gang.
Which is helping suppliers understand the competitive dynamics and our ability to work with suppliers from all over the world. So certainly we work with suppliers from China, but we work with suppliers from India, Turkey, Brazil, Southeast Asia, Mexico, the US, right? Everywhere. And so what you'll see happen, as different tariff rates evolve, is suppliers want to be quite prudent in making sure, particularly because, frankly, demand has been so slow for them over the past few years. How do they be thoughtful about, if and when they modulate prices and if and when they modulate, availability? Because what they want to do is maintain share. In some cases, if they see an opportunity, gain share within a category that they sell on us.
Jeg skal bort og lage litt mat, da, tenker
Because if one specific geography or region is more, impacted than another, you can see that other region will actually start to take share, right? So suppliers that actually are not disadvantaged from a price perspective will take share within, say, this chair category.
All right, so it sounds like glass more half full in terms of the outlook. I'm just trying to gauge. I mean, it does sound like your suppliers have a lot of move, but give us an idea. If you had to use a word to kind of describe the environment today, you have such a great read on the consumer and spending. Just as we wrap up, what would be that word?
Yeah, it is a very fluid environment, and our focus is on controlling what we can control. And we think we're set up quite well to continue to offer our consumer the best value. And, that's the best that we can do during this time, deliver for our consumer. And we feel in partnership with our suppliers, we're going to be able to do that. And we're set up on a nice cost structure and a nice balance sheet to be able to continue to deliver that going forward.
And your suppliers feel confident about being able to navigate kind of all this craziness that's going on?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, we want to partner with them to help them because there is a lot of noise out there. And so we're trying to help them sort of navigate through this. But you have suppliers, a range of scale, a range of sophistication, a range of geographies that they work in. And, we feel good about our ability to help them navigate through.
All right. So enjoy it. Kate, thank you so much. Be well. Kate Gulliver. She's
Thanks.
the chief.
Nice to talk to you again.
Same here. She's the chief financial officer over at Wayfair. As we mentioned, their stock definitely popping and outperforming the overall trade today, up as much as 8.5%. Right now, Tim, with about a 3.25% gain.
All right. With some breaking news to get to, President Trump says Secretary of State Marco Rubio will also serve as interim national security advisor. He said this in a post on Truth Social earlier this hour. The president says he's nominating Mike Waltz to be the next U.S. ambassador to the UN. He most recently served as national security advisor, to the president. Tyler Kendall is Bloomberg Washington correspondent. She's usually in D.C. She's here in our studio. This comes against the backdrop of so-called Signalgate. I look at a move like this. It's being presented as a way that, Mike Waltz is moving to another position. Is this a promotion? Is it a demotion? Is it a lateral move? How are you looking at it?
Well, President Trump has long defended Mike Waltz. Even when Signalgate first came out, he said that, he trusts him and he still believes in him. In terms of a promotion versus a demotion, the National Security Advisor is in the West Wing. He sees the president every day. He gets a security detail, much like the chief of staff, that other members of the administration don't necessarily get. He also has been at the forefront of most of, if not all, of these foreign policy negotiations, particularly when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, as the administration tries to push forward that they are making progress. They're announcing that critical minerals agreement just the other day. He was the one that went to Saudi Arabia to kick off those talks between...
So he's been out there front and center.
Exactly. Meanwhile, not to say, though, that the ambassador to the UN has also been a high-profile position for this administration, considering Elise Stefanik wasn't able to take that role. So it does seem like it is a shift here, but in terms of a demotion or a promotion, having access to the White House every day, this is going to be a very stark difference, not to mention he's likely going to be moving out of Washington to complete it.
Right. He can't just walk in, right, from an office. It's interesting. Can he still, I'm always thinking about the optics of something like this. Like, what does it mean? I mean, he still has a job in the Trump administration, right? But it's a different job.
Definitely. Particularly, it's a little bit more removed, right, from being at the forefront of negotiating these deals that the administration, particularly as we cross into the 100-day mark, is trying to show that they are making progress on. So when you have somebody that has been leading them now no longer leading them, of course, that's going to raise questions about momentum and who picks up those talks. But, of course, we are now learning that the Secretary of State, at least, will serve in in this role as an interim capacity, who has also been part of the negotiations.
Any idea at this point whose names have been bandied about for taking on a full-time role as National Security Advisor now that Mike Waltz is out?
Well, there are reports that Steve Witkoff could potentially move into that. Of course, he's been serving in this special envoy capacity. This would be, of course, a much more firmer role. He would get that security detail that I was mentioning, and he would be at the White House every day. And sort of have that more firm administration position.
But that would also leave a vacancy at the role that he's had, which has been traveling around the world to many different countries on behalf of the president.
Definitely. But still, President Trump is basically signaling to us, though, that he has a pretty long roster of people that he has been pulling into these different situations. However, Witkoff has, of course, been absolutely pivotal. He's the one that is going directly to the Kremlin, for example, to meet face-to-face with Putin as they try to get some sort of movement here.
So Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, okay for now?
Well, with that said, when we are talking about Signalgate, there is an Inspector General's investigation currently going into place, and that's at the Pentagon. That is specifically looking into the Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth. And he has faced some renewed criticism in recent weeks, since it appears there might have been perhaps another Signalgate, so-called, that he had his wife and his brother also added to some chats.
Marco Rubio is very busy right now. Our own David Gura reminding us that he's right now Secretary of State, Interim National Security Advisor, Acting Administrator of USAID, and also Acting Archivist for the United States. That's a lot of work. Those are a lot of jobs.
That is a lot of work, particularly when you look at how this White House is trying to make progress on so many different foreign policy fronts, since President Trump had pledged that he could help bring an end to most of these conflicts, and quickly. Of course, we have Israel and Hamas, Ukraine and Russia, restarting talks with Iran when it comes to their nuclear capabilities. So it is and pair that also with the fact that the State Department is trying to actually slim down, pare back on its departments, both in the United States, but also its offices around the world.
Well, it sounds like Marco Rubio is doing his part, like doing multiple jobs. One last question. Why did President Trump have to do this?
That is a good question.
Like, I'm just curious, like political strategists, I think it felt like this, it's been out of the news cycle.
It has, and the person who brought it back in the news cycle wasn't Mike Waltz. It was Pete Hegseth.
Right. So I'm just curious.
So according to our reporting, one person familiar with the matter who asked not to be identified, because obviously this is private discussions, said that the president actually soured on Waltz after the Signal Chat incident, because he believed that Waltz had erred when he asked Elon Musk to look into how that journalist had gotten into his phone. And apparently, according to this person telling Bloomberg News, he should have just admitted that he made a mistake and then let it go, instead of implying that there was something else here at play, something else. How did this reporter get in? It appears, according to our reporting, that President Trump just wanted to, dust it off and move on, but perhaps Waltz himself maybe implicated himself a little bit more.
Interesting. All right, a lot going on, right? And we're just now 101 days?
I think you stop counting after the first 100 days, Carol. I think that's how it works.
I bet you do. Good to have you here in New York. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Washington correspondent, as we said, usually in the nation's capital, reporting on the comings and goings, certainly, of the President Trump White House.
Hey, Charlie Pellet has been reporting on the comings and goings of the stock market today and all the business news. Let's get an update from him. Hey, Charlie.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Stocks higher, but one other diplomatic development do want to pass along while you were talking about the Waltz and Marco Rubio moves. The U.S. has named Julie Davis to lead the embassy in Ukraine. That according to a statement today from Washington. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing right now, with the S&P up 68, gain there of 1.2%. Dow Industrials up 263, up by about 0.6%. NASDAQ up 382 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of just about 2.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 3.5%, surging after last night's reports out of Meta and Microsoft. Microsoft right now, by the way, up 9.1%. Apple and Amazon will report after the close of trading. 10-year yield right now at 4.22%, with the 2-year 3.70%. Gold down 1.9%, $32.26 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, $59.12 for a barrel of WTI. Kohl's has fired its CEO after the board found he directed the company to do millions of dollars of business with someone he had a personal relationship with on, quote, highly unusual terms. Kohl's shares, they're surging now by 9.2%. And MasterCard's first quarter earnings topped expectations. MA on the ticker. We got my MasterCard up now by 0.3%. Rival Visa lower by 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. A lot going on today. We have some big Mag 7 earnings, as you know, Apple and Amazon after the bell. Right now, Apple shares just up about 0.2%, but we should point out that shares of Apple have clawed back a good portion of the ground that they lost in the historic tariff-induced sell-off last month. It doesn't mean, though, Tim, that investors are in the clear here on this one.
No, but we'll get some more details, hopefully, on the call and in that earnings report today, expected across at 4:30 Wall Street time. Before then, though, we've got Mark Gurman with us. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech. He joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Mark, when we spoke to you earlier this week, you said, I don't really care that much about the numbers that they report. I want to hear from Tim Cook on tariffs, on the supply chain, and any commentary around that. Are you sticking to it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think investors and people like myself are interested in what's to come, what's the forward-looking sentiment, right? And there's not a lot of time or interest, in, at least in my view, or in terms of how much time I have, to be backward-looking, right? And so we'll see how they did, right? Wall Street is looking for a little bit of growth compared to last year, but still a dip from 2 years ago, which was their all-time record for the second quarter. That was back in 2023. But yeah, I'm focused on what Tim Cook has to say about the implications from tariffs. I'm interested in what Tim Cook has to say regarding the new judgment in its App Store-related lawsuit with Epic Games. I'm interested in what he has to say regarding artificial intelligence and the idea that, you know, Apple's not innovating at the pace that it used to. Definitely there should be some interesting questions for him and the CFO, Kevin Parekh, on the call. We'll see if those questions get asked.
All right, number one, was that list in order? I want to check with you, Mark. I mean, so is it supply chain first that really is the most important?
I mean, that's the hot topic right now, right? We want to know what he's going to say about potential price increases, moves, prioritization of production in India. We want to know what kind of granular detail he's going to get into. If I were to guess, he'd probably be very vague, but it would be nice to hear some detail. I think investors want to know if margins are going to be reduced, if prices are going to be increased. So I think this is going to be a pretty important earnings call. Like I said, not because of the numbers of the prepared remarks, but because of how they answer those questions at the end from analysts. In terms of artificial intelligence, they very publicly, at least through our reporting, have made a series of moves to its AI department. Clearly, they know that a lot of work needs to be done there. They know how far ahead Amazon, Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, Samsung, everyone is in the AI space compared to Apple. They need to step it up, and they know that. Curious to see what Tim Cook has to say about that. Definitely want to get into the question about the App Store. Yesterday, the judge ruled in California that across the United States, nationwide, they can no longer charge developers a fee for revenue collected outside of the App Store. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but up until this point, Apple was making developers write them a check for 27% of the revenue collected outside the store. Now, as would make sense, as was originally ruled, they cannot do that.
Mark, in the last couple of minutes we have with you, I want to talk a little pricing and sort of home in on that. I asked Mandeep Singh from Bloomberg Intelligence earlier about Microsoft raising prices on Xbox and games amid this trade war. He said maybe that is an indication to come of what Apple will do when it comes to hardware. My question to you is, how much pricing power does Apple have when it comes to the iPhone, given its history of not raising prices, and also that people now can pay for these things through installment plans?
I think the latter point is what's important. When carriers moved away from the subsidies several years ago, Apple started advertising these phone prices, mostly focusing on marketing the monthly prices, the installment prices. So if prices do go up, you'll see them triple down on that idea. Maybe they'll get back into the subscription idea that they have been working on. It's a project they shut down at the end of last year. Maybe they'll find new ways to push people towards installment plans. But the reality is that we're due for iPhone price changes anyways. Even aside from the Trump tariffs, the combination of all the new technologies that have been added over the last several years with inflation, the complexity of manufacturing, how advanced these things have become, we were due for price increases anyways. So I think it's going to be a factor combining all of this stuff.
Mark, 30 seconds. I want to go back to Epic and the court case. How much, of a financial hit could this possibly get? What kind of numbers might we, are you looking for? How is it a big deal?
The scary thing for Apple is that it's basically infinite. If developers start implementing their apps and app purchases in a way that is conducive to getting that 0% commission, working with companies like Stripe, it could be infinite. In-app purchases are the majority of
Sorry, jeg satt på telefon.
in the App Store, which generates about $20 billion per year. So
Ja, det på
anyone who tells you that they have a guest,
Frontbroker tjener ikke penger på det taper.
Mark Gurman, good stuff. You set us up
Hello.
so well for when Apple reports later on. 4:30 p.m. Wall Street time is when we're expecting it. Mark is managing editor for Global Consumer Tech at Bloomberg News out there in our San Francisco bureau. Folks, you are watching and listening Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Sånn, nå er det telefonen til. Hva var det som sa for noe her? Blir for dumt til så å tape penger, så dere har puttet dem under B-bok, og de har 0 peil. Sander, er du helt tulling, eller? Helt seriøst, liksom? Det er et regulert meglerforetak. Må du slutte.
Hvordan er det jeg gjør det her, vet du det?
Hva da?
Nå trykker jeg join Discord, og det skjer ingenting. Eller du er kanskje feil person?
Nei, du ser ikke spør meg det. Du kan snakke tankene videre med denne shorten. Hvem short den siste? Det var egentlig bare å se om man tok en breakout, og så så jeg at det kom oljeprisen poppa. Det var ikke noe mer enn det. Det var bare en trade. Konvertert fra Bibo, koster bare mer å skaffe lisensen her. Og så vet du det, Sander?
Dra tilbake til den plattformen du kommer fra, tenker jeg da.
Jeg vet ikke. Jeg i hvert fall får ikke penger. Hvis jeg taper penger på coptrading, så tjener ikke jeg en krone. Tjener ingenting. Jeg får kun 30% av det jeg genererer i gevinst. Og det er ikke noe, koster ikke noe mer lisens med det, tror jeg. Stig kan gjøre noe. Så jeg tjener kun penger på å gå i pluss. Jeg tjener ikke en krone på å tape penger. Bare holde det veldig klart. Hvis jeg taper penger, tjener jeg ikke en shit. Jeg vil ikke tjene en krone før kunden er i pluss. Så det er mitt aller største ønske å tjene penger, så alle kan ha det bra. Og så er det regulert. Og jeg måtte gå gjennom en hel haug med sånne KYC-sheet for å bli godkjent som copytrader. Jeg måtte vise til historikk. Så jeg har blitt sjekket i huet og ræva. Den eneste grunnen til det jeg fikk med meg på det, for jeg hadde domene Frontbroker for et par år tilbake, og har solgt domene til noen investorer. Og dårlige timesbetalingsdager. Sånn er det, Lena. Det var jævlig bra timesbetalt for en uke siden. Helt til det kom. Nei, hele shorten, plan videre med den. Hele shorten, jeg shortet jo, kompis, for det kom drittall på torsdag. Det var derfor jeg shortet. Det var derfor det ramlet i går også, på de samme tallene.
Disse hundene, ass.
Ja,
Døra er lukka, jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal gjøre. Kom her. Ja, det er Alex ute.
You are listening and watching Bloomberg headquarters. As we mentioned, we've seen a rally underway on this Thursday, but we're definitely off our best levels of the session. A lot of big
Perfekt.
last night.
Folk som hjelper ute, skjønner du. Bare ikke med å være ekkel. Nei, men det er jo litt ekkelt å høre at man blir lurt. Det er ikke noe kult. Her sitter jeg og gjør mitt aller beste, liksom. Jeg tjener ikke en krone på å gå minus. Ingenting. Ikke noe, tjener ikke en dritt. Og jeg sitter her hver dag ut og inn og poster og holder på. Hver eneste dag. Og snakker med analytikere og snakker med forvaltere hele tiden. Plan videre med denne shorten. Tenker vi på totalshorten? Tredje. Sånn som jeg har gjort i dag. Det kommer nye dårlige tall i dag. Så eneste som er annerledes nå, at han har jo gjort det lettere for Nvidia å få solgt chipen sin til utlandet, men det er jo det er ikke noe annerledes i dagen når det går. Eneste som er annerledes nå er at jeg har Trump snakket i dag også. Nei, han har bare sendt sånne tweets eller noe sånt.
More widely available to those members. So this is not a good day to be long Eli Lilly, but good for Novo.
I feel like the back and forth with these drugs.
Nå vil jeg eventuelt ta litt tap. Når jeg vil ta tap, når det kommer en bra tall, så kan jeg ta tap. Om du er god med 14 marginer, da er jeg jævla god med det. Dere må huske ting, jeg var i penga i går, liksom. Det er ikke lenge siden.
Lilly announced an expanded partnership with Weight Watchers on April 29th that was aimed at reaching customers who are looking for lower cost treatment options, so there's a lot of back and forth in the space.
Og det markedet kommer, du lærer så mye, så jeg er virkelig takknemlig for at du har noe til deg, og det er Gud for den som skriver. Tusen hjertelig takk. Jeg føler meg litt dum da, siden folk ikke helt skjønner hvorfor jeg er short. Så jeg tror jeg sier noe gærent i perioder her.
All right, let's talk about another one that is definitely selling off as well.
Jeg føler meg ikke sånn like smart alltid.
The chipmaker gave a tepid revenue forecast. It actually wasn't that bad. I mean, they said revenue will be 9.9 billion to 10.7 billion. With the midpoint of that range is actually below the estimate.
Nei, men det er aldri... Det er nytt for meg også, å trade et sånt marked hvor du har en president som blander seg inn i alle bevegelser. Det er nytt for meg også.
Amid the trade war, with Apple earnings coming up, I imagine we'll be focusing on this as well. Like, just how much is this company going to be affected by tariffs and global trade?
Begge deler, Sander. Trader veldig mye fundamentalt på makro, og så trader jeg teknisk når jeg skal inn og scalpe, sånn som jeg har gjort det hele dag.
Yeah, I had to flag this because the headline today, Carrier
For alle som har vært med en stund, så gjør alt det du sier mening. For de folk som har det sikkert yngst og tørst må bygge opp, er det ytterst få som har på bibelmessetider, så bare legger den sånn da. Ellers var det frustrert når det var tungt, men jeg sier det, det dropper av. Takk. Ja, men som jeg har sagt til folk da, jeg tar dette veldig personlig, og stort sett så tjener jeg masse penger på dette. Bare nå har jeg hatt en jævla dritt 3 dager med Donald Trump. Og det er veldig vanskelig å jeg føler det er vanskelig å gjøre noe riktig når du får han i fjeset hele tiden.
Absorb them. It depends on what you're selling.
I mean, the CEO said.
Og den eneste grunnen til at jeg trader mye i dag, sånn som jeg gjør nå, er fordi det er mer volum. Jeg må ha det også. Hvor mange kan jeg gå for? 900 holder massevis.
Where they are able to do things, you know, and make it work.
Yeah, I mean, they raised their earnings.
Jeg har ikke sovet. Jeg har ikke sovet nesten noen ting. Jeg er på 3 dager, for jeg sitter og prøvd å forstå hvorfor det går opp på dårlige nyheter. Jeg skjønner ikke. Eller jeg skjønner at det er Trump da, men jeg har ikke sovet på 3 dager nesten. Jeg sitter og holdt på hele tiden, og sett på analyser, og sett på fundamentale ting, og sett på alt. Alt tilsier at vi skal mye ned. Hva mener du når du sier at det er mye volum? Hva betyr det? Det betyr at det er mange som handler aksjer. Det beveger på seg. Jeg vet ikke om dere så i går, de siste dagene har det gått sånn tikk, 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 tikk.
would say it's somewhat of a consumer staple.
Bare gått sånn opp. Du kan ikke trade på det. Og så kan du si det at du kan jo kjøpe når det bare går sånn sakte oppover, men da kjøper du på feil info, liksom. Du kjøper bare på en bevegelse, det er helt greit det, liksom. Men du kan ikke basere en bevegelse på det, da. Ifølge Esma 50, Mornings Call, Closer Broker, en posisjon for kjøper. Det er helt riktig sånn. Men du har sagt at alt skal ned, og Martinsen har sagt at alt skal opp. Nei, han har ikke gjort det. Ola, det har han ikke gjort. Martinsen Stig har sagt det samme som meg. Han har sagt at det skal ned, men han tror det skal først opp.
Unnskyld meg, men jeg får ikke det her. Jeg blir dritsur.
Jeg kan ikke hjelpe deg.
Jeg trykker på invite-linken. Jeg har en Discord. Jeg kommer meg ikke inn.
Da må du få sånn der...
Du har ikke skrevet hei til Stig engang.
Stig
du
og
får
henne.
ikke lov til å prate med han.
Ja, ta altså et Nils her.
Nei, han er ikke her.
Han er ikke her. Jeg ser jo ingenting.
Hva som IT da? Ikke Nils det.
Jeg har lagd en egen server. Hva har jeg gjort?
Ja, men det heter server, så...
Ja, men jeg trenger ikke min egen server.
Jo, du må det, for en Discord er en server. Jeg har lært det. Jeg føler meg erfaring nå. Nå har jeg opp, nå er Discorden oppe, liksom.
Ok, hva heter channelen din?
Channelen min heter Frontbroker. Det er ikke meg. Channelen heter Dr. Botox, men du går på Frontbroker.
Nei.
Ja, men det går ikke an, for det er noen som har slått av at man kan invitere folk.
Kødder du, eller?
Nei, jeg vet ikke om det er for å satt opp det serveren din, men det, ja, nei, det er ikke så fullt.
Får du ikke invitert folk?
Nei. Jeg inviterte jo en tidligere, skal du se med på forespørsel, ja.
Alla!
Det går ikke an.
Hallo?
Men Stig, hva heter...
Nå blir du slakta på
det. Dem linken.
For folk får ikke adda folk på Discorden.
Linken på Frontbroker
funker ikke. Jeg aner ikke. Du som er gammel det. Jeg kan ikke. Men du kan prate med frøkna. Hun prøver å logge på nå. Det er han som fikser det.
Hei, nå har jeg lastet ned Discord, ikke sant, på mobilen.
Det er ikke mulig på nå.
Bare be om å fikse at man kan invitere folk. Åpen invite til alle sammen. Jeg har invitert dere nå. Og general. Hæ? Jeg har invitert dere nå.
Han fikser det nå.
Ja, til chatten, ja. Men ikke til serveren. Ikke til serveren, nei.
Nei,
det vi snakker om.
Fordi jeg kom bare på min egen server. Jeg har en egen server.
Alle invite til selve serveren stengt.
Jeg får heller ikke invitert... Ja, ok, så jeg får ikke invitert folk jeg heller. Jeg finner heller ikke linken. Nei, ok, greit.
Nei, det er stengt, det er stengt. Det må åpnes på settings.
Han må åpne...
Jones får til å gjøre det, men han vet ikke hvordan han gjør det.
Nei, men det er derfor noen andre burde være admin også, for Joachim hater jo alt som har med knapper og PC og iPader og ledninger og...
Ja, han kan ikke sette hvem som helst som admin, det er for...
Nei, men han kan sette meg som admin, jeg finnes jo ikke spur.
Nei, det står...
Ja.
Jeg hadde i hvert fall klart å finne linken.
Jo, men altså, det er mer med å være admin, så må du må kan Discord.
Ja, men det lærer jeg meg fort. Det er et nettkurs på 2 minutter, da. Så vanskelig kan ikke det her være. Jeg har jobbet som sosiale medieransvarlig i mange år, så jeg burde klare å lære meg den appen her også, men jeg synes den er litt rotete, det må jeg si.
Du er moderator, du, Frøvina?
Ja, moderator. Vi får ikke å gjøre noen ting, vi. Vi får til å kikke og band folk.
Vi kan bare mute folk. Kjefte på folk og mute.
Hvordan får jeg deg til å bli admin, da? Får ikke jeg gjort det selv?
Jeg vet ikke.
Olli Sahar.
Dennis, du har lurt meg! Jeg er jo ikke admin! Helvete. Nei. Ja, men hvordan får jeg folk til å bli admin her, da? Som skal hjelpe oss litt? Ja, jeg er på brukeren.
Eventuelt så kan du, mens jeg er på tråden på det, så kan jeg ta og legge det inn med en gang.
Ja, den heter Prepina.
Prepina er moderator.
Men unnskyld meg, glemte vi meg nå?
Nei, det tar til slutt. Prepina, Robert og Stig.
Jeg tar personlig ansvaret for å mute og stenge og kaste ut, ja.
Den jobben vil jeg ha!
Ja, ok, sorry. Ja, men du har så innmari kort rundsvar.
Jeg vet det er forferdelig. Vi kan...
Jeg må passe på det. Hva sa du? Stig etter Martinsen. Og så er det Robert Invest. De er alltid på.
Jeg kan shoppe ting, men jeg kan ikke...
Ok, Prepina har fått det, da er det bare Stigen. Men jeg er boss, ikke sant? Ok, perfekt, jeg elsker det.
Men jeg tror ikke du er, skjønner du?
Jeg vet ikke om jeg er det, han sier jeg vet ikke om jeg er det selv. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg er for noe, i faen.
Var du som lagde serveren, var det ikke det? Botox?
Men er du over meg?
Ja, han er over.
Er du over meg?
Han er laget.
Ja.
And Tim Stenbeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday, May 1st. Carol Masterton.
Og han klarer ikke
Ja,
det selv heller.
Du burde jo ha owner-rolle, Botox.
Hva sa du?
Du burde ha owner-rolle. Du har admin og moderator bare.
Ja, ok. Ja, men han fikser det siden, og Dennis er kul da. Jeg vet ikke hva som gjør det. Han har owner den så lenge, litt i hvert fall.
Kan jeg være inne i den gruppa nå?
Ja. Jeg skjønner jo. Altså, jeg er helt analfabet når det gjelder PC-er og sånt. Helt krise. Ja, men dere skjønner ikke hvor krise det er. Det er krise. Jeg sliter med å bytte kanal på telefonen. Nei, på fjernkontrollen, liksom.
Ja, da sliter du.
Ja, det er ikke kødd. Men jeg er jævla god på andre ting. Jeg har gått ned faen meg 5 kilo siden torsdag. Se da nå.
All right, and here's what's going on. This is precisely what is cut on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Jobs, Fed decisions, and yes, key earnings reports. This is exactly why...
Alle skal bli admin på siden. Jeg venter brus.
Kan ikke du det greiene her? Litt. Ikke så mye. Jeg hadde noe som hjalp meg selv.
0.6%. It is the S&P 500 index up 66, gain there of just about 1.2%. Nasdaq up 375 now, up 2.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index ahead of those earnings after Dallas, 3.5%, and after earnings last night for Meta, Microsoft. Meta right now up 5.2%, Microsoft up 5.9%. 10-year 4.22% with a 2-year 3.69%. Spot gold at
Og så kommer det... så kult bak det.
Den invite-linker kunne jeg sikkert fiksa, men ja.
Men hvorfor går det ikke via selve nettsiden?
Ser du hvor tynn har blitt i treningssvar? Jeg har gått ned masse. Det begynner å bli kjekk. Det er fordel å sitte i feil vei. Det blir jævla kjekk. Husker du jeg sa i går at det verste som kan skje nå er at Donald Trump gjør om regelen på Nvidia? Husker jeg sa det i går? Etter at han der Jensen, altså CEO av Nvidia, var hos Donald Trump i år. Og så gikk Jensen ut og sa i går at han skulle investere masse penger i den amerikanske økonomien.
Ja, jeg fant et plusstegn, og så stod det join a server, og så gikk det.
Det er ganske sjukt.
Ja, tusen takk.
Hallo, Kikken?
Da er jeg invitert.
Er jeg inne? Nei.
Ja. Vi gjør ikke det enda. Venter. Ja.
Jeg får ikke sendt en melding en gang. Jeg er utestengt.
Ja, men vi gjør ikke det enda. I know. Nei, men det går fint. Vi kjører på sånn her nå, og så bare tar vi en vei. Det er ikke noe stress.
There's been a substantial decrease in the 10-year since beginning of the year, but especially since January 20th. And President Trump and I are targeting that point on the curve. We are seeing that 2-year rates are now below Fed funds rates. So that's a market signal that they think the Fed should be cutting.
That's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier today on Fox Business. Separately, weekly data showed jobless claims jumped to the highest level since February, and U.S. manufacturing activity shrank by the most since November. Oh, yeah. Then there's also tomorrow's payrolls report and next week's Fed meeting. So a lot to get to, and we got a great roundtable for that. Michael McKee is Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent, and Ira Jersey is chief U.S. interest rate strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike's here in the studio. Ira is in Princeton. Mike, I do want to start with you. Comments from the Treasury Secretary and on what the Fed is doing. Nobody really thinks that the Federal Reserve is going to cut next week, right? Okay. It's not going to happen. In the market.
Ja, da stresser du litt for mye. Husk å få deg nærmest ikke kollapse på å holde kroppen. Nei, det sant. Men jeg tror ikke dere skjønner hvor personlig jeg tar dette her, ass. Det greit at du kan trade og liksom jeg tar dette her så jævlig personlig at det liksom det går til helvete hjemme når jeg ikke får som jeg vil I markedet, så går det skikkelig dårlig, ass. Jeg bruker, det skal vite det, jeg bruker så mye energi på å spå hvor markedet skal hen. Jeg vet ikke om dere følger meg på Telegram, men jeg skriver der hele tiden. Så det ikke noe sånt at jeg bare, nå skal jeg gå short for det har gått for mye opp. Det ikke noe sånt nå. Bare så folk skjønner hva jeg driver med. Det har ingenting med å gjøre det hele tatt. Jeg hadde gjort akkurat samme transaksjon, selv om det har falt 10 000 poeng før liksom. Trump I India skal investere I Amerika, produksjon av Vida slipper, Ukraina, mineralene USA har fått avtale på brukes til skipper, som 45% of the world's semiconductor grade neon critical for the lasers used to make chips comes from 2 Ukrainian companies, Ingis and Crayon. De I Ukraina? According to the Reuters calculation based on figures from the companies and market research from TechChat, global non-consumption for chip production reaches about 450 metric tons last year. Skjønner. Basically så presser vi Ukraina, og Nvidia blir godt I posten deres. Det bra. Takk for den slumdag. Oi, det Sahar heter Only S. Hvorfor heter det bare Only S, Sahar? Jeg pluss på shorten. Den ene shorten. Og dere som lurer nå, hvis jeg med på et skikkelig dropp etterpå, så tar jeg en gevinst, og så tar jeg ut en short som feil vei, og så går jeg I 0. Det sånn jeg tar ut posisjonene mine. Så den ene posisjonen minus med $150, da tar jeg og trader inn $150, tar ut posisjonen min, da den 0. Så det sånn jeg jobber meg ut av posisjonen, hvis du lurer på hvordan jeg skal jobbe meg ut. Hvis det ikke går ned. Skjønte dere hva jeg mente nå med det? Hvordan strategien blir?
Hvordan muter jeg deg?
Nei, du bråker så jævlig nå da.
Men hvordan muter jeg deg? Jeg vil ikke høre deg her.
Du må ikke ha meg på telefonen da. Jeg klør seg, så jeg får meg sår I hele trynet.
Hva var det du gjorde nær av navnet mitt?
Det heter Only S.
Jeg vet ikke hvorfor det ble sånn.
Det heter alltid Only S. Nei. Ja. Nei, for det sånn, jeg tenker vi kommer oss ut av den short-posisjonen hvis ikke dette går ned. Så trader vi inn, så tar vi tap. Og så trader vi inn, så tar vi tap. Og så trader vi inn, så tar vi tap. Det liksom, det sånn man må gjøre da. Hvis ikke det kommer ned. Jeg tror det skal skikkelig ned, men hvis det ikke kommer ned.
Jeg kan mute deg, ja, kult.
Jeg har også rosa fra Progress.
Hvordan blir jeg rosa?
Ja, det ringer.
Skal vi se.
Så kan du bruke en rosa logoen. Du har fått sånn logo av Lene. På Botox det mulig å hedge seg ut av lite kontrakter som du bruker nå? Ja. Det fint mulig. Vi kan jo trede oss ut av posisjoner slik at ikke flere mister kontoen sin. Ja, men de har ikke mistet kontoen sin enn så lenge. Da har de tredet på egen hånd. Skjønte. Mye du må trede inn, og du må trede en sånn trede hos meg. Og det ikke noe problem når jeg treder, skjønner du.
Husk at jeg gjorde $75 til 26 000 kroner, alt mulig.
Especially when we've got the president of the United States who is
Men
very
jeg
vocal
skjønner
and
ikke
critical of the Federal Reserve and the Fed chair.
Scott Bessent knows how Donald Trump works. And he knows that parroting what Donald Trump wants, whether it's a good idea or not from a financial market standpoint, is...
$3,000 er ikke så mye det når du trener mye. Det er mye penger selvfølgelig, men det er ikke noe sånn, det er ikke noe umulig det.
This isn't a request by the markets to cut rates.
Du må bare ha et marked som ikke kan prate hele tiden, så går det fint.
You kind of have to expect this, and I wouldn't be surprised to see...
Hva hørte du nå? Så har du... Ja, jeg gjorde 26 til 20... Nei, $75 til 26 000. Og jeg gjorde 47 000 om til 730 000. Altså 47 000 kroner til 730 000. I fjor. På TikTok.
Edit main profile.
Og så tappte jeg 470 000 på 3 minutter på Broadcom.
Jeg sendte deg bildene på chatten, Sar.
Mens jeg sov.
Jeg holder på å finne ut av det her, altså. Jeg skjønner ingenting.
Sahar er så råd å sette sprøyter og tredd samtidig.
Jeg gjør faktisk det. Det er ikke tull lenger.
Sahar har blitt helt gæren på 3D. Hun 3D hele tiden. Det går hele tiden.
Jeg har gjort over 100 transaksjoner i dag, liksom.
Men treder du inn beløpet for oss også, som vi betalte under, så taper du, skjønner. Ja, nå må du gi det litt mer enn en uke nå. Hittil i dag så har jeg gjort 14 transaksjoner. Eneste tap her er det ene tap på $40 på grunn av det pumpet opp på Nvidia-rapporten, og så er tredje det tapet pluss at det var pluss. Jeg er pluss stort sett alltid når jeg trader. Men jeg kan ikke trade når Trump prater. Da sitter jeg helt rolig. Jeg sa da ikke... Du ser på det annen måte da. Jeg hadde aldri tørt å sitte live og vist hva jeg driver med hvis ikke jeg stort sett er profitabel. Da hadde ikke jeg tørt å sitte der. Da er det bare, hjelp.
Hvem er det som har laget den logoen her? Er det Lena?
Ja.
Heftig.
Så...
SOJ.
Så, ja, bare så folk skjønner da. Jeg hadde aldri sittet her hvis ikke jeg hadde vært profitabel. Jeg hadde heller ikke fått lov til å drive med kopter hvis ikke jeg hadde vært profitabel. Jeg tror det er ingen trøk på 100%. Jeg pleier å gjøre det. Neida. Men nå har det vært en veldig spesiell uke. Vi har gått opp 10% på 8 dager. Eller hva faen det er for noe?
Men hvordan har du sånn pengegreier, Stig? Jeg vil også ha det. Jeg synes den er så kul, den der mannen.
Jeg har laget min egen emoji-dude.
For det koster penger, ikke sant? Jeg prøvde det her nå.
Men...
Nei, jeg laget det på Snapchat, tror jeg.
Ja, men det kan jeg. Hva skal vi se?
Jeg tror det er Snapchat-figuren din.
Men noe som også sånne, hvis man er litt sånn skeptisk til å lure på hva han gjør for noe, så kan dere bare spørre meg hva jeg tror, hva tror du skjer på makrotallene, og så kan jeg svare før det skjer, så kan du se om jeg treffer. Det er liksom, det er den beste måten å få bekreftelse på om jeg vet hva jeg driver med. Så spør jeg bare, Jones, hva tror du om de tallene der? Hva skjer nå? Så kan jeg svare på det før det skjer, og så kan du se om jeg treffer på det. Det er liksom ikke verre enn det.
Hvorfor er jeg i pluss på shortsen? Hva faen er det jeg står på?
Du shorts ikke der oppe da?
Vi gjorde tydeligvis det tangevis, ja.
Det vil hedge for Apple-tall. Egentlig, ja, men det er rykter på at Apple har problemer både med bøter og at de får problemer med marginene sine, for de skal flytte hele produksjonen sin fra Kina til India, som gjør at de mister masse business. Så sånn, ja, nei. Og hvis de leverer skamdårlige tall, da raser det til helvete. Hvis de leverer veldig bra tall, som jeg ikke tror de gjør, så tror jeg ikke det går så mye mer opp. Hvor finner du nyhetene? På det jeg sa nå? Apple kommer med tall etterpå, etter børs. Amazon kommer til å ta det til børs også. Tror MPC faller, Nasdaq faller, men jeg tror det blir... Nei, MPCC er ikke påvirket av Nasdaq i hele tatt. MPCC er påvirket av hele tariffgreiene. Containerskip, det er helt dødt. Det kommer ikke inn varer inn til USA nå. Og masse havner som er helt tomme. Det får ikke lempa. Så hele shippingbransjen er helt knekt akkurat nå. Amazon leverer bra vel. Amazon la ut i går at de er veldig påvirket av, i forgårs, at de er veldig påvirket av tariffen til Trump. De la ut estimater hvor mye det har å si for dem. Så jeg vet ikke om de leverer bra tall. De hintet til at ikke det blir så bra tall med de tariffene. Eller de guida. Og så ringte jo ringte jo Donald Trump, Jeff Bezos, i Amazon og ba han se til helvete å fjerne det. Og så sa han også det at Amazon er et politisk, hva sa han for noe? Trussel for Trump-administrasjonen. Så jeg aner ikke hva Amazon vil levere. Så det er ikke noe bedre sted å kjøpe nå. Nei, jeg vil tro da at hvis du skal tjene penger på shipping, så skal du kjøpe noe hvor det ser helt jævlig ut. Markedet kan sikkert falle en del videre, men shippingsektoren er den sektoren som boomer først når det reverserer med tariff og sånn. Så skal du skal eie shipping. Det er det som kommer til å gå. Tank og shipping kommer til å gå som faen. Bil også kommer til å gå som et helvete. Så det skal du eie. Når markedet snur, så er det det du skal eie. Og så seismikk også. TGS også er bra. TGS også, de gjør det veldig... Eller, jeg hører rykter på at TGS gjør det bra. Jeg hører rykter. Vet ikke, det er rykter. Hører rykter bare på at de gjør det veldig bra. At han nye CEO-en er veldig opptatt av marginer kontra han forrige CEO-en. For jeg kjøpte 2,30, men tenker å kjøpe meg. Jeg hadde kjøpt mer, Johannes. MPCC er billig mine. Den er billig. Og så har den bra med utbytte også. Faen, det som er skabb i trynet her, så. Aksjer skal kjøpes når blodet renner og du hører det smarte skriv. Jepp. Da skal vi plukke aksjer. Det er litt annerledes med indekser, tydeligvis. For her så går det opp på blodrøde dager. Så har jeg sittet ved siden av meg 1 år og 3 dager. Og de første 2 månedene så visste jeg ikke at det var 3 dager nesten.
Jeg sniktrede.
Hun gjorde skjul.
Men det skal også sies at jeg har tatt masse penger jeg også, men jeg føler at jeg har lært av meg.
Så det er den beste utdanningen du har gjort. Alle tapper penger i starten. Til og med jeg tapper penger når det går gærent her. Det gjelder bare å reise seg, og så lære av feilene, og så lære... Egentlig hemmeligheten med trading er basically marginene. For det er ikke noe feil, det er ikke noe skummelt å ta feil, så lenge du har marginer som på en måte takler det.
Og så er det nå bare ei uke av et helt år snakk om.
Ja.
Det er ikke noe krise.
Nei, det høres ut som jeg har vært feil vei 3 år nå. Det føles litt sånn også, for jeg sitter jo her døgnet rundt og bare klør meg hva er neste move til Donald Trump. Jeg har faen mistet det lille håret jeg har, jeg har fått utslett i trynet, jeg har gått ned i vekt. Alt er bare dritt. Trader kun US 100, valuta og krypto. Jeg trader egentlig alt. Men jeg har følt helt frem til det foregårs at jeg har jævla kontroll på Nasdaq. Jeg har egentlig det. Så jeg synes Nasdaq er veldig fin. Den svinger meg helt jævlig. Stig og jeg har tradet masse i fjor. Vi tradet Daxen. Jævla mye Dax. Og Dow Jones, ja. Men Nasdaq synes jeg er veldig fin. Tight spread. Eneste som er litt dritt der nå da, er at det er 7 aksjer som styrer hele børsen. Magnificent Seven. Utover det så den veldig fin. Det nok veldig mange nå som ikke liker 3D Nasdaq, for den jævla vanskelig nå. Men jeg synes den veldig fin å trade. Men det blir nok litt mer gull og Forex, tenker jeg, etter hvert. Stig veldig god på gull, føler jeg. Jeg synes du treffer bra på gull, Stig.
Jeg har stort sett grei koll på den.
Så du kan jo begynne å trede litt gull også, men den jo helt spinnvill hvis du bomler da. Men du kjører vel den på sånn breakout, så ikke det? Det sånn du treder gull?
Ja, ikke bare det. Jeg kjører som regel support og motstand.
Ja, du sitter ikke den i flere dager? Du svinger ikke gull?
Nei. Nei.
Dennis, har du tredet mye gull? Også bra. Vi burde ha litt flere tradere som snakker sammen, altså, for det veldig mye man kan lære av hverandre. Man har liksom sin sånn favorittgreie. Og når jeg drev og tradet for jeg kan jo si han ene, for dere vet ikke hvem det Seglem, så gikk det mest i shipping og sånne ting. Og så hadde en annen jeg kan si navnet hans også, for dere vet ikke hvem det for det mange av dem. Lunchen. Han tredet nesten bare olje og Yara og REC da. Så liksom man har liksom enkelte ting man liker å trade da. Og jeg elsker Nasdaq. Jeg bare hater Donald Trump akkurat nå. Jeg kommer sikkert til å like den etter hvert. Trygve Seglem? Ja, det vet jeg ikke.
Når jeg skal gi gaver, hvorfor kommer Martinsen opp? Det står gift Martinsen a new Nitro membership. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor han kom opp. Når jeg trykker på gaveikonet, så står det gift Martinsen a new Nitro membership.
Jaha.
Hva det for noe?
Nitro, det sånn ja, du kan sende lengre meldinger og sånt på Discord, ja, legge ut større filer og sånne ting. Det som Discord Pro på en måte.
Ja, hvorfor kommer ditt navn opp?
Jeg skal fortelle deg hvorfor meglerhusen besatt av Yara, Dennis. Det veldig enkelt. De besatt av Yara fordi du kan kjøre svære transaksjoner der. Det bra likviditet, og så koster det mye, så du må bruke mye cash for å få store posisjoner, holdt jeg på å si. Når det megler, så sier de skal vi ta en 10-er, da snakker vi 10 000 aksjer. Ikke sant? Skal vi ta en 10-er, skal vi ta en 5-er, skal vi ta 20. Hvis du sier skal ta en 10-er på Hydro da, for det veldig mange kunder som, ja, ta en 10-er, ta 20, og så ta en krone, hiv ned til 1,5 krone. Da har du tjent 20 000 eller 10 000 eller 25 000, ikke sant? Da sier man da, så er det veldig mange som trader Yara på grunn av det da. Bra likviditet, ja, mye kurtasje. Amazon kommer med bra tatt på Kroos. Jeg tror det, jeg jævla usikker koma, fordi som jeg sa i sted, Amazon la ut det tariffgreiene, og de hintet til at det ødelegger veldig for dem, med tanke på marginer, så jeg aner ikke hva det leverer.
That was actually in a letter to shareholders. You know, there are ongoing discussions with key trade partners that may also have an impact. We will continue to be nimble and disciplined and keep you updated as we know more. You know, it's been a busy week for them in terms of talking to the street, talking to investors. Can you read between the lines and say, okay, wait a minute, they're having a productive conversation with the administration, or can you read between the lines? They're not necessarily.
Og Yara kan gå til himmelen når med en gang den krigen roer seg ned. Det har vært mye gull med det. Har du tredet mye gull, Finn?
Effort to protect the American auto industry, those are words that President Trump has used, that it's actually hurting the American auto industry because the American auto industry, the American automakers, particularly GM.
Altså jeg følger med på gullprisen helt da, men jeg har ikke tradet det så mye.
Sånn, da ser jo ikke
is that GM is furiously trying to move production into the United States.
Fibonacci.
They have a lot of factories in the United States.
Jeg fikk 2 nye booking i
Pickup truck production to
ja,
a
den var
factory
gratis
in Indiana
konsultasjon.
instead of producing as many in Mexico and Canada. So they have some
Jeg tror ikke det er så mange som bruker Fibonacci, Dennis. Jeg tror du er en av de få som gjør det.
product in there as quickly as they can.
Hey, just quickly, just got about 30 seconds, Keith. So, more production by GM in the United States.
Jeg vet av flere som gjør det. Det er ganske, stemmer som regel ganske bra.
Ja, på gull eller generelt?
På gull.
Ja, på gull.
Spesielt på gull.
Ja, så liksom du kjører den på gull, du kjører ikke den på en vanlig indeks, liksom. For jeg testet det stemmer jo faen ikke.
Nei, det fungerer best på gull.
Okay, so we get an update.
Bruker litt
Fibonacci.
As much as 12% earlier in the session. The biggest intraday drop going back to October. Shares now down 10.5%. This after CVS
Eli Lilly er ned 10%.
down from its preferred list, making
Profitordning.
Wegovy more widely available. Madison Muller is Bloomberg News health reporter. She joins us here in the blue.
Ja, og det er et sånt selskap som kuttet skal da si på utbyttene i dag. Jeg kommer ikke på hva heter selskapet, men det er sånn medisinsk selskap eller helse.
Ja.
Og 3 milliard i market cap.
Coming on the heels of the news that we discussed earlier this week, which was that Novo Nordisk was partnering or working with some telehealth companies to distribute distribute pens of its blockbuster drug Wegovy at a lower price. Now we're seeing Novo partner with CVS retail pharmacies and CVS is drug benefits manager unit.
Gull går mye motsatt i forhold til USUNDUS. Ja, men det er helt etter boka, det er fint. Du kjøper gull når du er pissnervøs. Så da går den opp, og så faller Nasdaq. Safe haven, safe haven.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the interesting thing. I mean, Lilly has said, and they were saying today, that the price of the medication...
Nå har folket her forstått at de nyhetene som har kommet siste uka har vært at det er ikke bare noe jeg sier at oi, det er dårlige nyheter. Har dere skjønt at det er resesjon, frykt, layoffs i hele USA nå? Har dere forstått at flere i kongressen nå prøver også å få stengt lovforslaget til Donald Trump? Har dere skjønt det, liksom? At det er ikke litt ille i USA nå, det er sånn panikkille, liksom.
Clarity about how these negotiations work, what happens behind the scenes, and that's not something that we're probably going to get anytime soon.
So is today's stock move all about this?
Hvis dere har sett det, liksom?
Yeah, I mean, in part, I think it sort of compounded the underwhelming results that you mentioned earlier.
Kjøpte fysisk gull for 5,4 meter, ikke noe. Ja, men det er jo kult da. Jeg hadde sånn, når jeg var tidligere og drev og bola og vært idiot, så hadde jeg sånn slags kongelenke på faen meg flere 100 gram.
Investors were looking for more growth and looking for Zepbound sales that sort of smashed
Den
past
solgte jeg
estimates like they did last year, and that's just not what happened. So
mye da kommer mye. Ja, helt rett det. Hva tenker du om å kjøpe fysisk sølv? Jeg har ikke så peiling på det, ass.
All right, so I mean, I don't know. Can this?
Var en bekjent av meg som drar til Afrika og kjøper fysisk gull og så selger den i Dubai.
We always talk about the pipeline and other things.
It's like more than a $700 billion company at this point.
Yeah, so help us put this in perspective.
And that is really, that valuation is really about weight loss drugs. But the thing is, Lilly's, like you just mentioned, their pipeline, people are so excited about Lilly's pipeline because not only do they have Zepbound, which is, like we said earlier, a little bit more effective, but they also have a weight loss pill that's coming pretty soon, as early as 2026, the CEO has said. And that is thought to be the next big thing in this market. They are far ahead of the competition when it comes to that, and they're going to continue to sort of dominate this space.
So can I just ask one follow in terms of the PBMs and negotiating? So if they come out with a pill, is that a whole separate negotiation because it's a different form of delivery versus an injection?
Yeah, I mean that is the question. I mean the thought is that the pills will be priced lower to begin with because they're easier to manufacture. Pills are typically a little bit cheaper. But Novo has a pill on the market right now called Ribelsis that doesn't work as well.
Fibonacci-greiene der?
Det der?
Ja.
Fargene?
Ja, det innstillingen hans på Fibonacci. Det samme som du... Det sånn setup.
Jeg skjønner ikke.
Det målenhet. Det sånn som du trykker på...
Hva betyr en? Det en kontrakt?
Before subscription fees.
Nei.
Lili announcing expanded partnership with
Føler jeg meg jævlig nummer.
Det jo ikke dum. Det jo ikke så rart at ikke du kan det.
That's the question. I mean, and I think that
Det
Jeg kan bare inn og ut, inn og ut.
Ja, men det en indikator du bruker for å se verdier. Når du skal se bevegelser, når du treffer deg, så skal du gjøre det.
I mean, Bernie Sanders called the CEO of Novo Nordisk into a hearing last year and really railed him on the price of these medications. And they are bringing the prices down, and they are expanding accessibility options, affordability options for patients. But I think investors were concerned what this means for Lilly. Are they going to lose out on share because of this?
Where is it manufactured? Is it here so far?
They do. Their supply chains are sort of all over the place.
Okay.
Novo makes some of the drug here. They do. They make some in Denmark.
Jeg har bare spist de 2 stykker nå, jeg har ikke spist noen ting.
A lot more happens here. So they're
Det smakte jo helt helvetes ræv. Jeg tør ikke si det, han var så fornøyd.
Du synes begge pizzaene var vonde, kanskje det noe med deg og ikke pizzaene gjør da?
Ja, den du hadde var tingene med det, den også smakte jo faen.
Du klagde jo på min også.
Ja, den var jo halvstekt.
Ja, men det sånn de liker det.
Hva tenker folk om euro-dollar, euro short? Jeg tror euroen skal styrke seg. Jeg tror dollaren kan styrke seg bitte litt med den tariffskiten. Men jeg tror det skal ned. Dollar kan knekke til 7 kroner.
Jeg skal aldri røre euro-dollaren igjen.
Du fikk den midt i trynet.
20 lapper fikk jeg i trynet.
Ja, men det var jo...
Det snudde du ikke.
Ja, men det var jo fordi Fed sa jo hele tiden det de sa da. Fed bare, we're dropping the rates. Skjedde ikke. We're dropping the rates. Skjedde ikke. We are dropping the rates. We're going to cut it. Skjedde ikke. We're going to cut it 7 times.
Var jeg short euroen på den tiden? Så gikk dollaren bare i taket, var det det var?
Jeg husker ikke hva det var. Jeg bare husker at jeg husker ikke om det var long eller short. Jeg bare husker at det gikk jo til helvete. Og
det stoppet ikke?
Nei, for Fed lovte jo rentekutt, 7 rentekutt, skjedde aldri. Og Biden satt sånn. Trump! Det var det han gjorde. Han var jo ikke president. Jeg tror Obama som president, det. Jeg tror Obama styrte av kameraten der. Han og Hillary Clinton. Jeg tror Biden var puppet for Hillary Clinton og Obama. Tappte 550 KFN på en type. Ja, den kjip. Men det var ikke egne penger da. Jeg var glad for det.
Har du stolen din begynt å knikke på?
Tok imot på 50-dageren akkurat.
Nå må jeg slutte å følge med på den chatten, jeg glemmer det trailer her jo.
Jeg glemte det også, jeg var til med pengene.
Ja, faen. Det stenger, det derfor.
Ja, stenger om...
Plutselig var det sånn, deilig bevegelse. Jeg prøver meg på en litt av short her, ja. For det gir rett i drømmen ut.
Hva tenker vi da? Skal vi ta oss og sette en liten hedge på close, tilfelle de tallene blir bra, og hvis det blir dårlige tall, så bare tar vi et tap på vei ned. Skal vi gjøre det kanskje? For jeg tror Apple-tallene blir jævla, det vet jeg ikke, men Amazon kan bli bra. Det er bare kortsiktig lykke dette her, for denne makroen er drit, liksom. Det må være fornuftig. Ja... Jeg tror Apple sliter. Amazon vet jeg ikke. Altså, i går gikk jeg på tallene. Ja, men de tallene i går var jævla bra, da. Det er jo forskjellen. De tallene var jævla bra i går.
burde jeg opp nå? 168 poeng. Det var så sa opp 7.
Men Amazon kommer til å levere bra. Hva er begrunnelsen din på det, GT? Jeg skal ikke arrestere deg eller noe sånt, men jeg bare lurer på hvorfor du sier det. Tilfelle du har fått med noe ikke jeg har fått med meg. Nei, jeg tror ikke Apple leverer dårlig på grunn av India. Jeg tror Apple kommer med dårlig guiding på grunn av India. Jeg tror ikke de leverer dårlig tall på grunn av India. De har jo ikke flyttet opp produksjonen nå.
Jeg tok et short, men alt for tidlig.
Altså, jeg tror guidingen til Apple blir litt utfordrende.
Hvilken 5 måneder er det pluss?
Nei, hvert øyeblikk. Åja, men pleier ikke det gå opp på dårlig guiding?
Du var i pluss nå.
Nei, det pleier å gå ned på dårlig guiding. Det pleier å gå opp på tall, og så ser folk guidinga, og hvis den er dårlig, så faller det. Reaksjonen kommer senere. Ja, det stemmer. Ofte så gjør det det. Og det som er ofte også med tall, som folk også glemmer da, de tallene som kommer nå, er jo fra forrige kvartal. Det er ikke nå. Så er det mange som blander kortet her. De tallene som kommer nå, det er det beste kvartalet. Det er det sterkeste kvartalet deres. På alle sammen som har levert i år. Det er veldig mange som ikke vet, som ikke helt skjønner det. Eller som ikke visste det. En gravid...
Og en mange som trekker ned.
En gravid som trekker ned. Gode konferanser på nettside, gravid dame. Jeg tror ikke vi har den på frontlocket, de ikonene. Ja, vi har kanskje det.
Det hadde jævlig fett da, men det var som
er det bare Amazon og Apple-tall som kommer til børs? Det er mange tall, men det er de viktigste på Nasdaq GT3 Zoom. Det er det viktigste. Det er liksom de som er Magnificent 7, ikke sant?
Nå er det pluss. Nå er det pluss.
Nei, jeg var i pluss. Jeg må litt lenger ned da.
This is not a toy. Jeg tenker det tredje på alle kameraene.
Du gjør det.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. About 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this first trading day of May 1st, 2025. Charlie just breaking down the numbers along with Jordan, and you can see that, up about 1% on the S&P 500, off our best levels of the session. And you've got really those big tech names continuing to push the NASDAQ 100 higher, up about 1.6%. In particular, Meta and Microsoft, we talked about it earlier. After the close, we get the A's of the Mag 7.
Airbnb.
No.
Amgen.
No.
Oh, no?
No.
Oh, okay.
Funny how that works.
Apple and Amazon. That's what you're talking about. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Hey, let's see what Max Wasserman has to say about this. He's founder and senior portfolio manager at Miramar Capital. Max, I don't want to talk about these individual names with you. We're going to have plenty on that in just a few minutes. I want to hear your thoughts on the macro environment right now, given that we've seen such a rally over the last few days. Hard to believe that April ended the way it did, given the selling that we saw in the first part of the month.
Jeg fikk akkurat ikke tatt gevinst.
It's fascinating to see all the turmoil that's taken place in the marketplace based on commentary out of the White House.
Endelig en som sier det. Han sier at det er klin umulig å forholde seg til dette her because of the commentary from the White House.
Det er sant.
Endelig en som klarte å si det.
På nyhetene.
Look at the tariffs as a transitory inflation that can be that needs to be dealt with, or I can just leave it alone. But we see the economy slowing down.
We see the economy slowing down.
And if the tariffs, again, it's hard to handicap that because he keeps making exceptions all the time.
Han sier at Trump keeps making exceptions all the time.
But we think this market is slowing down, And we think the consumer is going to be hurt by that, and we think the market needs to reflect that. And we think it is for the most part, but there's areas of pockets where technology, they're still gravitating to that right now.
De tror jo, han sier han tror det skal ned da. Jeg gikk i null, helvete.
Han analytiker?
Han analytikeren som snakket der. Han sier det at han synes markedet skal reagere på en slowdown, og det vanskelig å forholde seg til Donald Trump for å komme med, hva han sa for noe? Han kommer med kommentarer fra The White House hele tiden, og han gjør unntak til enkelte hele tiden, så det vanskelig å forholde seg til det han sa. Ok, da gjør jeg en ting nå, bare så dere vet det. Jeg setter en kontrakt nå, en hedge.
Gjør det før det fyker opp.
Jeg gjør det før det stikker av, for det kan stikke av hvis det kommer bra tall. Hvis det dårlige tall, så jeg fortsatt short. Så nå bare tar jeg halvparten, bare så dere vet hva jeg gjør for noe. Da vi alle med på det. Jeg setter en hedge nå, før det går opp. Bare så dere vet hva jeg gjør for noe. Jeg tror det skal ned, men hvis det kommer bra tall, så vil det gå opp først, for å så gå ned. Ok? Jeg gjør det kun nå for å hedge kontoen. Alle skjønner hvorfor jeg gjør det her nå, ikke sant? Se om jeg sier at det skal ned. Ok, så nå kjøpte jeg. Nå kjøpte jeg. Nå får vi se.
Det så typisk å rase flere hundre poeng, og da dør jeg.
Jeg håper det faller til helvete også.
Ja, det håper jeg, og det mest short uansett. Åh, jeg kan ikke. Oi, den var fin. Jeg har en lang her, ja. Mye dårlig inngang enn den.
Jeg tok den på bra. Tok den på bra nå.
There was a lot of back and forth there, so I think there will be a lot of questions
about the impact on
consumers. That's, and you know, typically Amazon is a story that has to do less with.
Nå kommer det til å smelle alle her.
We kind of got a preview of AWS yesterday with Microsoft.
Da blir det spennende å se de tallene til oi. Nå går det rett opp her.
That's certainly related to tariffs. How are you looking at about the inflation path forward?
I still think it's stubborn. You know, we still think it's embedded in there, and we would not be for the Fed cutting because we think inflation's still built in to the marketplace.
Where specifically? Because we're seeing a move away in oil prices, we're seeing lower oil prices. Where are you seeing inflation embedded?
Tok gevinst, setter den på nytt.
Basically, you're seeing the consumer spending. You know, they're telling you that
the prices went up a little bit there.
You're also seeing in the fact that housing, right, well, people aren't buying housing, but the cost of basically.
Den tok imot på diagonal fra alle bunnene tidligere her nå. Helt akkurat.
So the question really becomes is if the consumers anticipating higher rates or a slowdown, they pull back on the spending.
Nå sier han det jeg har sagt, high rates, slowdown, cutting down on spending, markedet skal ned. Det så deilig å høre andre si det samme.
Du må krige deg gjennom.
Jeg kriger meg gjennom. Jævla.
Skal jeg ta vekk diagonalen?
Men var det Robert?
Det Robert, ja.
Skal jeg ta vekk diagonalen, så får jeg gå ned?
Kan ikke du fjerne den?
Ja, det går. Det kan jeg bruke for når jeg ser den likevel. Sånn, nei.
Perfekt. Nå bare topp.
Stryner. Jeg tar gevinst da.
All right, so net,
på en ny runde. Det skal man shorte, jeg ikke shorte mer.
Jeg vil ikke shorte nå. Eneste grunn til det short, for jeg short.
Men jeg også masse short.
Higher tariffs, though, they're not the tariffs that they were. That there's going to be some higher level of tariffs and disruptions
jeg venter litt mer nå. Man kan falle litt på før det går videre opp.
And things are changing that could ultimately lead to
ja, men de siste timene får du alle være her.
Men hva om folk håper på bra tall, så går det rett til vers?
Ja, men da jeg går long uansett, men jeg venter, for det kan droppe like fort her.
Kan ha hånda på musa på tatt å se.
Jeg kan ta hånda på musa.
Nei, på klikkeren. Ikke min.
Den? Den jo helt der borte.
right?
Jo, men du må være
Look
klar.
at take out technology.
Det 10 minutter til det skjer nå.
Consumers are
jeg får helt
reflecting it,
med
energy
det.
stocks are reflecting it, healthcare.
Jeg tror det er jeg som har FOMO og GT3, ikke han. Jeg har FOMO på alle candlestick.
Not what's being talked about, but what's actually being moved here. Semiconductors are getting exceptions, but you have to look at what's happening with Taiwan. So long term, I am bullish, but I think you're going to be choppy for the next 2 quarters. I think the second half of the year, as we get through this and really settle into what tariffs are really going to look like, and the company...
Så da tenker du da, jeg tenker at Apple kommer til å få utfordringer med flytting av alle fabrikkene, produksjon og alt. Det vil medføre masse kostnader. De vil få også nye, helt andre marginer med tanke på produksjonen. De vil også må dårlige marginer med tanke på nye ansatte. Så fabrikker, ansatte, flytting, alt sammen. Og så tenker jeg det at det kommer til å bruke sikkert ganske lang tid på å få til dette her, tenker jeg. Så jeg tenker at den guidingen der blir litt sånn der klokka 4:30. For de har også hatt 2 av avdelingene til Apple har faktisk ikke vært profitable på lenge. Så jeg tenker det at Apple kan levere sånn det kan være bra på salg, for de har akkurat sluppet den der iPhone 18 eller 16 eller hva faen. Sluppet det nyeste, jeg vet ikke hva iPhone er. Så nå kommer den ned igjen.
Ny lang, eller?
Ja, sett den longen har dårlig. Det var den der jeg ventet på.
Yeah, baby!
Nå kjøpte jeg.
Det er deilig å trene, hæ?
Jeg savner det litt.
Ja.
I hvert fall så jeg tror den kan dra ned indeksen ganske mye. Amazon har jeg null formening om, på en måte. Men jeg har også sett det at Amazon har nekta veldig mange sånne små businesses å operere sånn som de gjorde tidligere, at du kunne starte sånn her Amazon Shopify med Amazon. Det har vært litt restriksjoner på det. Så det kan ha noe å si på omsetningen deres. Så kan det at omsetningen kanskje ikke er sånn som det var tidligere med tanke på omsetningen. Jeg aner ikke hva guidingen er engang. Så jeg vet ikke. Jeg er usikker. Men jeg tror at i hvert fall Apple kan komme med litt sånn slurvete tall, og så Amazon vet jeg ikke.
Ser du hva som skjer når jeg tar vekk diagonalen?
Det ramler til helvete.
Det gjør det da. Fy faen.
Men jeg synes uansett at det er riktig om jeg kjøper nå, så jeg får hedge meg tilfelle det går opp.
Enig. Just in case.
Selv om jeg tror det skal skikkelig til helvete. Helvete, det ramlet da.
Vet du hva det betyr?
Robert?
En ny lang.
Ja.
Nå kan du stoppe det, Robert.
Kan du putte på plass den?
Du får en ny diagonal fra toppene bakom også. Litt lenger ned nå. Jeg skal se hva det er for noe, det er 40 mil. 20-25 på den til.
Jeg gikk på en ny lang.
Så bra.
Jeg tør jo ikke sitte i det, ikke sant? Det er så jævlig fucka marked.
Nei, men du må gjøre det, for hvis det kommer bra tall nå, så stikker den.
Jo, men jeg får mange long.
Da går den rett opp til 20 000.
Jeg er fornøyd med $30, så jeg vil ta den.
Ta $30?
Nei, jeg tar $30, så er en til her.
Jo, bare pass på nå. Nå kommer det tall snart.
Og jeg blir så redd når du sier det er flere 100 poeng vi skal røre på oss nå.
Hvis det kommer bra tall nå, det er det største selskapet i USA som kommer tall. Det rører på seg. Trust me.
Og hvis det er dårlig tall, så må det
da faller det til helvete.
Så må man være klar på å ta tall, da.
Ja, men da er du mer short, så er det greit.
Er ikke det akkurat nå?
Er du mer long? Du tar så jævla løpefart, du.
Jeg er klar for tall.
Jo, det er du. Men altså, hvis det blir dårlig tall, så går det jo minus.
Nei, for jeg har tradet seriøst 15 eller 20 løper i dag. Jeg tar dem i tall. Da er jeg mulig.
on Bloomberg
Jeg trener som faen I dag, jeg tror du skjønner det.
Jeg har sett på det, vært flink.
7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade, and then of course we're going to start to get big-time earnings. Amazon shortly after the closing bell is expected, and then about 4:30 p.m. Wall Street time we'll get Apple earnings. A bunch in between as well: MicroStrategy, Amgen, Airbnb, GoDaddy, Reddit, Live Nation, Motorola. I'm leaving stuff out. Twilio, Instacart. There's a lot of stuff coming our way.
Yeah, but you know what?
What?
People really care about the big ones.
Yeah.
And this is the biggest day
They
when
do.
it comes to S&P 500 earnings.
Dette den største dagen på S&P 500, sier de nå. Earnings.
Stats to keep in mind. Maybe I'll repeat them during our simulcast, Carol Nasser.
I bet you
Busiest day for the S&P 500 for earnings this quarter.
Okay.
62 companies worth a combined
Men
9.
vet du skal ikke røre den kontoen, da går du utover marginene dine. Det sånn du blåser kontoen din.
Next story is going to get your attention.
Because you're going to call my attention
Men han har
to
under margin,
story.
altså.
I don't know where you're
Jeg vet ikke, Vetle.
State and local taxes.
Dr. Bote, så tror du mest sannsynlig skjer bra eller ræv tall. Jeg tror Apple tror jeg bra tall, dårlig guiding. Og så tror jeg Amazon, vet jeg ikke, men dårlig guiding.
When our deductions were limited, it's kind of a big bummer. It's just, it costs a lot to live in this era. So key House Republicans today talking about some different ways to discuss, to direct an expanded state and local tax deduction to those making less than $400,000 as they seek to balance the cost of the tax break with the political needs of several lawmakers from New York and other high tax states.
The $10,000
Huh?
cap on stocks is one of the most
Ja, hva
contentious
går ned?
issues in the GOP debate on its giant tax bill, and it remained
Ja, jeg tror dette skal til helvete, som sagt. Nå er jeg kun long, for jeg hedger meg. Bare så vi er enige om det.
Ja, du mer short.
Ja, jeg tjener på at det faller.
Ja, fordi at det stenger om 5 minutter.
Ny hedge her. Nei, jeg skal ikke ta noe mer hedge her. For jeg tror det skal ned. Det er bare for å være med litt.
Det var akkurat på den diagonalen.
Akkurat på den diagonalen.
Hva betyr det? Betyr det kjøp?
Ja, han treffer akkurat teknisk der han skal treffe.
Den går igjen. Den går ikke mye nedom heller, for det var det 5 minutter snart.
State and local taxes.
Yes, please, go ahead.
It's expensive to live around here. And so, you know, I think when you start to put what might be considered middle class across the, like what's middle class maybe here versus middle class in another part of the country, I think some would argue is
Fy
different.
faen, det falt da.
And so this is, we know the cost of living on the coasts is often a lot more expensive than living perhaps in the north part of the country. I'm not saying anything about, you know, I know it. I have relatives who live in different
Det
parts.
ramlet 90 poeng.
Their state and local taxes are a lot lower. So I, you know, I don't know, when you start putting an income cap, I don't know if it's necessarily fair.
Uten grunn. Det.
Ja, men akkurat nå da?
Ja, nå er det fordi folk tør ikke sitte på tallet, antagelig.
Og jeg har grunnsikring da.
Ja, det har gått opp hver
Jeg vet
dag.
at det er masse grunn til å gå så.
Det makrotallene nå er så dårlige. Det ser helt mørkt ut. Det skal jo ned dette her. Normalt sett, altså. Skikkelig også. Men nå sitter jeg ferdig med $85 i minus nå.
You don't hear a lot
I
about
almost forgot that we have big earnings coming.
You don't hear a lot about the tax increase for those making more than $1 million a year, which we started hearing about a few weeks ago.
Hva tror du om tallet stig? Nei, gi faen. Null mer formening.
Well, there were Republicans in the party who pushed back on that.
Why?
Det stemmer ganske bra.
Kan du kanskje kjøpe en halv en til her da, og så kaste det ut hvis det blir ræva. Bare for å være med litt.
These tax cuts have to get paid for somehow, right? And especially the additional stuff on taxes on tips. No taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna.
I love it when I bring. This is why I bring up salt.
Cleansing breath.
See what Matt Miller has to say.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be sending. Get ready for Apple and Amazon earnings, folks. Over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
Det er også som Propina sier, spiller ingen rolle om det er bra eller dårlig, snakker Trump i natt, går det opp uansett.
Ja, det gjør det. Men nå faller den helt grønne jævlig her. Ja, kjøpt en til nå. Nå er vi 0 på Nei, jeg er en halv kontrakt, faktisk.
Comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the US market close starts right now.
Nå kjøpte jeg her nå, og så ser vi tallene.
Romain Bostic alongside Alex Steele. We're taking you through that closing bell with a global simulcast. It's already started. Scarlet Foo's already here. Carol Masters there as well.
Was she wheeled in?
Too. No, she actually walked in today.
I used my legs, yeah.
You know, she does have legs, Carol Dan. All right, welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. Here on a very, very busy afternoon, Carol Master, we get a slew of earnings after the bell. Apple.
Yeah, and I'm looking at stocks selling into the close here. We're still green across the screen, but we're moving down towards our lows of the session. Amazon, Tim, up about 3% ahead of earnings. Apple, it's been pretty little changed. Yeah, it's just up about 1/3 of 1%.
I said yesterday was one of the busiest days for S&P 500 companies. Today is actually the busiest. 62 companies worth a combined $9 trillion in market value. We've heard from some of them, but Amazon and Apple are the ones that we are focusing on in the next few minutes.
And it feels like after this, it's kind of, after the climax, we'll get Nvidia in the
Nå kommer det tall. Du må følge med.
It's really about listening for any kind of progress on trade deals. By the way,
Snakker
the
du meg?
Magnificent Seven and the Nasdaq
Jeg har den i hånda mi, ja.
are now above their levels pre-liberation day. Ever so closer to wiping out those losses.
Just re-tripping when it comes to all of April. But guys, how much of this is short covering mechanical buying versus fundamental buying?
De tror det er short covering på S&P.
After we open tomorrow.
Yeah, I am curious though about the earnings, particularly out of Amazon and Apple. We talk about everything that's going on with the trade wars here. Two companies really at the center of that, and of course also two companies that have shown resilience through past economic travails. It's an 8th day of gains for the S&P 500 off the highs of the day, but at the close,
Skal vi se hva han sier da. Jeg er long nå, på grunn av hedge, bare så vi skjønner hvorfor jeg er long.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by 74 points for 0.2%. The NASDAQ composite is out front on the back of those big results out of Microsoft and Meta. A gain of about 264 points or 1.5%. The Russell 2000 lagging slightly here on the day, up, but only about 0.6% on the
All right, quick check on the S&P 500, about 208 names to the upside in today's trade, 293 to the downside, guys, 2 unchanged.
All right, a quick look here at the IMAP. All the sectors related to big tech, infotech, communication services, consumer discretionary, they're leading the gains, each up by at least 1%. In terms of the weak segments of the market, you've got healthcare, of course, a clear defensive sector, down 2.8%, consumer staples and materials, each down about 0.5 to 0.75 of 1%.
Well, just a quick check on yields as well. We saw selling pretty much all across the curve and the front end in particular. And the big question was why? And no one seemed to know why. I talked to Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence is like, I don't know. The ISM manufacturing wasn't great, but it was a little better than estimated. So maybe it was that. Guys, Amazon's out.
All right, let's get to Amazon. That's crossing the wire right now. The company basically saying that in its most recent quarter, it did see net sales. I'm going to start with the bottom line here. So operating margins coming in at about 11.8%. That does appear to be a beat. EPS on the bottom line also appears to beat at $1.59. The street was looking for $1.36. Sales coming in at $156 billion, roughly in
dårlig consensus.
Is your forecast. The company says that for the second quarter, it does expect to see net sales in a range of $159 to $164 billion. The street on average was looking for about $161. So the bottom end of that forecast is below what the street was looking for.
Mye dårlig ventet på Whispering. Dårlig.
EPS side, also a similar story as well. The company saying that it sees an impact of about 10 basis points from FX, given some of the moves in the dollar as well. Those are the headline numbers here. You see the reaction down about 3.6%.
Yeah, the second quarter operating income coming from between 13 billion to 17.5 billion, when the estimate was for 17.82 billion. That was a huge miss there. A lot of questions are going to come up about who exactly is absorbing the higher costs of what is coming from China in these goods that are sold to consumers, especially in the wake of what happened earlier this week with the back and forth between Amazon and the White House after that Punchbowl News report. But I think a lot of questions about tariffs on this call.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just kind of doing a quick look through the press release. I don't see really any commentary so far on it, but it's going to be about that, right? In terms of their costs and certainly what they're seeing with consumers, maybe in terms of buying ahead of it or what kind of slowdowns they might be seeing already.
And that's so interesting, given that so many people are saying that this is kind of the poster child for a company that's really hit by the tariffs in so many different ways. Yet you look at the commentary in the press release from Andrew
Andy Jassy, talking about being pleased with the start to 2025, citing all the different things that they're working on, Alexa Plus, the new Titanium 2, Trainium 2 chips, Prime members expecting speed delivery records. It's as if it's any other quarter when we all know that there's so much in the balance.
Well, that's what was so interesting about what they said about tariffs. It was mentioned once in the press release, and it says, our results are inherently unpredictable and may be materially affected by many factors. They talk about the FX rate, changes in global economic and geopolitical conditions, tariff, trade policies, consumer demand, and spending, including the impact of recession fears as well as inflation. I mean, take that for what it is. Like, you have an outlook, but that's a material set of risks.
But that's like fine print at the bottom, right, about the financial guidance. And I'm wondering if that's any different than it would be 3 months ago.
Yeah, that's exactly like kind of the kitchen sink there of everything that could impact.
What are analysts interested in, and what are we interested in? That's what's going to be asked on the call later.
And they're going to be asked, and I think the two things coming into this that we had talked to a lot of people about was that we know we're going to see a hit with regards to the e-commerce side of the business.
Faen vad ræva tall, ass.
In the future. The idea is
Nei, Apple har ikke kommet med tall ennå. Helvete. Så tapte jeg på å hedge meg, men jeg gjorde det, jeg måtte bare gjøre det. Det kunne komme dritbra tall.
It was in line with estimates, though it's not materially different than what they had in the year ago period. Similar story for some of their other units here. You're not seeing an acceleration in that growth coming into this environment. So that's going to raise a lot of questions as to what these numbers look like for Q2 and beyond.
All right, guys, just to kind of recap, because we are seeing shares of Amazon down, kind of deep selling, almost 5% here in the aftermarket.
Amazon med 5%, det kommer til å stupe I morgen.
Again, the key line sees second quarter operating income 13 billion to 17.5 billion, quite a gap there. Estimate on the street was at 17.82 billion. And again, as Romain mentioned, Amazon guidance sees impact of about 10 basis points from FX, but we really want the commentary and what they are going to say about the retail business. Really important in terms of tariffs, because it's been an interesting week already in terms of speculation about the impact from Amazon.
And just in terms of the outlook here, just to put a more fine line under it, the second quarter net sales number will be 159 billion to 164 billion. Analysts were looking for, on average, 161.42 billion. I bring up the top line here because a couple of analysts have said that you really want to look at the top line. It's a pure read on what kind of issues a company faces, as opposed to the bottom line, where you can, decide to factor in different things, and you can figure out how you want to do accounting with expenses, with R&D. So you can tweak that as you want to, essentially.
Right. Let's get to some other earnings. Several crossing the wire right now. Airbnb shares down about 3%. They are mentioning tariffs. They are actually lowering their guidance. And
drittall fra Airbnb også. Helvete!
Basically saying that growth.
Faen, jeg har sagt det hele uka at dette skal ned. Faens drit.
From the 7.9 number that they had in the they did not actually say what that new
Nå synes jeg Trump kan si et eller annet hyggelig nå.
Moderation from the first quarter, and they've made it clear that they've seen relatively softer results in the past few weeks, and they expect that to continue in the weeks ahead.
All right, guys, just want to hit Instacart for a moment, because the first quarter appeared to do fairly well, and then we'll get to the outlook in a moment. So first quarter revenue, 897 million. That beat estimates. A gross transaction value, that's the key metric for them, is 9.12 billion. That wound up beating estimates. Looking at the outlook, that same number, that gross transaction value for the second quarter, looking anywhere from 8.85 to $9 billion. Orders for the first quarter coming up. Pretty rosy outlooks, guys. Best order growth for this company since 2022.
All right, Instacart to the upside, not the case for Block. It is dropping like a rock, down about 10% here in the after hours. It's down more than 30% year to date. The company cut its adjusted operating income guidance for the full year. The guidance missing the average analyst estimate. Here's the numbers. For the year, adjusted operating income of 1.9 billion. It had seen 2.1 billion. The estimates for 2.13 billion. Company sees gross profit of 9.96 billion. The estimates above that at almost 10.2 billion, and sees adjusted operating margin of 19%. Had seen 21%. Again, continue to see Block down about 10% in the aftermarket.
All right, and let's just take a look at Reddit. The stock is surging in after-hours trade after its second quarter revenue forecast topped analyst estimates. But if you look at the quarter that ended, that was a huge beat as well. Just to give you an idea, the average revenue per user, $3.63. Analysts were looking for $3.44. For this quarter, the second quarter, it is saying that it sees revenue from $410 to $430 million. Analysts were looking for just somewhere in the neighborhood of $393 million. So that gives you a sense of the scope of the beat here. And again, Reddit surging right now after posting this big beat.
I'm looking at Atlassian. Shares of Atlassian ticker team down close to 15% at this point. Fourth quarter adjusted operating margin came in just shy of estimates at 22%. Fourth quarter adjusted gross margin coming in above estimates at 84.5%. The company's shares are falling post-market. Fourth quarter cloud revenue year over year up about 23%. Third quarter revenue for the most recent quarter up $1.36 billion, just above estimates of $1.35 billion. Shares continue to move lower, down 16.8%.
Roku also out with earnings. The shares had been higher. They've been oscillating between gains and losses. First quarter revenue did rise 16% in the quarter to about $1.02 billion. That matches the average of analyst estimates. Bottom line numbers also match the average of analyst estimates. However, the company did say going forward for the second quarter that its revenue might come in a little bit light. It's projecting revenue for the quarter of $1.07 billion, just a touch below what the street was looking for. It also gave gross profit guidance of $465 million, also a touch light from what the street was looking for, and adjusted EBITDA, Scarlett, of $70 million, or Carol, which is also a touch light from what the street was looking for.
All right, a lot of earnings. Just to recap, Amazon continuing to be down more than 4% here in the after hours. Again, seeing the second quarter operating income $13 billion to $17.5 billion. Estimate on the street is $17.82 billion. A lot of earnings, folks. All right, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We know, Alex, you're heading out. Scarlett and Romaine, of course, continuing out there on Bloomberg Television, and Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Thanks, guys.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people.
Ja, det kom jo massive ræva-tall. Falt som av faen på det tallene der. Det var drittall. Og jeg hedget jo meg rett for tallene, for vi visste jo ikke om det kom bra tall eller dårlig tall, men det kom jo dårlig tall. Og jeg tror dette skal til helvete. Nå føler jeg meg enda dummere. Men jeg måtte bare hedge meg, for jeg ante ikke om de tallene var bra eller dårlig. Så nå jeg er mer short enn long nå, men jeg må bare vente på Apple, at jeg vet ikke hva som skjer der. Så jeg tar ikke å gjøre noe ennå. Men nok et bekreftelse på at det går til helvete bort i USA, liksom. Ja, det er Apple og Trump, ja. Men Amazon er ned 4%, liksom.
Jeg tok ut hedgen.
Hæ?
Jeg tok ut hedgen opp der.
Ja, men det er nok ikke så dumt det da. Du har vært med helt siden bånd, du.
Ja. Jeg har ikke hedgen, men den var jo $500-600 på den. Så det ser bedre ut hele linja over nå.
Du er helt enig at det var riktig å sette en hedge nå før du tallene, ikke sant?
Ja, hva faen det er? Nå fara, skal du se, det er jo ikke sånn, vet du. Jeg satt jo med 1,5.
Ja. Nei, jeg bare tenker på, i og med at jeg sier det skal ned, og så kommer det ræva tall, og så faller det, og så kjøpte jeg. Men jeg gjorde det, for jeg visste jo ikke om det kom dårlig tall.
Kunne kommet kjempebra tall da, og da hadde du risikert å...
Og da kunne det gått enda høyere opp her. Da hadde du brutt 20 000, da hadde jeg sett ut som en idiot.
Ja.
Det er jo Apple som kan gjøre det bra da.
Ja, men jeg tror ikke det, altså, for jeg tror de får jævla problemer med å flytte produksjon til India. Jeg tror det kommer til å være massiv dårlig guidings der.
Ja, så får jo problemer etter hvert dem også.
Ja, men hele USA har problemer nå. Dette skal ned.
Ja.
Det er helt overbevist om.
Men de vil heller ikke få det de trenger for å kjøre telefoner av monetære, altså. Så lenge at de ikke har tilgang til det fra Kina.
Ja, jeg håper det kommer litt opp nå, så jeg får tatt ut gå i pluss, og så håper jeg at markedet ramler til helvete morgen når de skjønner hvor dårlig tallet var.
Jeg satt den litt long når Botox opp.
Ja, jeg er long her, men jeg vil ikke kjøre noe mer. Jeg liker ikke å hedge meg når jeg er negativ. Jeg tror det skal ned.
Jeg tok tap på den rett før nyhetene.
All right, so, but you know that's...
Den er temmelig oversolgt da.
Apple har solgt som faen fordi folk vil ha unge telefoner før tariff treffer inn. Det stemmer. Det stemmer. Det har de gjort.
Riktig. Det er...
Slumdog følger med, ass.
Han på.
Faen, det ramlet.
Ja, nå er Stig her. Ja, det kommer jo dritttall fra Amazon.
Welcome back.
Ja, ok. Ja, nei, jeg har spist mat.
Og dritttall fra Airbnb. Og profitordninger fra hele fjøla hele uka. Så hvis noen lurer på nå hvorfor jeg tror det skal ned, så er det grunnen fortsatt.
Men du skjønner jo ikke grunnen, fordi... Ja. Nei. No comment.
Men når er det Apple kommer ta Stig, vet du det, eller? Klokkeslett?
Nei, jeg har ikke klokkeslett.
Men er det halve kontrakter du har på hedgen?
Jeg?
Ja?
Nei, jeg har 1,5 på hedge.
1,5. Du hadde en hel en på den første inn her da. Ja, yes.
Så jeg er short en halv nå. Jeg shorta en halv en, og så, nei, en, og så shortet en halv.
Det var hedgen?
Ja, det er halvannen jeg er short. Nei, long. Jeg er long halvannen. 1,5.
Ja. 1,5.
1,5. Ja. Og hvis Apple kommer med dårlig tall etterpå, så tar jeg ut all hedge. Da er jeg fortsatt short igjen.
Apple kommer klokken 11.
11?
Det er jo stengt.
Helvete.
Jeg skal komme før det.
Står at det kommer klokken 11 norsk tid.
Faen da. Det var ikke...
Er det earning call de har?
Resultatene blir presentert med direkte sendt konferansesamtale klokken 11.00 norsk tid.
Ja, da er det earning call.
Men guidinga der blir jo ikke bra.
Jeg tror de guidinga blir helt katastrofe, ass.
Ja.
Men helt seriøst, Amazon leverte Amazon leverte katastrofetall nå, langt dårligere enn hva som var Whispering, liksom. Det er veldig negativt. Hvis Apple leverer dårlig tall, eller bra på omsetning, bra på egentlig alt, unntatt at guidinga er helt katastrofe, da skal det falle på guidinga, ikke sant? Men tror vi da at markedet faller, eller tror vi Trump er ute og prater igjen?
Amazon kommer med bra tall.
Nei.
Det var revenue beat.
Nei, det var revenue beat, men det er dårlig på Whispering. Det er derfor han er ned med 5%.
OSP beat.
Ja.
Ja, ok.
Whispering var mye dårligere. Det som lurer på hva jeg prater om nå, så er det ordet på, altså forventningene til Amazon på gata blant meglerinstitusjoner, det var mye høyere enn forventningene til mange analytikere nå. Så, og hva de selv har sagt. Så derfor så faller Amazon på bra tall som er egentlig dårlig. Altså forventningene var høyere da. Det er liksom sånn man ser på det.
Det er jo fortsatt bear flag her. Kanskje. Da går jeg ferie med en røyker.
Gjør det. Har ikke du kål? Da hadde ikke kåls, du.
Ja, astma.
Astma? Ja, da synes jeg så tar jeg 2 røyk.
Og det vi sa i går.
Fy faen, vet du hva, det skal jeg gjøre nå. Og det er røyksygen.
Røyker du?
Ja, jeg smugrøyker, men hvis folk her kan innrømme at de røyker, så skal ikke jeg være noe verre, altså.
Jeg røyker ikke.
Jeg skal røyke
Ikke heller.
Ja, astma jeg også.
Stig drikker bare masse sprit, da.
Ja, det gjør jeg ikke. Jeg drikker ikke alkohol, det er sjelden plass. Men røyke, det gjør jeg.
Nei, Stig elsker å trade og drikke tresprit og printe sånne der plastikkfigurer og legger upp på Snap.
Ja.
Det er sånn drit.
Jeg ser at Stig er sånn som røyker sånne Al Capone cigarillos og har hatt på sommeren og sånn. Jeg ser for meg at han er sånn litt sånn mafia-boss.
What?
Stemmer det? Går du i linbukser, skjorte og røyker cigarillos på sommeren, Stig?
Kunne gjort det, Stig.
Jeg kunne gjort det.
Han har et bilde av seg selv med sånn bar overkropp og sånn. Har tatovering av en due eller seilbåtstig. Hva faen det har for noe?
Nei, det så ingen demoner skal komme inn og ta over kroppen min.
La være.
Det er jo ikke det engang.
Hvor er det? Er det tatovering ikke demoner som tar kroppen der?
Ja. Det er jo supernatural-tatoveringer.
Fy faen, jeg trodde du kødda. Du jo faen meg helt fjern, jo.
Mener du fra serien Stig?
Ja.
Ja, du har sett den du også, ja.
Ja da.
Det bra, det.
Det kan du sette på Bloomberg, det blir så stille her.
Jeg fikk den med sinnssyke meldinga. Vil du høre meldingen jeg fikk?
Positivt eller negativt?
Hør på den meldingen her. Det her ikke kødd.
Hva faen var lang?
Ja, jeg tror det en bok. Jeg tror Donald Trump må være en tvilling, for en mann alene kan ikke være så dum. Kødda. Han så dum alene. Han kan ingenting om økonomi, utenrikspolitikk, folkeskikk, innenrikspolitikk eller den amerikanske grunnloven som har vært læreboka for utallige unge demokratier gjennom historien nærmere Norge. Som Hitler hadde sin propagandaminister Goebbels, har Donald sin egen Steve Miller og 1000 andre ville rævslikkere. Jeg bruker Hitler og Nazi-Tyskland som et eksempel helt bevisst, fordi likheten slående. I læreboka om hvordan bygge et diktatur står det som følger: I valgkamp må du lyve så ofte du kan, uansett hva. Lov folket det du må for å vinne valg, og ikke bry deg om å holde dine løfter. Så må du konstruere en fiende. Hitler hadde jødene, greit tilgjengelig. Donald har det nest beste, alle med ikke kritthvit hud. Så må du ta makten over media. Du må kalle alle mediehus som ikke kysser dine skotupper for falske. Og du må kontrollere rettsvesenet ved å eie høyesterett. Deretter må du vinne over de militære på din side, og til slutt må du ha full støtte til folket. Så til slutt kan du annullere grunnloven. Akkurat det her har han gjort. Så må du annullere grunnloven ved å vedta nasjonal krise, og ergo du god gammeldags diktator og konge i et land. Jeg ser du prøver så hardt du kan nå, men du bor ikke i El Salvador, men i USA. Ingen amerikanere, det vil være seg generaler, rettsvesenet eller folk har noen gang gitt sin ed til noe annet enn grunnloven, og ikke kan presidenter eller andre som ønsker å bli konge. Amerikanere får sin respekt for grunnloven inn med morsmelka, og den respekten urokkelig. Og disse fattige ulovlige innvandrere satser livet på å få stålspissen innenfor USA, nettopp fordi der de kommer fra finnes ingen lov som beskytter mennesker. Du fulgte diktatorlæreboka Donald ved å lyve gørre av deg, men jeg redd ikke holder. Høsten 2026 det mellomvalg i USA, og dine feige såkalte tilhengere i både Kongressen og Senatet, som på valg, driter allerede buksa. Så etter at mellomvalget over og kruttrøykene har lagt seg, blir du en lame duck-president. Herlig uttrykk. Du har strippet for stort sett all makt over begge hus, og ditt kongedømme over. Du blir en keiser uten klær. Den stopper jo ikke. Du blir en keiser uten klær.
Han har tatt mye penger til
Men du rakk å ødelegge USA sin innflytelse globalt. Den fikk Kina gratis, og det kommer til å gå 10 år hvis noen gang din nasjon kommer tilbake. Make America Great Again, my ass. Den amerikanske grunnloven skrevet av folket og for folket. Problemet at ca. 60% av folket har utdannelse som tilsvarer en norsk sjetteklassing. Og de må ha 2 til 3 jobber for å brødfø sin familie. De kommer hjem fra jobb, trekker opp en lunken på Fjordland, skrur på Fox News og dupper av godstolen. De har hverken råd eller tid til å følge med på politikk. Jeg har vært der selv i mange år, jeg kjenner meg igjen. Uten sammenligning for øvrig. Et fungerende demokrati fungerer kun ved oppmøte i stemmelokalet. Det folkets makt, og ingen sleipe politikere kan lure seg unna våre stemmer. Men nå nærmer det seg før mai fort, og jeg skal ikke gå i tog i Oslo, men gå i tog helt til Gebbestad. Hadde det vært et tog for besserwissere, pensjonister, hadde jeg muligens tråkket Oslos gater, som så mange ganger før. Det særlig et banner jeg gikk under som jeg husker godt enda, og dette må være 90-tallet med fete type. Jeg tok jo helt av. Det var faen sjukt seriøst.
Du, altså, han preacha da.
Han preacha, han var brandmann.
Han en brandmann?
Ja, han tror han har tatt litt penger på Trump da. Han hater Trump da.
Sammenlignet han med Hitler.
Ja,
or even impossible for something some analysts have said. Well, you said empty shelves. Right. Where are we going to see them? What do you think we'll see empty?
I saw empty shelves, but in like a drugstore, but I don't know.
We'll see them empty shelves.
That's because everybody stole everything there, Carol.
I know.
Come on, don't you know how this works?
I know it's always a little war perspective. Go ahead, Poonam, sorry.
Well, you won't see empty shelves on Amazon, but you will see out of stocks. In fact, I was just browsing the website.
Nei, på den siste. Jeg er minus 1000 spenn.
Some things that just said out of stock, like
på Hedgeman, 1500 kroner.
So I think you'll start to see inventory, especially that comes out of China, be put on hold. And we don't know when it'll come back because unless you raise the prices or double them, you're not making the same margin on them.
What's the consumer's willingness to pay for this stuff? Because as I was mentioning to Caroline, if we see these price increases across the board, if we see them at Target, if we see them at Walmart, it's not like this is an Amazon-specific story. We're going to see this everywhere. At what point does the consumer throw in the towel and say, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to pay?
I think the consumer...
Du sier at konsumer kommer til å se tomme butikklokaler overalt, sier han nå. Nå er de plutselig litt imot Trump, da.
Before they bought 10 things, now they'll buy 3 things. Where are they buying those 3 things? Are they going to trade down from a national...
Så folk skal begynne å hamstre?
Are they going to
oppfordrer det?
Ja, for det er ingen som gidder å betale den tariffen som Trump setter inn. Nå blir ikke jeg driter. Det lukter helt ut.
Da blir det jo hamstring som vann.
Ja, samme som under korona.
People will just switch brands, they'll switch options where they can get things cheaper.
Jeg tror ikke folk helt skjønner hvor ille dette er. Jeg sier det igjen, det er helt katastrofe. Og de kvartalstallene som kom nå er det sterkeste kvartalet på de selskapene.
I mean, what do you get your kids if you're not going to get them the Barbie? And you're not going to pay, you know...
You can only get them 2 Barbies.
Not 30 Barbies, Carol.
Only 2 dolls, apparently.
Yeah, $2.
Right. Sorry. No, I'm just repeating, what we've heard. Hey, one last question. I will say, though, with the Amazon cart, like when you put them in and like you automatically see the value, like if things start to get more expensive, like you might pull back. 30 seconds, top question you think must be asked on the Amazon call.
How are we weathering this tariff storm that we're going into, especially, with 3P sellers? How are they going to control that Amazon is still an attractive place where value is seen? Because they don't have a control on prices for everything.
All right, gonna leave it there. Hey, Poonam, thank you so much. Super good conversation. Poonam Goyal, Senior Analyst for E-commerce, Athleisure, Off-Price Retail for Bloomberg Intelligence. Shares of Amazon, by the way, which gave a weaker than expected forecast for operating profit in the current quarter. Stock is now down about 3.7%, off its lows, but still down.
Well, let's bring in Ed Ludlow. He's the co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV. 11 o'clock Wall Street time on Bloomberg. Ed, this idea, this narrative that's emerging, tariffs, trade policies that could cause consumers to pull back on spending. How are you looking at this number that is sending shares lower in the after hours?
So what's so interesting is we've got to get super specific on Amazon's statement. For many quarters, Amazon used words substantial uncertainty in the basic boilerplate or footnotes of their forward guidance.
Right.
Actually, in the statement, Andy Jassy and the text of it doesn't say anything about trade or tariffs. What they've done is add this language to the blurb that precedes the financial guidance, and they say may be materially affected by many factors such as fluctuations in foreign exchange rates, but they went on to say 10 basis points in the current period, changes in global economic and geopolitical conditions, tariffs, and trade policies. It's in the boilerplate. That's so interesting. Like if you're,
but it's boilerplate. Don't you put everything? You throw the kitchen sink at it, right?
You yes, typically you would. But what I'm saying is that they're not attributing a quote to the CEO Andy Jassy. They're not putting it in the specific bullets that are in the press release.
It's in the fine print.
It's in the financial fine print, and that is such a subtle way of getting at this. And so Poonam is.
Arne trekker notice that North American auto parts compliant with UNC trade rules are exempt from Trumps 25 trade. Han forandrer jo de tariffene hele tiden, Stig. Jeg skjønner ingenting her.
The cloud business is alive and healthy. Perhaps people are looking at this and saying, okay,
tror du det går opp mot Apple sin tall? Kan gjøre det. Det kom kjempedårlig tall nå, Johannes.
then that profit is being
Det blir ikke noe til tariffene etter hvert.
or the consumer pulling back.
Det blir vel bare snakk, de tariffene etter hvert. Det blir vel ingenting av det.
Nei, bare prat, ser det sånn.
In cloud computing, Amazon is the #1 player and Microsoft is the #2 player. Microsoft, the #2 player, grew its cloud business by 33%, which was an acceleration of growth in tough environment and exceeded people's expectations. Even on the net sales, AWS, did they miss in the first quarter? Just slightly. On the net sales, right? But it's not that you're not going in the right direction, right? You say
Men selve earningsene til Apple kommer straks nå.
Hvis de er dårlige, da faller det.
Earning call etterpå, klokka 11.
De kommer nå, eller?
Ja, så kom halv 11, tror jeg. Nei da, earning call er klokka 11.
I mean, like going back to the press release, like you said, well, for them to throw it in the boilerplate area of the press release, which to be quite honest,
Konferansen er klokka 11.
It's like when a company goes public and they're doing, they release the S1 or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like everything is in there.
A lot of stuff could go wrong.
Yeah,
We understand
the sky
that.
could fall.
So what does that mean from someone who follows this company so closely when they throw it down there?
I'm just going to state matter-of-factly, for lots of quarters, all that paragraph said was substantial uncertainty. And now it says many more things that it didn't say before.
Yeah.
And that's quite a deliberate decision by an investor relations team or anyone
So
else.
significant on its own.
Ja, men i utgangspunktet så skal de komme nå.
Det kommer nå, det rører på seg. Kommer nå.
Ja.
Hva er tallet?
Jeg har ikke fått inn det, ja.
Amazon would label the tariff prices on the platform. Amazon disputed
Nå er penga på longen min plutselig.
explained it had been considered for a very specific part of their business called Haul, which is low-cost goods, and it drew the ire of the administration. And I don't know, how can I possibly know that? But it is just an interesting
Wait,
language.
we got
Get an Apple.
Let's go for it. Second quarter revenue.
Meets estimates.
Let's go to it. Yeah. Second quarter EPS, $1.65 a share. That's 3 pennies better.
Det er volatilt i hvert fall.
$100 billion of company stock. Greater China revenue, $16 billion versus the estimate of $16.83 billion. So that's a miss.
De missa på Kina-avdelinga si.
$36 billion, a little bit better than what the street was expecting of $94.59 billion. You've got shares of Apple just down by 0.8%, 1% lower here in
revenue.
Remember, this is the current quarter. This is Apple's second quarter right now, even though it's the first quarter of the year.
Outlook, right.
Digging into this is not the outlook, exactly. Digging into these numbers a little bit. Second quarter iPad revenue coming in above estimates. Second quarter iPhone revenue coming in above estimates. Second quarter operating expenses coming in above estimates. Second quarter Mac revenue coming in above estimates. Second quarter wearables, home and accessories coming in shy of estimates. Second quarter products revenue coming in
Det
above
var ikke så mye
estimates.
action her. De venter vel til earning call, regner jeg med.
And that second quarter
Når det skjer
EPS
noe.
just above estimates.
Zero mention of the word trade, zero mention of the word tariffs in the earnings statement.
Makes
Nothing.
sense.
Strong performance on iPhone overall, by the way, in terms of it exceeded analyst estimates. I'm going to choose some words here from Apple CEO Tim Cook. Actually, no, sorry, forgive me. It's actually from
The CFO,
the
isn't it?
CFO.
Yeah.
Thanks to our high levels of customer loyalty and satisfaction. I'm probably putting more emphasis on that than we really should, but the iPhone was strong there. The other way of looking at it is, let's go back to the third-party soft data. What did it show us? People bought handsets and moved handsets in the first 3 months of this year before tariffs took effect.
They pulled it forward.
We did.
They pulled it forward. Like everybody was doing.
I
we
can't
saw.
say one of our colleagues bought them for all the family. Well, their iPhone revenue, right? $46.84 billion. The estimate was $45.94.
Yeah.
That's a sign of people pulling forward.
All I'm saying, every quarter, before the tariffs and trade were the story, we would always discuss about how, oh my goodness, the third-party data that tracks the handset
Right.
movement from China, it's so weak. And then every quarter, Apple would turn around and outperform. This time, we kind of have the logic or evidence that we know the third-party data was strong in that period, and it showed that even if people weren't buying the handsets, they were moving across borders to
Right.
make them available.
You know what? That quarter's done. We care about this quarter, Ed. As Mark Gurman reminded us again today, doesn't care necessarily
Did he
about
say
these
it
numbers.
again?
He said it again.
Yeah.
I gave him the opportunity to move away from it. He said, nope,
Earning
I'm sticking
call
by
for
it. I want to hear commentary about trade. I want to hear commentary about
Apple
tariffs.
tryner nå, da. Ned 2,3% på after hours.
Yeah, because are they going to raise prices? They have pricing power, at least here in the
Ja, Apple, det.
Second quarter greater
Ja,
China
Apple
revenue
faller
came in
over
shy
2%.
$16 billion, estimates for $16.83 billion. How do you look at that miss?
Let's just state what's fair is that we don't know the answer, and on the call we're going to learn an awful lot, aren't we?
Yeah.
But you know, same with the Tesla narrative that we had a couple of weeks ago. You know, Apple is an American company, and if you are a Chinese citizen,
Ja, jeg bare lurer på om jeg skal bare komme til de der longene, ass, for det her er jo nok et bevis på at det skal til helvete.
you know, and you'd wager that the sell side will pose that question. It's soft. It's not that much softer. It's a miss, right? But again, what they will say is they will look at what they often do is they say we thought we were the number one in this market, handset by handset, or we're the number one in terms of Mac. If they maintain that commentary, I think that would be some confidence for the street. You know what I'm talking about? They often say, like, according to our own research, we are the number one smartphone in this price category in that market.
Right.
You can't tell that from the earnings release. You know, you just don't know. What we know is that Greater China came in below consensus estimate.
China's a tough market for the handset, though, because you don't have the same network effects that you have here in the U.S. when it comes to that iOS ecosystem. Like, you know, we talk about the blue bubbles versus the green bubbles here.
Yeah.
But if you're using over-the-top messaging apps like WeChat, it doesn't really matter if you jump from an Android-based smartphone to an iOS smartphone.
Just to rehash,
it's a lot easier to do too.
They're down about, 1.8%, 2% in the aftermarket. Again, the company's revenue, it did for the second quarter come in better than forecast. Second quarter iPhone revenue came in stronger than forecast. Second quarter Greater China revenue was light, 16 billion versus an estimate of 16.83 billion. And again, the company authorizing up to $100 billion share buyback boosted its dividend as well. Apple's shares, just real quickly, down about 15% year to date. So maybe not a surprise that they continue to have tons of cash. Not a surprise that they continue to do these buybacks.
It's a sweetener. It's a very nice thing to do. What do you do with cash in this environment? Don't even get us started on M&A and antitrust. I'm extrapolating here.
Jeg skal fikse dere invitasjoner.
So I feel like the same thing with Amazon in a large way, right? Just
you gotta wait for the commentary.
Like sanitized, and just here's the numbers, and we'll see what they have to say on the call.
Well, again, like this is their fiscal second quarter.
Right.
But think about what happened in the period. The reporting that they airlifted handsets out of India to the United States. So I'm looking at operating expenses coming in slightly higher than the street thought. It's marginal though. We have no idea if it was more expensive for them to
It doesn't tell a strong tale yet, right?
You've been following closely everything that's happening with trade over the last month.
Sure.
When you think about tariff exemptions for Apple's products, you know, there was the confusion in the early part of April that, okay, these handsets are going to be, if they're coming from China, they're going to be charged a tariff of 145%. Then there was that news that actually we're going to exempt them because we're going to see sectoral tariffs on the whole category as related to chips, etc. I mean, what is there guidance? Is there clarity about the tariffs that Apple will face if the products come from China?
The president initiated the pause. The administration followed up and said, but we will be coming with specific policy for semiconductors. But they didn't say we will follow up with specific policy for handsets and assembled consumer electronics.
The way I read into it was that the semi policy will encompass this stuff. Is that wrong?
Yes, but depending on the point at which they apply a levy, right? So China has a very clear definition that in the context of a semiconductor, a chip, the reciprocal levy would be applied where it's called taped on. That's where the digital, the electronic instruction set, the design of the chip.
Usually in
close proximity to where the chip's manufactured. Where are they manufactured?
China.
Right. So if you're or Taiwan.
Or Taiwan.
If you're at Qualcomm, for example, keep this as simple as possible. You design that chip in California. It's taped on in Taiwan, so your exposure to the levy in
as
much. America didn't give those clearly defined definitions, but my point was, because the president didn't say, I'm going to come up with a plan for smartphones, a lot of
Sur på hva?
frankly, what CEOs will tell me is they.
Nei, jeg er sur fordi jeg har sagt det skal ned hele tida, og så hedger jeg meg for tallet, og så stuper det.
Og du hedger, du gikk long på toppen?
Nei, jeg gjør ikke det. Jeg gikk long her.
They continue to trade down about 2% again. We talked about
Og der.
the numbers are kind of clean, and if there's a miss, maybe except for China, it's not a lot, and there was a second quarter revenue beat. iPhone revenue beat, and again, boosted the share buyback down about 2%. And just real quickly, Amazon is down about 4% here in the aftermarket, and again, that second quarter operating income below street estimates, but again...
Ja, det er ikke noe galt å ta en hedge. Jeg sparte opp på kontoen. Det kunne gått opp 300 poeng. Liksom.
Didn't get much in terms of looking forward.
Ja, det kunne jeg gjort.
From that I think it didn't surprise a lot of people. Maybe we'll learn more on the call. In your view, is that potentially why we see the stock moving lower right now? Investors said, okay, fine, second quarter, fiscal second quarter is done. We want to know how you're thinking about the current quarter, and we just didn't see that yet.
We just don't have, I mean, Apple's also being consistent because the earnings statement or press release, call it what you will, it doesn't often include that anyway. You know, it gets a call, it's usually the CFO, and they usually say, you know, tracking into the current quarter, we're seeing X, Y, and Z. You know, I think on the Bloomberg terminal, we're putting emphasis on the idea that services missed estimates. But, you know, Apple's pointing out in the release that services revenues continue to push to all-time highs, and they do that every quarter.
It's a slight miss.
It's a slight miss, but it's proportionately becoming more important, right?
Okay, okay.
And we haven't even said that word yet. We haven't even said the word Siri. We haven't said the words A or I, you know, and like, it's so weird. But there's not a lot to talk about in the statement on that either.
I will.
Go ahead.
Well, I will say, Ed, at the end of this statement, just the press release, it goes on to include what Amazon included as well, the boilerplate, risks and uncertainties, include without limitation, effects of global and regional economic conditions, including as a result of government policies, trade and other international disputes, geopolitical tensions, conflict, terrorism, natural disasters.
Are these guys talking to one another? Are they
it goes on literally all the way, you know, to the end of the paragraph, including, you know, natural disasters, public health issues, and other things.
Well, hold on, let's do this. Keep going, and I'm going to bring up the prior quarter's boilerplate and see if it's the same on Apple, and then at least we can...
It is like a Fed statement.
You know, it's very interesting, but like, you know, loads of your listeners will know this if they work on Wall Street or in the world of public companies and finance. But this is a collective effort when you publish earnings between leadership, the IR team, investor relations, and the press team. The wording is chosen very deliberately, you know.
Yeah, a lot of eyes see it.
It's the reason they get paid the big bucks.
Are very aware of what they, you know, of what they chose. Yeah, we know the challenges, right? In terms of Apple, AI. This is something we did talk about with Mark Gurman. You know, he wants to know what they're doing in terms of AI, the innovation, you know, for this company, where it's all coming from. And so these are things that maybe we would assume will come up on the call. We'll see what they have to say, but yeah, kind of wild. But again, very different from where we were 24 hours ago. We were breaking down Meta and Microsoft. Obviously not apples to apples, but
you know what?
Both of their results soaring in the after hours
Trade is
yesterday.
not in the one last
it's not.
quarter.
Geopolitical tensions, conflict, terrorism, government policies, but Apple has also added that to the boilerplate. And I don't know what happens next, but while you guys work it out, I'm just going to email the editors and make that point because we missed it.
All right, you go ahead and do that.
I hope they're listening or watching now.
Co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Folks, we're continuing to watch Apple down about 2.2% in the after hours. Amazon down nearly 5%. Let's a lot of earnings, though, after the close. As Tim reminded us earlier, it's the biggest, I think, earnings day for the markets and certainly for the big tech companies and big companies overall. Let's get a check on the aftermarket.
Jeg tok tapet på halve edgen og så endte opp i null.
The iPhone maker also announcing plans to increase its share buyback program by $100 billion, also boosting its quarterly dividend 4% to 26 cents a share. As we have been reporting after hours, we do have Apple shares selling off, down now by
Apple er ned 2,5%, Amazon er ned 5%. Dette her skal så jævlig I dass.
Overshadowing otherwise solid results from the iPhone maker. Right now, Apple down by 2.5%. The other big A stock after the close of trading, Amazon.com out with a weaker than expected forecast for operating profit in the current quarter, citing tariffs and trade policies that may cause spending. After hours right now, we got Amazon down by just about 4.7%. Amgen outperformed Wall Street's quarterly profit estimates as it moves forward with plans to crack the multi-billion-dollar market for novel weight loss medicines. Turned out to be an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. S&P higher for 8 straight days, its longest winning streak since August. Max Wasserman is co-founder and senior portfolio manager at Miramar Capital. And right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, he offered up this advice for investors.
Short term, fasten your seatbelt, and they say, and put the trays in the upright position, because it all depends on what the White House says. And then next week, what does the Fed say about this?
Right now, the S&P down by 35 points, 56.04, where we ended the trading session. Up the S&P up 35, up 0.6%. Dow Industrials higher today by 0.2%. NASDAQ up 1.5%. But again, the key takeaway there, we had the S&P up for the 8th straight day. The 10-year yield 4.21%, the 2-year 3.69%. Gold down 1.5% right now, 32.38 the ounce on the precious metal.
Tar du den andre, Dr. Botox? Jeg jævlig usikker, ass.
Our Apple, our Amazon coverage continues. I'm
Hallo.
Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg
Sover du?
Flash.
All right,
Er du
Charlie,
sikker?
thank you so much. Carol Master, along with Tim Stanley.
Ja, ok. Amazon kom inn mye dårlig ventet, det ned 5%. Apple leverte dårlig ventet, og de skal ha sånn pressekonferanse klokka 11. Ned 2, så markedet ramlet som faen her, ikke sant? Ja, rett for tallene så satte jeg en hedge med 1,5 kontrakt. Og de skal prate nå klokka 11. Ville du tatt ut den? Altså, jeg tror det skal falle som faen nå. For jeg jo short totalt. Ja, nå bare en hedge. Ja, så en short og en hedge. Så faller det, så tjener jeg penger. Men ville du tatt den ut? Eller ville du ventet til etter de prater? For de skal prate klokka 11. I mitt hode så kommer de til å prate det opp, men det skal ned. De klarer ikke å snakke seg unna dette.
Wearables, home and accessories, the softness there continues. It's been this way for several quarters. That's sort of surprising, given the momentum that we've seen in the past on the Apple Watch and the AirPods.
Ja, for jeg vil ta den. Da tar jeg tapp.
Services still pretty considerable double-digit growth, but not at the same level that Wall Street wasn't anticipating.
Ja, det ikke så stor tapp, men det tapp. Jeg liker godt at tappen
Be a real headwind for Apple in the coming years, that they're needing to adjust some of their App Store policies in relation to commissions. And then, of course, we have the
ja, jeg satte hedgen rett før det kom til.
All of this stuff, that's a double-digit billion-dollar annual revenue stream for Apple that may also go away depending on where the U.S. government goes with this trial against Google.
A lack of commentary, though, and maybe we'll get it on the call. I know you're looking for
Nei, jeg vet ikke, det langt unna.
Do you think that's why investors are sending shares down ahead of this call?
Eller har du ventet etter
No, I
tallene?
think it's because
Fordi
of the
kan prate
continued
opp.
softness in China in particular. Obviously, China's Apple's third biggest market. China really swings the pendulum here when it comes to Apple shares going up or down on earnings calls. And in this case, we're at an annual decline, certainly an annual decline compared to where Apple was 2 years ago in China this time around.
Skal jeg høre?
And then missing
Stig!
industry expectations.
Hvor mange som er long og short, nå?
Definitely not a good sign for Apple in China, and I think investors, or at least those analysts,
Nei, det det samme her, ja.
Det det samme her nå.
But I hope they do dig into tariffs as much as possible.
Hey Mark, I just want to go to the iPhone beat, because like, it all comes back to the iPhone sometimes, right? 46.84 billion, the estimate was 45.94. The third-party data showed a lot of consumer electronics flying around the planet in the first 3 months of this year. Do you see any sort of evidence just from the pure number?
Alle markedstallene som kommer opp nå dårlige. Det ikke ett som bra.
Front-running tariffs in anticipation that maybe prices might go up in the future?
Bare ta ut hedgen og bare holde tråd.
Front-running of purchases to avoid price hikes in the future really happened
Men du
until
ville tatt den ut.
April, when that's already within Apple's third quarter. So no, I don't think that any of the iPhone sales numbers that we're seeing here really were influenced by people trying to...
Ja, for jeg satt jo hedgen nå før tallene I tilfelle det ble en bra tall, for du vet jo ikke. Kunne ha kommet bra tall.
Until then, which again is the start of the third quarter for Apple. So I think
jeg føler det var riktig å gjøre det.
And I'm looking forward to hearing any guidance that Apple gives on the call, which may give us a taste of how the iPhone's going to do in this current period.
Jesus. Go ahead, Carol.
What do you think they're going to say in terms of price increases? It's something you gave us a heads up on earlier, you know, in terms of margins, impact, and then price increases, you know, in this tariff-filled environment. So do you think we'll get any kind of clarity or specifics on that?
So if I was a betting man, at least one analyst is going to ask about the potential for price increases. And if I remain a betting man,
altså masse folk long, så går det ned. Masse folk short, så går det opp. Endrer sentimentet av kjapt over tid, så går det deretter.
Has been stagnant for the most part. There are some exemptions over the past 7, 8, 9 years.
Ja, så det som jeg sier. Hvis alle long, så går det ned. Hvis alle short går opp, for det blir jo... Broker jo stikk motsatte. Ja, flere som long.
Det ikke manipulasjon, men det retail tavpeng, enkelt og greit.
X number of cups of coffees a year, etc. And they're definitely not...
Hadde alle sammen vunnet, eller vært profitabel, så hadde ikke markedet eksistert.
Jo, jeg helt enig. Jeg bare...
Så har du ser på bildet mitt rett over.
Nå har vi fått bekreftelse på det jeg har sagt, på 2 dager nå, og du har fått de største selskapene bekreftelse på at de sliter. Og da det egentlig ikke grunn til at det skal opp, egentlig. Eneste de...
People still in love with the iPhone? Just, I think that's a really basic question, but again,
Trump kan jo si noe
right now is that we noticed that Apple added the word trade.
Right.
One single word to the boilerplate in the forward guidance or financial disclosures disclaimer, and
both of them,
I'm surprised Apple didn't have that in there already, given what we knew
Ja, men jeg
about
tar
this
den. Jeg gir ikke
administration and...
Det godt med det samme der. Det samme der.
Jeg tar den. Det ASA-åpner, så tilfellet det selv.
Jeg har ikke følt med Forex-par og sånt. Jeg kan legge dem inn på sentiment-greia, så jeg har det liggende. Jeg har kun Nasdaq og gull opp.
Nei, vi enige. Dette her skal til helvete.
Men det jo bare en indikasjon, ikke fasit.
Skal folk sette en hedge eller ikke? Jeg gikk fra long til short i stad. Nei, jeg har jo sagt hver dag at jeg skal ned, og nå fikk jeg en ny bekreftelse på makrotallene i dag, og fikk ny bekreftelse nå på de verdens største selskap, både Apple og Amazon, så da skal det her ned, som jeg tror det skal. Den hedgen jeg satt i stad var fordi jeg visste ikke om det kom en bra tall, eller dårlig tall. Det var liksom en forsikring. Den hedgen kostet meg 1500 kroner, det ikke sånn veldig mye. Men nå skal Apple prate klokka 11, så de kan jo prate det opp litt før det eventuelt faller. Men igjen, synet mitt helt likt som det har vært hele uka. Jeg tror dette her skal ned. Dette det sterkeste kvartalstallene til Apple, sterkeste kvartalstallene til Amazon, og de leverer under forventning. Så hvis noen lurer på hvorfor jeg short i morgen, så det igjen kun Donald Trump som har fucka med meg i det. Det ikke noe annet. Alt bare dritt. Så spørsmålet hva gjør jeg med den hedge-ringa mi. Det én kontrakt jeg hedger av. Jeg kommer til å ta den hedgen og ta det tappet. Jeg vil ikke sitte long her i det hele tatt. Men det kan kanskje være smart at jeg selger den når Asia åpner, fordi Apple kan si et eller annet som gjør at det går litt opp.
Oh my god, det så krise.
Hæ?
Det ganske stort.
Du ramler ut. Hallo?
Ekstremt hakkott var det.
Jeg hørte ikke
hva.
Nei, du hakker bare.
Jeg vil høre oss. Jeg får ikke si noe, men vi hører det, Anna.
Nå hører jeg deg. Hva sa du for noe?
Nei.
Little did she know. Danger. To most people, the marriage of Ellen Robb and Ivy League professor Dr. Raphael Robb seemed a happy one. Friends suspected that all was not right.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, a very, very busy Thursday afternoon. Two big mega cap Mag 7 companies, as you know, just reporting. Apple down 2.5% here in the after hours. Amazon down about 4.5%. Keep in mind, we now move on to the call.
That's where the action happens.
Yeah, there are so many questions because as we said,
Johannes Botox, jeg skal legge meg før klokken 24. Skal jeg ta hedgen nå, denne ved siden av? Jeg vet ikke hva han skal si klokka 11. Jeg long nå. Jeg ikke komfortabel. I det hele tatt. Jeg jo basically short. Jeg mer short enn long nå. Så jeg tjener på at det faller. Uansett. Men jeg tok en hedge bare som en forsikring. Og derfor jeg tok den. Fordi jeg visste ikke hva tallene ville si. Og de tallene var dårlige, så basically så skal du ta et hedgen. Men de skal prate nå hvert øyeblikk, så han kan komme litt opp først.
Det stenger jo 23, ja. Det må du nesten avgjøre selv, Johannes, tenker jeg.
Ja. For jeg skal opp klokka 12, så jeg kommer til å følge med. Men det må nesten bestemme selv, altså. Tallene var I hvert fall veldig dårlige.
All right, guys, a very, very busy day, and the markets overall finishing in the green, but off their best levels of the session.
Let's get a look at some stocks on the move today. Bloomberg News managing editor for the Bloomberg Markets Live blog, Christina Pino, is here with us. What is on your radar?
Well, we have talked about it. Amazon and Apple, of course, Tim. Let's start with Amazon. Well,
Der linken
Men hun hun har veldig god karakter. Men jeg tror det veldig lett å få god karakter. Hun går på Jordan, der det sikkert vanskelig. Det er sånn som når vi...
Nå muter han nå. Hun vet ikke at hun på.
Nei.
The one thing that is on a lot of people's minds. Remember that Amazon made headlines earlier this week because there was a report that said the company was considering displaying the cost of tariffs to shoppers, which the White House arrested them for, and ultimately they said that even though they were considering.
Ja, men det slått av. Nå har muta, nå hører dere ikke hva han sier. Eller hører dere hva han sier?
Ikke noe muta du.
Jeg muta jo.
Ja, hvis du muter, altså, så det bare du som ikke hører.
Å faen, jeg trodde jeg hadde sånn album med muta for alle.
Da må du trykke server mute.
Ja, hva faen. Stakkars. Jeg vil ikke muta da. Hvordan er det muta?
Ja, så kan du bare ta ned fra stagen.
Ok.
But of course, again, that supply chain question, right? Especially now that tariffs are front and center, probably going to take center stage for that analyst call. The good news, I suppose, is that the iPhone revenue beating slightly here, 46.84.
Og så kan du klikke unmute på.
45.94 billion. We did know that Apple Apple was slowly starting to shift its production line, right, from China, even though that was a weak spot for them. We did get a report last week saying that they were seeking to import most of the iPhones that they sell in the US from India by the end of next year. But that's, of course, an ongoing process, and clearly that's not yet complete. And so there's still a lot of exposure for them when it comes to this US-China trade tension.
You reported for Bloomberg outside of the U.S. for many years, London, Singapore. What was your view then? And you've been here in the U.S. for a few years, but what was the view then on Apple and Apple products? High end of the market, luxury market. Like, what was the view?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was still considered one of the best, you know,
Ja, den ikke på nå.
consumer phone sector. Though I have to say, I did see a lot more Androids in Europe and in Asia, because there was a kind of Samsung competition that was coming around, and I was one of the early adopters, actually. Remember those folding phones that Samsung had? I had one of those giant folding phones. It was pretty cool, though it got a little too big for me, actually. I had to switch eventually. I'm still an Android user, though, which I get ridiculed for constantly by my friends in the US.
Du har lang nå, ikke sant?
Shares of Apple, though, we should point out, down about 2.5%.
Jeg skal se, det var en som spurte om tallene, hvor mange satt long og short. Det var 57 long og 43 short. King Kong.
Det var på, begynner å gå ned da.
Ja, altså det har jo ikke endret seg så veldig mye.
Ja,
men nå får markedet ned I tillegg her. Men de skal prate klokka 11 da. Jeg lurer på om jeg bare holder hedgen etter klokken 12, så tar jeg den da, for det kan jo skje et eller annet I mellomtida. Og hvis det faller, så faller det mye, det faller ikke bitte litt.
Ja, det kommer jo alltid opp igjen. Det var andre, men.
Ja, så jeg lurer på om jeg bare stikker og tar med noe. Jeg har ikke spist noe I dag, jeg spiste sånn ræva pizzastykker I dag. Jeg kommer til å være på før klokka 12, så da jeg på I hvert fall. Takk for en fin aften. I dag så føler jeg selv om liksom, da følte jeg liksom, det var litt deilig ikke å ha Donald Trump I trynet. Ja, fy faen. Ja, men da snakkes vi etterpå da.
Det gjør vi.
Konge, dette. Ha det.
Ha det.